Chapter 1. He knew as he watched her that she was frightened, and he knew almost to the second when her hesitation became more than natural diffidence in approaching a strange place. It was when she sat down on the suitcase. She had come up from the darkness of the long road and in under the driveway floodlight like a tall young phantom in a skimpy suit, her pale hair blowing and her cheeks pinched in the chill of the October evening. When she reached the clearing made in the night by the lamp, she stopped, and her big eyes fled over the rambling old hospital building. She did not see the doctor at the window of his unlighted office, although the window almost flanked the entrance. Formidable, that was how St. Denis would appear to her. 3 stories of solid brick before her, topped by outdated cables. The wings, a story lower, reached out like squat fists to clutch the small lawn around the lamp-post. The cloister wing to her left was dark at this early hour. The girl had hardly glanced at it. In the right wing the patients' rooms were bright behind lowered shades, but it was no sort of light that had drawn her attention. It was sound, the hollow, measured wheezing of the respirator that drifted out from the open window of the last room on the ground floor. To the lay person that would be a fearful sound, the label of a mechanical contrivance to drag a man back from the grave, the awful torture of the dying rather than the breathing in of new life. The doctor puffed out his lips, watching. The girl listened for a long minute. Then she sprang up, looking back the way she had come, hesitant because she was remembering how she would have to walk alone, lugging the suitcase down the long slope and through the gulch with the mountains rising monstrously on either side, past the tributary gulch where the ghost town rattled its bones, on in the dark to the village where the miners' dogs would yap at her, and then to the highway to wait for the bus. The lonesome walk had most likely frightened her, coming in. She would not be looking for the solitude and isolation of another century just around the mountain from the busy young city. No one ever was. She heaved the suitcase up against her knee. The doctor scowled. Johnny or Jock should be here to help her. Surely it was not too much to expect that either orderly be on duty at this hour, a little before 7. His impatience mounted while the girl drooped under the light, undecided. She would go away. He would never know what objective had brought her to the hospital. Furiously convincing himself of his unconcern, he strode out into the hall. Let her go back from where she came from, wherever that might be. Sister Magdalene, about to pull the shade at the window where the curtains seemed to bulge with the sighing of the respirator, glanced out idly, then with eagerness. So the girl had come! She smiled, her rosy cheeks plumped out over the tightly drawn wimple. The poor child was even thinner than she remembered, forlornly dressed with convent disregard for fashion, hollow-chested, fatigue pulling at her like the suitcase. The nun was about to call her through the screen when the large entrance door opened. The girl knew no reason to be startled at the appearance of the hulking man in white who filled the doorway, who held out his hand for the suitcase, let her pass in ahead of him. It was no more than an ordinary courtesy, yet Sister Magdalene's gaze followed the closing door as if she had witnessed a miracle. Slowly the sister straightened at the window. She would not hurry. She would give King a little time. He would not know just yet that the girl was Marmion Pius. The nurse was busy with her patient. Without speaking, the nun left the room. Ignorant of having been the cause of a miracle, Marmion climbed the entrance stairs. The doctor ascended at a faster pace, giving her only a passing picture of a handsome, tousled head that was like a profile of any one of the Caesars, Julius, perhaps, tramping the 3 infinite parts of Gaul. He had the build of a conqueror, the broad shoulders and deep chest, the fine height. Marmion, fresh out of a manless world, told herself it was thrilling to be thus initiated into the new, and stumbled on the stairs. The doctor did not glance around. She must focus her attention on her surroundings. That was easily done. She had often wondered what the old place would be like, the beloved old place, as Aunt Dorothy had termed it, when they knew Marmion would be going back. Even now, no more than a dozen steps inside the building, she understood that description. It was a home, accommodating many guests, where someone had forgotten his rubbers at the door, where the cook had not shut the supper aroma into the kitchen, but had allowed it to drift cozily up into the halls. A hungry girl could expect to be fed here, although the supper trays had been cleared away. The thought gave her energy to finish the ascent. From small landings on either side of the stairs, archways opened into waiting rooms. In the one to the left, a woman with red hands and a safety pin in her coat stood anxiously peering out. The doctor paid no heed to her. He tramped through the wide doors into the main corridor, taking it for granted that Marmion would follow. Involuntarily the girl paused, listening for the respirator, but there was only a complexity of radio programs, a child crying, the clatter of dishwashing puttering up from the basement in the stairwell across the hall. A nurse ran down from the second floor, glanced impersonally at Marmion, added a personal gleam for the doctor, and hurried on toward the quietly noisy wing where the iron lung sighed. As Aunt Dorothy had explained, they had done the best they could with the old place. The muslin curtains at the window on the stair landing were freshly laundered, a frame for blooming geraniums. The walls were pale yellow, reflecting all they could gather of light from the dim, high fixtures. But Marmion knew without inspecting it that the linoleum would be rigid from the warped boards underneath and cracked at the edges by soaking scrub water, that the woodwork would have broken away from the floor in long discouraging gaps. Not only time, but living had worn its mark. The stairrail was polished blonde from sliding hands, the treads hollowed out by shoe soles. The doctor gave an impatient cough. He had not turned into the hospital wing, but in the other direction, where a solid oak door with a white cross blocked the end of the hall, the entrance to the convent. He had opened a door only a few steps away and snapped on a light. Slowly Marmion walked toward him, her heels tapping indecisively on the linoleum. Her thoughts were of foolish things, cockroaches, which were most likely peeking at her out of the cracks. The tail of her blouse was stuck out. She was relieved to be at last within the shelter of St. Denis. When Aunt Dorothy had taken her away, she had vowed never to return to the gulch. But time had changed her. She was different now. And yet, this instant, Marmion felt herself to be more that child of 12 than a young lady of 21 going forth into life, as the bishop had said at commencement. "This is Sister Magdalen's office," the man said gruffly. "She is the superior. I am Dr. Kingston. Sister will admit you." Marmion entered the small office. There was age here, too, but useful age, dusted and polished. The old wooden filing cabinet gleamed dully, the solid desk was blond as the stair rail at the far side where elbows had rubbed for years. The swivel chair at the desk had a cushion tied to its back. The rose design faded to cabbage color. The girl stepped to the heavily worn spot on the carpet between desk and cabinet and faced Dr. Kingston. She had to clear her throat. It made her feel like a tight-waisted child about to speak a piece. "I am not a patient, sir." That was a juvenile thing to say as she said it, but her poise was returning. The doctor resembled nothing like a conqueror in the stronger light of the office. His hospital whites were limp. He assumed a clumsy pose with his hands in his hip pockets and chin sunk on his chest, too careless for a man who could hardly have touched 40. He watched while she seated herself, crossed her feet as she had been taught, folded her gloved hands. She was awkward, moving. Seated, her confidence grew. She could hold the silence as long as this big, rude young man who now, somehow, did not strike her as handsome at all. Clear around the office she let her eyes wander. They were violet eyes, her one real beauty. When she brought them back to the doctor, her interest was even less than she had lavished on the old desk and the filing cabinet. She felt well corseted with self-possession. "Evidently you are unfamiliar with St. Denis of the Hills." The doctor's voice would have been worth a lot on radio. It failed to charm Marmion. Besides, why bother to tell him that she'd been born 3 miles from here, up Hellbent Gulch? St. Denis is a 30-year-old institution of impeccable reputation." 28, the girl murmured. He ignored the interruption. "Built in the days when Gopher Gulch boomed and there was no city. That it stands now in a ghost town is no reflection on Sister Magdalene's administration. She simply chose the wrong side of the mountain." "How unfortunate. For her, that is." Marmion had not given thought to the small remark, and she was astounded when the doctor flinched. Or perhaps he didn't. Perhaps he only turned his back to jerk down the window shade against the deepening night. She was glad. She had had enough of that particular darkness. "We are not running a training school," he told her across the desk. "The people on our staff are of proven competence. They understand that we do not maintain a refuge for frightened children." Marmion gasped. So this man had spied upon her in the drive, and he had guessed her identity when she said she was not a patient. She had not imagined his dislike. Now she understood it. A natural aversion towards seeing his routine upset by the fumbling of a new-fledged graduate. But if he thought he could start her out on a cowed excuse-me-for-living approach to her hospital career, he was wonderfully mistaken. It would take a great deal to intimidate the daughter of little Job Pierce. "Doctor, I may look like a refugee," she said with apparent mildness. "I imagine you might, too, if you had ridden 300 miles on a bus without even a chance to comb your hair. But you may be interested to know that I'm a medical technologist. I was graduate cum laude from the toughest course offered by any college outside of medicine. I passed my board exams third on the list, and I was hired by Sister Magdalene as assistant to Sister Judith. Does that explain me?" The doctor had the grace to shrug a half apology. Marmion rose and leaned across the desk. "I am very hard to impress with malice or contempt or ridicule. I was used to a home full of it. I can be made miserable, but I won't be driven away." "We need not indulge in personalities, Miss Pierce." Marmion had grown very pale. These short spurts of bravery never lasted long enough to result in anything but confusion. Her mother had protested, infrequently, against little Job's tyranny, and thus Marmion would lash out, but before any climax could be reached, she would be sick inside and trembling, and in an hour her legs would be aching. She had promised herself, however, that once away from the convent where she had spent the past 9 years, away from Aunt Dorothy, who was Sister Alexis of Sister Magdalene's order, she would stand on her own 2 feet, no matter how her legs ached. Perhaps she made a poor beginning, answering the defiance this doctor had invited. What would Aunt Dorothy say? But the nun's last bit of advice had in effect cut the old ties. "You are an adult now. You will have the privilege of making your own mistakes." And she had made a colossal one, Marmion realized, in her first 5 minutes at St. Denis. The doctor's scrutiny told her so. His antagonism could toll the bell on her hopes. Her fingertips were pressed to numbness against the edge of the old desk. "Doctor, I do have a reason for being here outside of needing a job. Since I was 12, the sisters have given me a home and a free education. Reverend Mother assured me that I owe the order nothing in money, but I feel that I do owe them success in my work. I'm going to try very hard." The doctor, to her surprise, was listening with interest. She smiled faintly. "I was frightened out there on the drive when I heard the respirator, because I wondered if— Who is in it, doctor?" "Mr. Cassidy." Marmion's breath went out in a long sigh. "I knew it couldn't be anyone else." "Are you so familiar with the treatment for his particular illness?" "Oh, no. It's just that everything about him has always been so big. His enormous fortune, his huge gold mine, my mother told me, reached clear to hell, and when I heard that giant breathing, it sounded like a mammoth sort of dying, and I knew it must be big balsam. He is dying, isn't he?" "How well do you know Cassidy?" "I suppose I never knew him at all, really," Marmion said slowly. "I only know what he did to my father and my mother. My father was his partner, in a way, but he never dared raise his voice around Big Balsam. He was hypnotized, Mother said, and then when he'd come home, he'd... She paused, shaking her head, as if she would dislodge that memory of the shouting pygmy that was little Job. My father might have been quite different, away from Big Balsam. He made the first big gold strike here in Gopher Gulch, and Cassidy won it from him in a poker game. He never gave my father a cent of the profits. Big Balsam Cassidy haunted my home until my father was killed, although he never set foot in it. And now I wonder if I've escaped him. Then why stay? Marmion stared. She had gone back into the past as she had promised never to do, led by the doctor's interest. But that interest was deceitful. He used it to gather facts against her. Your work as a technologist would necessarily bring you into contact with Cassidy, the doctor continued. He is a very sick man. Subacute bacterial endocarditis from an old rheumatic heart of childhood. Blood clot in the respiratory center of the brain. Respiration too slow to keep him alive. Therefore the iron lung. A patient so ill requires constant tests. Sister Judith is not always available. You would be obliged to do your share. I understand that, Doctor. Feeling as you do about Cassidy, you would undoubtedly be happier somewhere else. Marmion gripped her hands tightly together to stop their trembling. What stupidity to have been thrilled by this insufferable creature's attention! I would like to see Sister Magdalene, if I may. The doctor shrugged. She was near to crying when he left. Dr. Kingston was furious, lumbering up the stairs. Because he would not direct his fury toward himself, where it belonged, he had vented it upon a scared kid. In a minute, if he had guessed correctly where to find her, he would loose another blast at Sister Magdalene. But she deserved it, in a way. Build a better mousetrap, the philosopher said, and the world would beat a path to your door. Build a reputation for generous, unquestioning kindness, for feeding the hungry and clothing the naked, and giving shelter to the homeless, and you would inherit all of the earth confused and destitute, who could pay or beg their way to your door. Many had come, a few had gone. This young stray down in the office was merely another, and judging from the size of the suitcase, she was here to stay. The nursery, with its recessed door and side windows of glass, was opposite the stairs on the second floor. The doctor paused, looking in. Sister Magdalene was there, in the little rocker she loved, a pink bundle of a baby in her arms. Dr. Kingston pursed his lips into avoidance of a smile. Sister Magdalene had 2 escape hatches in times of mental stress, one into the laundry, the other into the nursery. Cassidy, of course, had driven her here. Even the veil could not shut out his violent presence. She was singing to the baby, rocking and patting. Her white habit emphasized her peasant readiness, and the blue of her eyes behind the glasses. The patting hand was plump, yet she must be old. The doctor did not realize how anxiously he studied the sister for signs of senility, almost like a child wandering into the night, if his mother would ever leave him. She had been a mother to him, this Mary Magdalene, with a hearty chuckle, but she could retire to the mother house or die, and it would make no difference in his personal life, none. He threw open the door abruptly. The sister made a startled movement, and the baby complained. Laying the dark head against her cheek, she sang softly, "Little Topman's gone to town to buy his love a wedding gown. Some say pink, some say blue, and that is all my song for you." The doctor snorted. "There's another piece of debris in your office, starved, scared, no doubt incompetent. I'd kick her out. You won't." "Thank you, King." The door closed. The sister rocked for another few minutes before laying little Topman back in his basket. She was tired. Sitting here, she had begun to believe she might be getting old, but that was only because the sight of Marmion had brought up thoughts of little Job, and to remember little Job was to think of Cassidy. Big Balsam, so King had said, had reached an age when recovery from a serious illness was problematical. 74 in the hospital records, and she was not so much younger. Not that she minded age for herself, but who would keep the life in old St. Denis after she was gone? Around the mountain, in Balsam City, there were 2 newer hospitals better equipped. It was sentiment that kept the old place going, people who had been born here, doctors like John Hamlin, who had worked here since the early days. "What a state of mind for a religious," the nun said, tucking in the baby. She would not allow such foolishness to saturate her mind like dampening in a garment rolled up for ironing. With very nearly her usual briskness, she closed the nursery door behind her and started down the stairs. Marmion heard the heavily starched rustle of white habit she had come to know so well in the college hospital, not at all like the Sunday ripple of black serge, and she turned to see Sister Magdalene on the threshold, her plump arms out in welcome, a twinkle in her eye and a chuckle in her voice. You couldn't guess her age. All sisters appeared to be either very old or very young, the graying of their hair as secret as anything on earth. But she had walked the halls of the old building from the time they were only rafters, sat in this little office puzzling out her future, while the carpenters were still hammering around her head, and St. Denis of the Hills was far past its youth. It was easy to imagine her in her young days, striding through the gulches with habit flapping in the wind, much as Paul had gone striding through Galatia, facing down the bold, cold winters and torrid summers. If ever she proved to be a saint, she would be the rugged type who would act fast in answer to prayer. She held Marmion close, patting her as she had the baby, telling her how delighted they all were to have her with them. "And you'll be glad you've come home, dear, back to the gulch. You'll see now how little I could tell you of it on my few visits to the mother house. You have to be here to love it again." And then the nun was asking questions about Marmion's trip, about Sister Alexis, and how the new heating system was working out at the college. It was almost as if she did not want the girl to dwell on the strange reception she knew Marmion had received at St. Denis. "You'll get along very well with Sister Judy, dear. Everyone does. She's our pet. You may find the hours long at first, 7 to 7, but there will be a while in the afternoon when you'll be free, and you'll have to arrange with Sister to take your turn on night call." "We worked hard at school, Sister," Marmion replied. "I expect to work hard here, if I stay." The nun maintained a lack of expression that would have been the envy of her early neighbor, Poker Alice. "You have met Dr. Kingston, Marmion?" "Yes, Sister." "He is a brilliant man professionally. 6 years ago he came to us as our resident physician. He has nothing whatever to do with personnel." "Nothing?" "I'll show you to your room now, Marmion." "Sister, he doesn't want me here. Why?" The sister turned to lead the way out of the office. Her voice lacked the chuckle as she answered. "We are all on edge right now. Mr. Cassidy is a strain on everyone. He isn't the kind of person to keep either his living or his dying to himself. It's my fancy that he demands life from all of us, or sort of transfusion, as we might give him blood. But what talk is this for a nun?" She took Marmion's hand into hers. "We'll leave your suitcase. Johnny can take it up later. You'll have a room to yourself, but there's plenty of company. Nurses, the cook and her little boy, Blanche, Eloise, all of you on the 3rd floor. You'll like it, dear." Feeling mothered and protected, Marmion walked beside the sister to the stairs. The protection was appreciated when the doctor came out of his office, as if he had been waiting for them. He did not approach or speak. He planted himself to watch their ascent, and the girl became conscious of her every smallest movement, wondering if she would trip, seeing herself as the doctor saw her, with hair stringing out of the page boy and blouse collar lumped under her jacket. Although she was next to the railing, she did not look down. "So she feels safe with Magdalene," the doctor mused. "She would turn and run now if she could." He did not hear the nurse beside him until she spoke. "Will you sign this, please, doctor?" He glanced down at her clean cuff, at the pencil and pad she held for him. He scribbled his initials. She knew as well as he what treatment Cassidy required. But Lynn Baird was a faultless nurse, nothing ever taken for granted, almost primly precise. Her regard for him, however, was not prim. He knew that without glancing up. Of late he had taken to avoiding those brown eyes, and therefore avoiding the derision that would have been amusing and was not. He was ashamed when he thrust the pencil at her with an involuntary twitch that struck her cuff. "You're not having a chill, Dr. Kingston?" He turned gruffly away. Her low voice followed him. "It's probably only the effect of this northern climate. Do you know the old superstition, Doctor? Shiver in the heat, and it means someone is walking on your grave." He wheeled on the bottom of the stairs, but Lynn was leaving him, walking like a duchess, quietly, yet not with the innocuous silence of the other nurses. Lynn desired herself to be noticed. When she was gone, the doctor continued on up the stairs, slowly, absently aware that he would have to invent an errand when he reached the second floor. Someone had walked on his grave. And now there was Marmion. The sister was entering the well of the old-fashioned third-floor stairs when Marmion looked back. Dr. Kingston was at the chart desk, his head thrown back, but hardly like a conqueror. He was, the girl decided, just plain mad. "Why?" she asked. "Sister, why does he act as if he'd like to wring my neck?" Sister Magdalene chuckled. "He isn't angry with Marmion P.S., child. It's with himself. And he's blaming the girl who enticed him into opening the door." "You mean when I came into the hospital, sister? But I didn't entice him. I didn't even know he was anywhere around. And anyway, isn't it just decently polite for a man to open a door for a woman?" "Not for King, dear." The nun paused, looking up the narrow stairs as if she found them an aching prospect to climb. "Not for King. He hasn't opened that door in very nearly 6 years." Chapter 2. "We can do it if we work fast," said Eloise. Marmion had just returned to the third floor from her first visit to the laboratory, expecting to find her room empty. But Eloise, the X-ray technician, was spread out on her bed, and Blanche, in her blue kitchen uniform, sat lumped on the only chair. King would have classified Blanche as another of the homeless and friendless who had drifted into Sister Magdalene's comfortable arms to be instantly equipped with home and friends. Her eyes were fastened upon Eloise, who was obviously the only friend she wanted, and her full lips moved as she listened, repeating the observations she could never deliver properly, even should she manage to remember them. Her heels were hooked on the rung of her chair in imitation of careless grace, and one finger twisted a lock of hair that was tinted as near as she could make it to Eloise's glorious auburn. "We've been planning it for weeks," Eloise continued, giving a roll that spilled her hair wider over Marmion's pink blanket. She was a tomboy of a girl, apparently irresponsible, but, according to Sister Judith, one of the best X-ray technicians in the hills. The whole thing hinged on who got this room, of course. If it was a Spartan like Henny Penny Kennedy, or old Miss Hennessy, said Blanche, or Miss Baxter. "Or anyone but you, Marmee," Eloise broke in. "We'd have been stymied. You can't walk up to a gal like Baxter and tell her you're plotting to leave her bed out and turn her chamber into a parlor. Nursing is hard on the feet, and hers have had half a century of wear, so she's got to rest them in solitude." "And besides, she'd go straight to Polycarp," Blanche added. "Polycarp? A sister?" Marmion asked, perching on the foot of the bed. "Is she anything like my dear little Judy?" "She isn't," said Eloise, but her green eyes danced. "Polycarp is all things to most people in this constricted little world of ours. I give you her own estimate, by the way. I couldn't guess how old she is. I know my dad had her for a teacher in kindergarten, and she wasn't young then. That's how come I'm here. My loving parents thought I should be under the Polycarp influence on my first job, and I don't mind. It's near home. She's retired now, theoretically. Actually, she's busy as a little bee. Can she sting?" "She's deaf, though," said Blanche. "Her one good point." "I liked it in the basement," the big girl went on thoughtfully. "I was closer to the kitchen." Eloise shook a finger. "Tut, Tut, you were also closer to Jock and the estimable Kingston, only a step across the hall. No, Polycarp has the system. She puts all the little boys in the basement and all the little girls in the attic, and then she patrols the beat in between." "She's at recreation now," Blanche remarked. Eloise sat up. "How about it, Marmee? We're going to have to hurry if we get through before she finds out what we're up to." "Give it to me again, slow and easy," Marmee Ann said. "We'd move my bed into your room, Eloise." "Right, and then we'd have a sitting room in here. These are the only rooms with a connecting door between. There were some chairs out there in the attic. And we'd have this closet for a kitchenette to make tea. Lovely?" "Lovely. But how are we going to get the bed through the door?" "Knock it down," said Blanche. "She means knock down the bed," said Eloise. "She has talent that way." Sister Magdalene left the chapel and entered the covered passage that led down the hillside to Methuselah Hall, her oldest hospital building. It was a homely passage such as gold miners build in order to give them quick access to mill and smelter. For the hospital, this one and the second, going from Methuselah to the main building, were ideal passageways. The chronic invalids who lived in the hall were wheeled daily to prayers and mass. There were only 2 wheelchairs tonight. Barney's was not one. The sister let everyone go ahead of her. When she came into Methuselah, she was alone. She went on to the last door on the corridor. Barney knew when she came into the ward, for the other 5 men greeted her, and she knew he had been lying there looking at the ceiling, because his eyelids twitched and his hand jerked when she laid hers upon it. "You're not still thinking, Barney?" He did open his eyes then. His white hair was in a Cupid curl on top of his head, but there was nothing comical about him. "And what else is there to be doing, sister?" "Barney, your hating him is not going to hurt Big Balsam Cassidy, but it's going to hurt your own soul." "Is it my soul or not?" Suddenly he clutched her hand, pulling himself up on the pillow. "Sister, 20 wasted years I have behind me, all because Cassidy wouldn't make his mine safe for men to work in, and never a cent did I get for the accident. Do you think I don't lie here and curse him for putting a strain on your charity?" "It's been no strain, Barney. You've always been so cheerful, with a fine example of spirituality, until now. But we must bear with this. Only the saints, remember, are given the privilege of asking, 'Why hast thou forsaken me?'" Barney shook his eyes tight. "I'm not asking, sister, I know. The devil that's Cassidy has pushed God aside." Sister Magdalene straightened with a sigh. She had been over this so often in the past few days. But as she turned away, Barney whispered, "I can't hate the dead, sister. As soon as he's dead, I'll be cheerful again." She spoke to the other men for a minute and said good night. The old passage to the hospital seemed long, looking into it. At the small windows, Sister Judy's geraniums bloomed. Sister Magdalene did not take her usual pleasure in them. The care of the great Cassidy had been a strain, but the sickening part was the unmistakable hatred the man gathered around him. He had earned it well, from Barney, from Philippa, who looked like a tired movie star and cooked like an angel, from little Job's daughter, who had perhaps more reason than anyone in the world to hate him, and these were only the heart. Out from it eddied all the lessening currents. The nurses who must attend him, the 30-odd patients who must bear his disturbing presence along with their own ills, finally the whole wide region where his name had been a byword for 35 years. That name would be forever stamped upon the country, for now there was Little Balsam Creek cutting through Gopher Gulch and Balsam Butte to reach its brown sides, where none of the trees grew, and Balsam City around the mountain. Back in the early days the West had given him another name also, Hellbent Cassidy. No compliment indeed, and he had taken it with a swagger and blazoned it over the hole in the ground he had just won from little Joe Pius, the hole that proved to be a mint of gold. And then, for a time, Big Balsam had subsided while a raw gang of insurgents brawled and shot their way to prominence. How well Sister Magdalene remembered. Before that summer was over, Cassidy's unnatural reticence became significant. An astounding number of heart attacks were killing the uproarious strikers of rich claims, and when it was noted that those claims all lay along the mineral belt centered by the hell-bent, and that the heart attacks were undoubtedly induced by cyanide in a drink of whiskey, many an adventurer sold out and hit for home. Nothing ever had been proved against Cassidy. People wanted to sell, the hell-bent was ready to buy. So the shafts went down, and the stamp mills rose, and the violent years became the foundation of industrial development. The prosperity of the hell-bent was the prosperity of the hills. Those were the legendary days when Big Balsam, startled at the head of Gopher Gulch, had roared down a mile of foaming sluice boxes. Now, down in the shafts and stopes, the little gondola cars would go on being loaded with ore, the hoist would run with the same regularity. Up in the mills the stamps would crush, and the great vats fill and drain and fill again, all to produce the bricks of gold that looked so disappointingly unprecious. But the mighty Cassidy had at last come face to face with the one adversary he could neither bully nor buy off, nor knife in the back. Very soon, so it seemed, Barney would be able to pray again. The sister came slowly out of the passage and into the second-floor corridor of the hospital. To her left were the operating rooms, the delivery room, the laboratories where Eloise and Sister Judith and, after today, little Job's daughter would be working together. Opposite the laboratory, the door was shut upon the stairwell going up to the third floor. Strange sounds were issuing from up there, like a slipper heel pounding on iron. That was the moment Sister Polycarp emerged from the surgery, flashlight in hand, having proceeded thus far in her nightly pursuit of dripping faucets and left-on lights. Waste was an abhorrence to her. She had spent a lifespan urging students not to waste their time. She was still appalled at the flightiness of the young staff members who, she felt, should know better. Sister Magdalene was beside the black space that entered the small, cut-up section of laboratories. She reached around inside the doorway, snapped on the light, gave the cubicle an inspection, as if that were what she had come for. Sister Polycarp watched with sharp black eyes. "I was in there, sister. Everything is in order." "Thank you, sister. I can always depend on you." The superior turned away, forgetting the light. It would please the old nun to snap it off. A loud thump, then a dragging scrape floated down from the third floor. Sister Polly did not hear the racket, but having finished her round of the labs, she would climb to the crow's nest as the girls had named their domain. Sister Magdalene hooked her arm companionably through the old sister's, leading her toward the main stairs. "You must spare yourself tonight, dear. You're tired. Go now to the cloister." She could not explain that she was thankful to have young spirits housed in St. Denis, that whatever irreverence was going on upstairs was a blessing showered upon a desert-dry time. Marmion would be up there, forgetting with the facility of the young that she had ever been bitter and hating. "I have not been in the basement," Sister Polycarp worried. "There is a leaky tap in the kitchen sink, the hot water. You have to use a towel on the handle, or you'll hurt your thumb." "I'll see to it, sister." "And close the window in the pharmacy?" "Of course, dear." Every night for 6 years King had left the window up and Sister Polycarp had put it down. The feud over fresh air had become a ritual between them. The sisters had reached the main floor corridor when a husky young man in white came leaping up the stairs from the basement 3 steps at a time. His crew haircut stood straight and short as an angry cat's fur. He was whistling. Without losing a bar of the tune, he skirted the two, winked broadly at Sister Polycarp, and danced on up the stairs. Sister Magdalene tried not to smile. How many times had she reminded Johnny that he must not whistle in the halls, that he might as well learn early the deportment befitting a future doctor? And how many times also had she seen him wheedle and bemuse a refractory patient into behaving himself? Sister Polycarp, chuckling off toward the cloister wing, never accused Johnny of wasting time. School and his job as night orderly were enough even for her. Sister Magdalene went on down, letting her weight fall ponderously from step to step. The stairs were not well lighted, the illumination from the upper hall reaching only to the landing. Below, a dim bulb dangled half around the turn, leaving the lower steps in shadow. That was why Jock, in the strong light cutting out from the dispensary, did not see the sister. With no intention of eavesdropping, she paused. She was worried about Jock Turner. He had not been himself lately. He performed his work as orderly with the old efficiency, but with a new care to detail, as if he knew there was danger of forgetfulness, and his grin often covered a most unusual inattention. Jock, slightly built, curly-head, freckled, and pug-nosed, was not the type to be taken seriously. The patients loved him and laughed at him. Some said he put on his comics in true clown fashion to hide a broken heart, but the majority held that his sunny temperament was too shallow for any deep emotion, like a creek bubbling and dancing without concealing a single pebble in its course. The sister, looking down on him, realized with remorse that Jock's change of spirit coincided with Cassidy's admission to the hospital. Overwork, that was it. He had been at the beck of the private nurses 12 hours a day, often answering calls when Johnny was on duty for the night, trundling oxygen tanks, helping to lift and turn the heavy patient. She would speak to him now, telling him he must keep his off-duty hours rigidly to himself. Before she could move, Lynn Baird appeared in the lighted doorway. Lynn was beautiful, as perfect in appearance as a model. There was an air of indolence about her, and the faint drooping of the lids that made her brown eyes sleepy, and the impression that her skin had become tawny satin through lazy hours under a tropic sun. It was a charming indolence that seemed to lend thoroughness to her capabilities as a nurse, for Lynn was never in a hurry, always composed during the strenuous days of caring for Cassidy with a tranquillity that was the envy of little Dixie Bryan, who would be with him now, and Mrs. Hayes, who would toil up from the gulch at midnight. Lynn was not wearing her cap, and her dark hair was soft against the light, but Jock apparently took no pleasure in the picture. The sister knew why. She had seen Lynn glance first over Jock's head, then down, as if she had expected to find him taller, and remembered too late. Jock's face grew hot. Holding himself rigidly from limping, he retreated until his humped back was in the shadow. In his white uniform he was like a young boy dressed up for a Sunday school picnic, but when he limped around the corner to disappear, his dragging steps sounded to the sister as if he were running away. Lynn, faintly smiling, went back to whatever she was doing in the pharmacy. Both she and Jock had been unaware of observation. Sister Magdalene, when she passed the door, did not glance in at Lynn. She was still indignant as she came into the kitchen. The young woman peeling carrots jumped, and the knife jabbed her finger. Sucking the finger, she slipped her feet into her high-heeled red slippers, her frown as deep as if it had been cut by the knife. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't hear you coming. I'm all on edge today." Sister Magdalene opened the table drawer and hunted for a bandage. "I'm the one to apologize, child. Let me see your finger." Philippa drooped on the high stool. Her ears were pale today, standing out like frail china from her dark head, and her temper, too, was fragile. But even in this mood, Philippa was sweet. "Sister, why can't I be like you? Why don't I say to myself, 'All right, this is the way things are, make the best of it'? You do. Only, of course, being in the convent is different. Everything is smoothed out for you." The sister pressed adhesive around the finger. "If everything is smoothed out, it's because we do it for ourselves, with God's help. Women don't assume new personalities when they take the veil. All their old faults are with them, a part of them like the color of their eyes. If their lives don't widen out toward God, then they become almost unbelievably narrow." Philippa nodded. "I know what you mean, sister. My life right now is narrowed down to despising that man upstairs. You don't know what it is. I was left with my tiny baby to rear and earn a living for, be mother and father and breadwinner all together. I was desperate 2 years ago when you took me in. An unavoidable accident, they said, but carelessness is avoidable. My man died alone down that black hole of the Hellbent because Cassidy didn't give a damn about the safety of his mine. but the great balsam gets an iron lung and 3 nurses and—" She stopped, and her fist clenched until the bound finger grew purple. "I hope he dies. I hope he dies, and I hope it takes him a long time." In the kitchen rocker, 2-year-old Chad watched his mother with serious eyes. When he slid off the chair and approached the table, reaching up to grope for carrot browns from the neat row of 10, Sister Magdalene unobtrusively pushed a few within reach. Philippa swooped to the floor to retrieve her knife. "Look, sister, I blow off every once in a while, and then I feel better. I'm grateful as the dickens to you for taking me in. Where else could I go with Chad? I'm not a good mother, but at least I'm a substitute for an orphan's home. And as for that lousy Cassidy— Sister, Chad's eating up the Hail Marys." The little boy, sidling against Sister Magdalene, opened his mouth to let tiny lumps of carrot roll into his palm. "Mommy doesn't want them back, honey," the sister said, patting his ear. "She has plenty, and carrots are good for little boys." Philippa laughed, her vicious mood spent. "Oh, sure, I can always start my rosary over. I like the joyful mysteries, anyway. There's something you can understand. Take the Visitation. I like to think about Mary walking all that way to Elizabeth's house, on that nice quiet road, just the same as me going to see my Aunt Susie up in Spearfish. Only I'd go in a car and most likely have a flat in around Deadwood." She glanced up humbly. "I don't suppose it's sacrilegious, me counting prayers this way." "Of course not, dear," Sister Magdalene said comfortably. "Mary was a housewife too, you know." The sister was closing the cloister door finally and thankfully behind her when the last thump sounded in the crow's nest. "Now that's all, for sure," said Eloise. "We're right over Mrs. Topman's head, the poor dear. Even though she's used to pandemonium at home, we've given her enough of a workout for one night." "9 kids," said Blanche. 11. She just had 2 more. Eloise surveyed the room in high satisfaction. "As snug a little retreat as you could ask for. Your sacrifice is not in vain, Marmee." Marmion sank down on the horsehair love-seat. "If we had some silver polish we could shine up the brass on our center table, and it should have something set on it." "We'll slip a geranium," said Eloise. She stood in the middle of the colored room and nodded approvingly. "All I've ever dreamed of." "Not until Sister Polycarp takes a hand." "She won't. I'll quote my father, and the bishop certainly looks more at home in a sitting room." Eloise stepped around the table and reached up to polish the glass over the portrait with her handkerchief. Her finger moved gently down over the white-crowned, benevolent face. "Poor old laddie, he's another leftover now. We've got 'em all up here." "Uncle Josh, too," said Blanche. Marmion giggled. "I don't get the connection." "She's off on another tack," Eloise explained. "What about Uncle Josh, baby?" Blanche pushed her home permanent up from her neck and rubbed thoughtfully. "On a record. For a gramophone. It's real old. I found it when we house-cleaned up here. It looks like a morning glory, under an old quilt." "Well, what are we waiting for?" exclaimed Eloise. "Come on." Marmion followed as far as the rubber matting outside the room. Only this main part of the building ran to 3 stories. In a long row across the front, where the windows would be utilized, small rooms had been finished, leaving the remaining space beamed and dark, with the roof slanting down over a windowless gable. Marmion's room, which had become the sitting room, was the last in the long line, and next to it was the room into which they had cramped the 2 beds. Farther toward the stairs, the bathroom door stood open, showing light, and in the narrow stairwell another bulb burned. The gloom was heavy back under the eaves where the sisters' trunks were stored, along with the nurses' luggage and the unused furniture, and the mattress resting on a packing box like a usual of jelly. In the deepest of the twilight, far back in the corner, Eloise and Blanche burrowed. When Philippa and Chad climbed to the crow's nest, the gramophone was installed on a footstool in the living room, its blue and yellow horn gaily swinging from a tripod, the cylindrical records neatly stacked on the floor. "He's the one, that Uncle Josh," Blanche sighed as Philippa looked in. "It gobbles, kind of, but he's sure funny." "You kids," Philippa sagged in the doorway, pulling one foot out of a red slipper. "How long do you think this is going to last?" Chad stood with his fat legs wide apart, a finger in his mouth, staring seriously at the portrait of the bishop. He removed his finger and a drip darkened his blue shirt front. "That's my father," he said. The girls collapsed into giggles. "Out he goes!" cried Marmion. "Hide him under the quilt." But Philippa did not even smile. She looked down at her son as if what he said had frightened her to her very marrow. "He thinks the strangest things are his father. I have a container for string in the kitchen. It's shaped like a pig, and he says that's his father, too. The poor little tyke, he doesn't know what a father is." "Oh, listen, Phil," Eloise began. Philippa was crying the hard tears she had not shed in the kitchen, and her voice rose. "That's what he's done to my baby. That Cassidy. I could kill him. If I only knew how, I'd—" Eloise caught her firmly by the arm. "Take Chair to their room, Marmee, and put him in his crib. Or— never mind, I'll do it. You stay here." "I'm all right," Philippa sobbed. But Eloise, with Chad cuddled in her strong arms, went out. Marmion sat down beside Philippa in the chair with the leaky upholstery. For a little while, for the short time it had taken them to jam the beds into the other room and clamber sneezing after the dusty furniture in the attic, Marmion had forgotten the long past that had contained big Balsam Cassidy. Listening to Philippa's crying, it seemed now that the interval of high school and college away with Aunt Dorothy had never happened at all, that this was her mother sobbing out the injustice of Big Balsam toward little Job, and of little Job to his wife and Marmion. She sat there, patting Philippa's shoulder, while memory rushed up like a bull before a storm, leaping all the fences she had built to hold it back. Marmion had dreaded her first day in the new surroundings, but little sister Judith, without any of the over-assurances that would have added to her anxiety, started her off on the routine and left her to her work. She made no blunders. Steadily her confidence grew, her apprehension concerning the doctor's attitude faded. The first day passed smoothly, then the second and the third. Marmion had not been called upon to enter Big Balsam Cassidy's room. Passing through the halls, she heard the respirator, but the sound did not frighten her any more. Subconsciously, she had built up a belief that she would never be asked to attend Big Balsam because Sister Judy regarded him as her own particular care. But on the fourth morning, Marmion realized abruptly how false her relief had been. It happened with as neat dispatch as even King could have planned. From 7 o'clock she and Sister Judith had worked together while the morning sun glittered over the beakers and tubes in the laboratory and finally took itself up out of sight. The tiny sister, pushing one of her several wooden footstools from place to place, had amused Marmion at first. When she stepped off the stool she was as small as a 10-year-old child, but her little hands were scarred from chemical burns and her little shoulders were rounded as if they never had quite straightened from the last load. Her face, however, showed a calm maturity. Even when the emergency call came from the operating room, she appeared to take her time assembling her tray, although the little hands moved quickly. "I'll go, Marmion," she said. "Dr. Kingston is impatient sometimes. Get me a gown and mask, please, and then you can pick up the first-floor wing." "Yes, sister." "Dr. Hamlin wants a venous puncture on Mrs. Baker. Tie it tighter, please." The girl pulled the mask tapes into a knot on the back of the sister's head. "Mrs. Baker and the little boy in 7. Is that all, sister?" "That's all, except Mr. Cassidy, of course. A prothrombin time. The doctor will want to order his disquemerol, so you'd better do him first." She hurried off, leaving Marmion with a strange sensation that she had been deserted. Nervously she prepared her tray. There was no reason why she should be nervous. Dr. Kingston was in surgery, safely out of her way, and seeing Cassidy immediately would end her foolishness over contact with the man who had been the evil genie of her life. The mechanical sighing of the lung drifted out and around her as Marmion stood at last before the closed door. She tapped lightly. No answer. Her fingers opened, lying flat on the panel. Whether or not it was imagined, she felt a vibration like organ music in a small place, a place as small as a church a stone's throw from the hell-bent, where she had sat stunned and numb, and heard someone whisper how lacking in feeling the great Cassidy must be, not even to attend the funeral of little Job Pierce, who had been his only friend. His absence had been a vague comfort to Marmion. Her mother would not have wanted him. Her mother was there, too, in the other casket. She pushed on the door. It opened enough for her to pass in. The man's eyes caught her as she came, grey eyes with half their steel wasted away. His head was toward Marmion as he lay in the respirator, the eyes only a reflection in the mirror placed above him to give him a view of anyone entering, and yet the unexpected intensity of that gaze was unnerving, because it seemed to be pleading. The all-powerful Cassidy pleading? The girl's blue eyes held fast to the eyes in the mirror. Clearly the man was in agony, choking, his head rolling on the doll-sized pillow, his mouth working around some exclamation he could not make. The nurse appeared to be paying no attention to him, although she stood close to the respirator, her back to the door. She had not noticed Marmion. Big Balsam's forehead glistened as he made what appeared to be a last tremendous effort to speak. It was only an unintelligible, hissing whisper. Whether it was his inability to make himself heard that terrified him, the girl did not know, but suddenly he heaved his head back as if he would break away from the rubber cuff that sealed his neck into the lung, and then she saw the tracheotomy tube in his throat, inserted into the windpipe through a small incision. The tube was connected to an oxygen tank. Everything had been done to make his breathing easier, and yet the tube was what seemed to be choking him. Marmion moved forward, and the nurse turned, startled. Anyone would have been startled. "Sorry, Miss Baird," said Marmion, setting down her tray. "I did knock. I have to take a blood test." "Wait a minute." Lynn closed the open portholes, then with unhurried efficiency took out the small tube lining the larger one in the man's throat, cleaned it, and inserted it again. Even so short a time ago as the moment she knocked on the door, Marmion had believed she could stand by and see Big Balsam's misery without being touched. But there is always something pitiable in the unconquered about to go down in defeat, and the sick man was so terribly alone. He was still handsome, with his iron-gray hair a shag on the pillow, his heavy black brows smooth. Those brows had never betrayed indecision. Their only trick had been a slight, disconcerting lift, a trick that had worked quite well at the meetings of the hell-bent directors, as it ever had at the bar of the Bloody Knuckle. They were the brows of a man who had never known opposition, simply because he would not admit its existence. And now he was dying, alone. He had never had a friend after little Job. The vibration of the respirator trembled through Marmion, as it must through the man inside. Inhale, exhale, so many long slow breaths to the minute. The thing was hypnotic. You couldn't be near it and not breathe that way yourself, deeply, deliberately, as if your life also depended. "Don't do that," Lynn said. "You can't die with all of them. Don't let it get you." Her hand was on Big Balsam's forehead, stroking back the heavy hair. "You should know better." Marmion was provoked. Surely the man must have heard. But his face remained expressionless, the eyes closed. "Every respirator patient is extremely apprehensive," Lynn continued. "It's typical of them. They're always afraid something will happen, especially that the power will go off. Everything here is electric, you see. This one is particularly anxious. He has never had to be dependent. Big Balsam." Her hand paused, cupped under his chin. When he did not move, she smiled faintly. "He takes spells of fighting the lung. They all do. Then he remembers that if he wants to live, he'll have to cooperate, and he settles down. In the long run, of course, it won't make much difference." Quickly, Marmion took a syringe from her tray. "I've never had to do this for a patient in a respirator. I know I'll have to work fast, so I won't have the porthole open too long." "I'll help you," said Lynn. "We'll open 2 holes. I can hold his arm for you." The rubber panel blubbered around the man's quiet face. The warm air breezed out against Marmion as the pressure rose and fell. The figure under the white blanket looked strong and vigorous, merely at rest. You could imagine that the lung vibrated with the energy of the man rather than from any mechanical stimulus, and that at any minute he might open his eyes, kick himself free, and go bellowing off about his business. "Take your time," Lynn said quietly, and Marmion knew she had remarked the trembling of the needle. Dr. Kingston could not have chosen a more critical moment to enter. When he saw the two busy at the lung, he paused at the door, evidently interested in this first glimpse of the new technologist at work. "But he doesn't belong here," Marmion thought, while she forced her hand to remain steady. "He's up in surgery yelling bloody murder over an emergency." "You're doing fine," Lynn whispered without moving her lips. And so Marmion finished without incident, while the doctor strolled to the table to read the chart. Apparently he was pleased with what he saw. "You're getting better, Mr. Cassidy," he said. Marmion took up her tray and withdrew to the far side of the room to write her slip. Big Balsam was blinking in the strong light, trying to speak. It was a wicked thing for the doctor to have said when there was no hope. But King was beside the respirator, looking down eagerly at his patient. "Your pulse is stronger, fever down. You're definitely better." Cassidy's head moved on the pillow. "Darn rubber collar," he whispered plainly. The doctor laughed. "You'll be rid of it in a few more days, I promise you. You could breathe right now without the lung. Want to try it for a minute?" Big Balsam nodded. "Good. I'll be right here. If you can't breathe, don't be afraid. Now take it easy. Ready?" Lynn clicked a switch. Silence rushed in like air into a vacuum. Marmion held her own breath, and then she heard the soft hiss of oxygen through the tube, a short pause, then the hiss again. Big Balsam was breathing. That small sound was the proof that he would not die as Lynn had predicted. The nurse stood with her hand on the switch. Dr. Kingston leaned close to the porthole, and the steady, quiet hissing went on. "Enough?" the doctor asked. But it was characteristic of the great Cassidy that he shook his head even though sweat ran into the pillow, typical that he should force himself to do a little more than he was able. "Turn it on," said King. Once again the wheezing of the respirator filled the room, and the nurse uncapped her pen to set down the indisputable evidence that she was wrong, that Big Balsam would some day return to the busy thunder of his mills. His gaze was upon Lynn, triumphant, the brows tipped to a derisive slant, and Marmion knew then that he had heard his nurse's remark. He gagged a little, as if laughter caught in his throat. Dr. Kingston, leaving, turned. "How often do you aspirate that tube, nurse?" "Every 10 to 12 minutes, doctor." "I'd do it right away." She glanced at her watch and went on writing. The doctor's vexation called for slamming a door, but when he went out, the door whispered shut. Lynn arose the instant the doctor was gone and went to carry out his order. The patient lay with his eyes closed, his mouth eased to the mild expression one often sees on the face of those who have died quietly. Marmion picked up her tray and left the room. The doctor stood with Eloise before the open door leading to the small porch. Although he obviously had been speaking to the other girl, Marmion had the feeling that he had been waiting for herself. "Miss Pierce?" "Yes, doctor." What sort of reprimand would he deliver? She had taken the test properly. "Miss Pierce, you must stop living in the past. Your father is dead. All of the past is dead. Don't let it walk on your grave. You should not have come here, but now that you're here, exercise a little common sense. Cassidy is not dying. Give him a few more weeks of convalescence, and with a bit of luck, he'll be back to his old tricks, pitching his own brand of bravado high and wide. For how long, no one knows. That doesn't concern me, what he does after he leaves here. You don't concern me either. I'm interested only in my patient's recovery." "Yes, doctor," the girl murmured. If he were not concerned for her peace of mind, why should he care that she had come to St. Denis? Whether he might have added anything, she never knew, for the doctor's signal was struck on the gong in the main corridor. Never had she heard so lovely a sound, nor seen so pleasant a sight as the big white back departing. Eloise relieved her of the tray. "I'd better take this before you drop it," Evidently you don't find these little encounters stimulating. Someday we'll have round 2, King and I. Subject, agoraphobia. The Greeks named it. Fear of the marketplace. Ever hear of it? Well, the good doctor must have it." "I'm afraid I don't get it, Ellie. You mean—" "Don't keep saying you're afraid. You're not. You're only bewildered by some of the antics of dear Magdalen's private zoo. We're just amusing ourselves, hun. With me, a good argument is the soul's signal for rallying." At the corner, Marmion looked back. From this distance the echo of the lung was like a whisper from eternity. It did nothing whatever to rally her soul. "I'll keep a stiff upper lip, Ellie. I'm all right. Give me the tray." She reached the stairs and saw the white head coming up from the basement, a head with a clean pink line parting the hair. Although the old man paused, looking up after her, she did not stop. He leaned on the newel post, getting his breath. The bent elbow made the hole in his sweater sleeve very conspicuous. Even had he known, he would not have minded. In 30 years old St. Denis had seen him through all stages of new sweaters and old. When the girl disappeared up the stairs, he pushed his glasses to his forehead and rubbed the twin footprints they had left on the bridge of his nose. With all things temporarily appearing to be at the bottom of a tub of water, he did not see Sister Magdalen until she spoke. "Good morning, Hal," she said. The old preacher was beginning definitely to show his age. The corollary, unavoidable, was that she also was growing old. She had come to the Hills in the same springtime that brought Mr. Wilkins and Big Balsam Cassidy. In years she was the middle of the trio, and now one was making a heavy business of recovery from an illness that would take his strength, and the youngest was old. Mr. Wilkins nodded upward in the direction Marmion had gone. "Little Job's daughter? I knew her mother. I've wondered at times why a just Providence saw fit to put both parents into the white racer when it smashed into the cliff." "Our finite minds understand so little of the infinite," the sister replied. Someone had said that to her long ago. Perhaps it was Hal Wilkins himself, for she saw recognition in his half smile, and she knew they were both being swayed by the same thought. "Father Anthony, too, Maggie." The old preacher bowed his head, and the white fringe of hair sprang out of his collar. "So young, that brother of yours, when he was killed. A rain-sleeked trail, they said, and the horse losing its footing in the dark, plunging down the cliff." "Not now, Hal." He drew a long breath and put on his glasses. The lenses were smeared from too many polishings with his thumb, but they enabled him to see again. He made an apologetic gesture. "I'm sorry, Maggie. I say it clumsily. The thought is that we must so often make blind acceptance serve in place of reason. I believe even Cassidy has done that. They say he lost so much of his bluster in the last 9 years, since little Job died. Death came as near as it dared to the great Cassidy, taking little Job. He seems to have bowed before it." The conversation was disturbing to the nun. Mr. Wilkins seldom was anything but a mild, kindly, dear old man scuffing through the hospital, trailing invisible daisy chains of faith and goodwill, easing the day for every patient who cared to hear a Bible verse or play a game of checkers or merely wake for a second or two when his smile came around the door. Today there seemed to be an edge to his mildness. He had no reason to fear the behemoth of the hills, no personal hatred, and yet the gentle soul was touched by both of those ungentle emotions, as the beach is wet from the sea and yet is no part of it. "We all came in the same year, you and Cassidy and I," he said. "I preached the gospel in the gold camps from Deadwood to Custer, and my words are as dead now as the fish Peter netted in the Sea of Galilee. You added the ministry of healing the sick to your living of the Word of God, and your good deeds will be remembered after you. But Cassidy lived entirely without God, and he has made history." The sister could bring up only one small, troubled comment. "How would you change places with Big Balsam Cassidy now?" "Would you?" They smiled at one another, and as if some soreness were healed between them, they turned to walk side by side to the entrance stairs. Long ago, each had given up trying to influence the other's religious views. After all, as Mr. Wilkins had observed years ago, why waste time heading into defeat? Sympathetic friendship was a different matter. Mr. Wilkins settled his old elastic-sided shoes one after the other down the hollows he and so many others had worn on the treads of the entrance stairs. The shoes stepped very precisely, as if they had come this way 1,000 times before, and the man in them needed no longer guide them. It was just as well. His mind was on where he had been, not where he was going. He was thinking how Cassidy's presence seemed to contaminate this precious place, and that he should chide himself, a man of cloth, for harboring so unchristian a thought. But he was too weary. That is, a little weary at the moment. Part way down the stairs he stopped to rest. This was the step where he always paused coming up. Never, until today, going down. Ah, well, he sighed. He came out into Indian summer, golden sun, aspens and popples quaking with golden leaves, heat radiating from dry-baked earth. In a day, even in a few hours, all the golden warmth could sizzle out under the first snow. Autumn ended that way, in South Dakota. But it was next to paradise while it lasted. Pussyfoot Rayburn, down in the gulch where Little Balsam Creek slogged through its bed of black slime, saw Mr. Wilkins, small as an ant, walking on its hind legs down the long road from the hospital terrace. Against the brawny height of Balsam Mountain, St. Denis was a doll-house. Pussyfoot sat on the tumble-down bridge, the sun hot on his back, his shoes beside him, and his bare feet swinging. Little enough time left to go barefooted. He hated shoes, never would wear them in summer if it weren't for Sister Judy coaxing him to uphold his dignity as engineer. Only he knew he was a janitor for St. Denis. Disregarding the Reverend, he squinted upstream, letting his tongue move around his lips as though he tasted something sweet. Up there, 3 miles to the north, in the mountain-folded gulches, the hell-bent shafts stuck against the sky like grain elevators in the wheat country, slim above the low buildings cluttering the mountainside. You couldn't see the shafts from here, but that was where Little Balsam, splashing in harness poles through the hell-bent stamp mills, turned black and picked up the cyanide. It would have been a dandy trout stream without the cyanide. A gravel truck rumbled between Pussyfoot and the nearing Mr. Wilkins, smoothly enough on the blacktop, kicking up a cloud of dust when it dropped off onto the old stage road that now led to the gravel pit. Pussyfoot waited for the dust to settle. Then he spat in Little Balsam's face. "Some folks is stinkers," he observed, "and then some ain't." "Judge not, lest ye be judged," said Mr. Wilkins, but without conviction, since he had just come through a small session of judging himself. "Phooey," said Pussyfoot. "You know who hated Cassidy uncommon bad. His best friend, only friend he had, little Job Pierce." He squinted at the water. "She's got reason to hate him, too. Good reason." "She?" "Little Job's daughter." Mr. Wilkins stepped off the road to let another gravel truck go by. He never liked this walk through the gulch. Like an old horse going home to the hay in his manger, he used to say all that sustained him was a sanctuary ahead in Charity Chapel. He walked quickly, for him, but he could not walk away from his unwanted companions, Big Balsam Cassidy and Little Job Pierce. Until the flashy racer had crashed into the cliff, the two names had been synonymous with the hellbent. Why there should have been any importance attached to the name of Pierce, no one seemed exactly to know. Little Joe was a bluffer, a trampler, a loud and tawdry talker, when he lorded it in a saloon alone. It was only in Big Balsam company that he became small as a 2 o'clock shadow. Whatever his function in regard to the hellbent, it had died with him. He had never been replaced. Little Job's daughter had gone away, and now she was back. Marmion well knew there was no sound other than trifles in the little sitting-room, the tap of Eloise's knitting needles, the tiny blowing of Lynn's cigarette smoke toward the ceiling, the chirp of the sparrow on the flat roof outside the window. The respirator's wheezing could not possibly reach up here. And yet Marmion heard it in the way one catches an offensive odor long after coming into pure air. This was her rest period, from 3 to 5. She had come upstairs with the idea of playing Uncle Josh and proving he had taken a hog and not a dog to the county fair, as Blanche insisted. But Eloise was already there, barefooted, her feet stuck out before her to hold her ball of yarn. In a few minutes Lynn had wandered in, off duty at 3, but looking as fresh as if she had just spent the past 8 hours in sleep, rather than in the exacting business of caring for big Balsam Cassidy. She wore a scarlet satin robe, too stunning for a women's dormitory. In the front of it a safety pin had pulled a hole. She lay back in the chair with the leaky arm and blew a smoke ring. "He's a showman right to the core," Lynn said. "The estimable Kingston, of course," Eloise nodded. "What's he staging now?" "He stopped the lung. My stout Cassidy loved it. He's another miracle man." "Well, it demonstrated that Big Balsam is recovering," Marmion declared. But as Lynn shook her head, she added, "Didn't it?" "No, if Cassidy had been paralyzed, then I'd say yes. But he never was. His respiration is slowed to the point where he couldn't breathe in enough oxygen to keep him alive, but he could always manage a few breaths. Shutting off the lung was mostly a stunt." "Then why do it?" "A therapeutic measure. Persuade him he's better, and he will be." Eloise thoughtfully rolled the yarn between her feet. "I'd bet on King knowing what he's doing, though, and he's a marvelous surgeon. I don't deny he's excruciating to work with, temperamental as the dickens. Magdalen is the only one he can't browbeat. Still, I guess I'd rather work with him than with some old slugger that didn't know a scalpel from a button-hook." The yarn rolled away. Swooping after it, she added, "I certainly love to despise Guy Mary Kingston, M.D." "Join the sisterhood," said Lynn. "He can't stand the sight of me," Eloise went on. "He's as introverted as a bear with a sore paw. Do you know what I've figured out? That I remind him of some dame that done him wrong, so every glimpse he gets of me he wants to throw up." "You're sure it isn't his liver?" Marmion lifted a strand of blonde hair from her shoulder and studied it. "We're not." "Not what?" Eloise asked. "Alike. But he hates me, too. Maybe he detests all women. What's the word for it?" "Misogyny," said Lynn. "But less agoraphobia," Marmion observed. "Our good doctor has quite a cross to bear." Eloise jerked the knitting. "Dram! I told Sister Judy nobody could learn to knit without using profanity, so we compromised on dram. It's a reasonable facsimile." "When are you kids going to get some ashtrays?" Lynn asked, looking around lazily. "When somebody gives them to us," said Eloise. Lynn arose, stretching the scarlet gown shining against her long limbs. These two were like a pair of conspirators circling between Marmion and King, on guard for the man they professed to loathe. "Well, you won't get away with concealing information," Marmion vowed. "Agoraphobia, fear of the marketplace," she remarked. "The opposite of claustrophobia, fear of being closed in. Is King so morbidly afraid of open spaces that he never sets foot outside? Is that why Sister Magdalen was so astounded when he stepped out to take my suitcase?" Lynn was in the doorway, her brown eyes wide as Eloise's. "You're kidding!" Eloise exclaimed. "King actually went outside? I don't believe it." "He did. But what I'd like to know is, where did he get this unnatural fear? Was it because something awful happened to him in a wide open space of some kind, and he can't forget it?" Eloise shrugged. Lynn dropped her smoldering cigarette on the floor and stepped on it. "A wide open space or a closed-in one? It would have to be either, wouldn't it?" The gay figure went on out, and the two girls sat in silence, listening to Lynn's footsteps padding away. "Our lovely Baird isn't immune to King, either," Eloise remarked. Marmion sat down in the chair Lynn had vacated. "She gets his goat, though. This morning he told her to aspirate Cassie's trachea tube right away, but she didn't do it until after King was gone. He was mad." An attention-getting device. If you can't make him notice you because he likes you, get him mad enough to notice you anyway." "But if she hates him?" "She doesn't. She's just like all the rest of us. She's more than a little bit in love with him." "I'm not," Marmion declared heatedly. The argument was still going on when Blanche wandered in and asked if it was hog or dog. "I haven't had time to find out," said Marmion. "We're just getting down to a definition of love. I say it's nature's clever way of fooling us into carrying on the race." Blanche regarded her with sorrow. "You've never been in love." "Have you?" "Usually. There's different kinds. Take Johnny. I think how nice it would be to have him up here, maybe listening to the gramophone, and him and me laughing and kidding." "Where is Polycarp about this time?" Eloise inquired. "And they'll be more like Johnny. But then there's the other kind. It takes your breath away, like you went outside on a 30-below morning and it hurt to breathe." "And someone has made you feel that way, Blanche?" Marmion asked. The big girl cupped her hands around her elbows and rocked gently. "Sure, the doctor." The knitting fell to Eloise's lap. Blanche ducked her head, hiding her little embarrassed smile, but she continued, "Course he doesn't even know I'm alive. I wouldn't ever get to marry a man like him. The most I'll ever have is a fellow on wages in a raunchy house with everything shoved under the bed when I get company. But I like work, so I guess I'll make out. I gotta go now. I'm carrying trays." They listened to her steps going away as Lynn's had done. "Ellie? Do you suppose you'll ever look at a man and feel like it hurt to breathe on a cold morning?" "I wish I knew," said Eloise. The storm was already rising in the west when Marmion recollected her duty and hastened down to the laboratory. Sister Judy was not there to note her tardiness. Marmion was just finishing her work when a nurse came in with a tray of bottles. "I had to bring my own, so I picked up Hennessy's too." She was not pretty, and yet the most common description of her was that pretty little Miss Bryan. Her brown hair curled out from under her cap like a baby's under a bonnet, but her forehead showed the cramp of pain, and her eyes were squinted against the light. "Headache, Dixie?" Marmion asked. "A brute. What time is it? 6:30? Glory be, it's a long time till 11. "Can't you get somebody to pinch hit for you?" "I suppose Mrs. Hayes would come early if her helpmate isn't plastered. He usually is. What a life, listening to that bum all day and Cassidy all night." "If there's anything I can do, Dixie." "Well, as a matter of fact, there is. Look in on Mrs. Topman. She wants some little errand done. I don't know what, and she won't ask the floor nurse because they're having a battle. I'll have to run now. Hennessy is staying with Cassidy while I'm up here. You can't leave these patients alone at all. Thanks, Marmee, and don't forget." Marmion worked on, completing tasks that could just as well be done tomorrow. She did not want to be idle with a storm coming up. Thunder was her terror, a senseless terror because the lightning never bothered her. The boom and crash of the thunder would be right over her head in the crow's nest. But eventually everything was finished, the sink scrubbed, and every bottle washed. She would bring her reports to the nurses and at the same time do the errand for Mrs. Topman. As she turned out the light, the creeping, growling bear of a storm touched his forepaw to the gulch and began to spit snow. It was nearly 9 on the clock above the chart desk. The floor nurse was not in sight. Marmion set an ink bottle on top of her small sheaf of slips and went on into Mrs. Topman's room. The patient was sitting up in bed reading a newspaper, her pink flannel sleeves rolled up from arms that would have been a handy size for a wrestler. "Oh, it's you, dearie. Come in. You're not going to prick me at this hour of the night, are you? That's good. I was up today, but I says to Doc, 'Don't push me,' I says. 'The only vacations I get are when the stork comes.' You seen the twins?" "Tomorrow I will." "You got to prick 'em?" "Oh, yes, every day." "Well, try not to gash 'em too deep. Look, dearie, would you do me a favor? I won't ask that frizzled-up Miss Bacon." "That's what I came for, Mrs. Topman. Miss Bryan." "She's a sweet one, that. You open the middle drawer of the dresser. See, a long white box." "This one? It could be a dozen long-stemmed roses." No, it's Sister Peter's corset. I guess the bones in the old one were sticking her something awful. This one's got steel ribs, regular girders, awful heavy, but she won't mind. My oldest girl, Melly, was going around to town today, so I had her get it. Sister said to take it good and big, so if she ain't spared to wear it out, Sister Magdalene can take over and be comfortable. I couldn't look forward to a thing like that, myself. Seems like when I buy a new girdle, I kind of take a new lease on life." Marmion pretended to be smoothing the paper on the box, a box too sturdy for Rose's. "I'll deliver it, safe and sound." "Fine. If you could catch Sister Peter before they go into the great silence for the night. Oh, and tell her Molly'll be glad to change 'em if they ain't big enough." The girl looked back at the kind, florid face framed by the sparse little braids. "I'll tell her," she said. Although the thunder crashed just then, she barely noticed it. Marmion went slowly down the stairs. It would not be easy to reach a sister once the good oak door of the cloister had closed behind her, a door that no layperson ever opened except the repairman thoroughly chaperoned. Down at the bottom of the entrance stairs, the black doors still showed tiny splashes of rain and snow. The wind threw itself about, a pine cone snapped against a pane, one of the old panels rattled as if someone leaned shivering against it. Any minute now, the crawling giant would fling himself into the gulch. The thunder was almost continuous. The lightning flared white on the hillside. With the box under her arm, Marmion glanced up and down the hall. Far off to the right, the cloister door was closed on shadows. To the left were King's office, the diet kitchen, a ward or two, the wing where big Balsam Cassidy was returning to life as boisterously as he had gone about dying. The storm violence outside lent the place coziness. Nothing in the quiet setting to warn of murder. Nothing to tell the girl that this was a chosen hour, that her own safety was to depend upon her turning back up the stairs and forgetting the lab reports in her hand and Mrs. Topman's box under her arm. She hesitated, but only for a second. Then she walked down the dim hall to lay her slips on the chart desk. It was the vague thought that the night supervisor, Sister Ursula, might be in the wing that kept Marmion lingering. That and the fact of the storm being shut away somewhat by the flanking rooms. Waiting, she leaned against the wall. Once, long ago, on this very spot, a miner's wife had tried to kill herself because her man had been blown to bits up in the killjoy. The ghost still lived. When the door at her elbow opened, Marmion was startled. She had heard no voices inside. But now Dr. Hamlin came out. He had been the first doctor to hang out his shingle in the gulch, but he would not remember little Job's daughter. And King with his stethoscope around his neck. Then Miss Hennessy, who was always at loggerheads with everyone but her patients. She was wheeling a stretcher on which a young boy lay, wrapped to the chin. The small procession passed Marmion without notice. When she was asked, later, how long she remained there, she never could tell. She heard the creaky old elevator ascend to the second floor. If the clock struck, the small tinny sound was consumed by the storm. No one else entered or left the hall. She swore to that. No one until Lynn Baird came out of Big Balsam's room. She stood in the wedge of light for a second, looking back at her patient. Then she closed the door, and saw Marmion. She approached swiftly. "Do you know where Hennessy is?" "She just took a patient on the stretcher." "Oh, the broken leg. I've got to have Cassidy's medicine. I suppose Dixie didn't think of it with that horrible headache." "You took her place? That's sweet of you, then." "Not particularly. I have nothing to do evenings. Listen, if you stay with Cassidy, I'll run down to the pharmacy myself. King must have put out the medicine, and Dixie forgot. I don't like to leave the patient alone. He's too restless. But I've just cleaned out his tracheotomy, and I'm sure he'll be all right for a few minutes." Something within Marmion recoiled, as if she smelled food that had once made her very ill. But she couldn't refuse. "Of course I'll stay. Only hurry, won't you?" Clasping the corset box, Marmion went reluctantly to the end of the wing. She opened the door, and the suction of the lungs seemed to draw her into the room. Big Balsam lay as he had before, his head protruding from the clown's ruff of cotton, But this time his eyes were closed, and a faint blood color had crept deep into the flesh of his cheeks. Had the therapeutic measure, as Lynn termed it, been responsible for all this? "You are better, really better," Marmion said. She was close to him, but Big Balsam did not hear. She did not hear herself very clearly. The thunder smashed at the old building, shaking the very hillside on which it stood. She never knew how many minutes she remained there, beside him, before the gagging began. Only a few small bubblings at first, but terrifying to Marmion because she was alone, and because she remembered his misery of this morning, and because his head began to jerk away from the confining collar. "Help me," he mouthed the words noiselessly. "Don't struggle like that," she begged. "And don't be afraid. I'll get Sister Ursula or Miss Hennessy. You're all right." He nodded faintly. She started toward the door, but only a step. Before she could take another, the storm lashed viciously against the windows. The whole Balsam Mountain quaked. And the lights went out. Sudden, complete night fell upon the room, and under the stunning blow of it, Marmion stood motionless. She did not think for that first moment. To fear the crashing thunder, or to wish that the illumination of the lightning might enter the room through the drawn shades. She did not think at all, until she missed the sound of the lung. She moved then, quickly, and came up hard against the cool side of the respirator. The feel of it was the impact of terror. The thing had stopped. Inside it, gagging and choking, Big Balsam lay helpless in the dark. Her panic scattered any coherent reasoning Marmion might have done. Disconnected bits fled through her mind. Cassidy could breathe without the lung. He had done it this morning. But the doctor had been there. The patient was not frightened. There must be a way to work the lung by hand. If only she knew how. If she could find the mechanism in the pitch dark. Marmion's hand slid down to the man's face. "You're all right, Mr. Cassidy. I'll help you. Don't be afraid." She didn't know whether he tried to answer. His efforts to breathe were surely not so vigorous as they had been. "Help!" she screamed. "Help! Come quick, somebody!" She left the lung to feel along the wall, find the closet door, and be fooled by it until the clothes brushed her face, then fumble on again, screaming and sobbing, in her panic not knowing the outside door when she came to it, on past it until she stumbled against the dresser. That was when the door opened across the room behind her. She would not have known about it except that a flashlight beam struck across to her and was instantly shut off. "Lynn!" she sobbed. "Is it you, Lynn? Help him! Hurry!" The light did not come on again. Beyond the window shades the lightning flashed, but its brilliance was shut out of the room. Whoever had entered was invisible in the darkness, the sound of any movement imperceptible in the uproar of the storm. "Who is it?" Marmion begged. "Turn on your flash. I'll help you." She stopped, for suddenly, so late, a warning sense told her that she would not be answered. Someone had come in, of that she was certain. A stealthy presence, uncannily hushed, moved somewhere near the lung. And then, in a moment of comparative quiet, she became aware that the man's struggle for breath had ceased. At the same time there was a new sound, a steady, small hissing. She didn't know when the bubbling breath had stopped and the hissing began. Her fright had become a physical state, freezing her screams into a faint mewling, sucking darkness into her brain. The hissing was a snake, rising green-eyed and swaying beside her, a monster she could not fight off, and she fell into a gaping, quiet cavity of night that had nothing to do with the storm. It was Dr. Kingston who tripped over the unconscious girl, knelt to feel her pulse briefly, roared at Johnny to never mind her and get light wherever he could. There were half a dozen flashlights by then. Lynn's turned on the pressure gauge of the lung. Dixie's on the floor while she pushed and pulled the hand lever of the bellows and tried to keep in time with Lynn's counting. Johnny held a trembling light for the doctor and Sister Ursula. Marmion, coming slowly back to consciousness, heard the respirator and thought it was her own breathing. Her bed was too hard. She moved, her elbow struck the wall. And then she remembered. The doctor turned suddenly and looked straight down at Marmion. "Are you all right?" She nodded. "Then get out of here." She was still sick and weak, and his curtness made her want to cry. She pushed herself to a sitting position, and the effort riled up the darkness into which she had fallen. The doctor, she saw through a giddy haze, was paying no attention to her. Dixie, doggedly working the hand lever, was a strange sight in pajamas and fluffy housecoat. They were on other-world company, all of them, casting great shadows, silent, their hands and face pale and inhuman. Sister Magdalene alone stood back, perhaps because too many hands would hinder, but her gaze was fixed on the man in the lung. Marmion could not see him. She didn't want to see him. She got up slowly and dragged herself out of the room. Someone had lighted a kerosene lamp on the chart desk and threw the flood around it, dazzling in comparison to darkness. Marmion made her way. In the soft gray mist of the stairs she sat down. Her head was splitting, she could not think, but she knew she had behaved very badly, screaming and fainting, acting generally like a schoolgirl, as King would have expected. How good it would be now to remember that she had kept her wits, taken a few seconds to orient herself in the darkness, and then gone confidently to find a nurse. And she might have controlled her terror at the last if that person hadn't come in. Groaning, Marmion dropped her head into her hands. "What's the matter, baby?" Eloise asked, sitting down beside her because the stairs were narrow and she must leave room for all the hurrying nurses. "My head." "Run into a door in the dark?" "Not exactly. I was with Cassidy just now when the power went off, and of course the lungs stopped. It was pretty ghastly." She felt the other girl's thigh tighten against her own. "Marmee, they got it going again in time?" Marmion stiffened against the railing, and a bit of carving dented her shoulder. "In time? What do you mean?" Eloise's cold grip was upon her wrist. Into the pool of light at the chart desk 3 people emerged from the dark wing: Sister Ursula, Sister Magdalene, and the doctor. As King seated himself and took down a chart, Lynn joined them, then Dixie, folding the blue robe about her. The doctor began to write. All the eyes followed his pen, shocked and unbelieving. Even for those who have seen the transition, it is hard to accept the fact that the burly living has suddenly become the dead. "Oh no," Marmion breathed. But King's pen went on writing, setting down the record that meant the end of the embattled, formative period of the Helmet and the Hills. Because Big Bosom Cassidy was only a name now. He had died while Marmion stood helpless beside him. Everything they had done since had been done for a dead man. Huddled together on the stairs, the 2 girls did not see the small figure come quietly up from the dark end of the hall and go in silence up the stairs behind them. When they were asked whether anyone had passed, both were positive that no one had. The storm winds were so spent that they were barely able to whistle around the rimrock when Jock and the doctor, by the light of a kerosene lamp, turned off the oxygen tank and opened the respirator. The coroner made his examination of the earthly remains of the great Cassidy. The sheriff thankfully accepted his colleague's opinion that a freak of nature had been the cause of accidental death, and then they had checked, for certainty, with the power company. "Yeah, line's down somewhere," the night foreman's assurance had come over the wire. "Lucky the phones aren't knocked out too, eh?" "No, the lights are all out on that side of the mountain, Sheriff. Somebody else just called me from down in the gulch. We can't do a thing about it till daylight, but I'll get the boys out just as soon as it's bright enough to see. We've got a small airplane now, flies right over the line. We can locate the breaks fast that way." "Huh? Okay, we'll speed it up." The sheriff was more relieved than he would have cared to admit. Range battles over grazing rights, hot-headed shootings with plenty of witnesses, these had been his career. He was tall and gaunt, with hooked nose and tight mouth, and he had been sheriff for more years than most people remembered. Too old, they said, to have run for office again, but he had gone in as usual on a landslide vote. In the hospital waiting room, he sat writing carefully at a table where a kerosene lamp burned. Like the others, Marmion watched the movement of the pencil up to the sheriff's tongue, down to the notebook, to write blacker for a few words before fading into gray. He was putting down all the facts that had told him so precisely, adding them up into the sum total of the historic period his own life had spanned. The sheriff did not look up until King and Jock appeared in the open arch of the waiting room. The entrance stairs were a dark well behind the two white figures. All the silent people turned to look with the sheriff, although there would be nothing new to hear. Sister Magdalene and Sister Ursula were deliberately composed, Lynn interested as she would be in a critical operation, Dixie still frowning away her headache, and Marmion benumbed. "Done, boys?" the sheriff asked. King nodded. Everyone moved, relaxing. This was the conclusion of all the horror they had endured. But Marmion leaned forward, her face dark, her eyes nearly black in the lamplight. "I'm to blame, Sheriff. I lost my head completely. If I'd only been calm, run to get someone instead of groping around like that in the dark." Before the sheriff could protest, Lynn replied with the first agitation she had shown. "I know how you feel, Marmion, but if it's anyone's fault, it's mine. I shouldn't have left you with him. I should have waited until Hennessy came back, and then I'd have been there when the power went off." The sheriff turned over his notes. "Just why did you leave, Miss Baird?" Lynn's hesitation was slight, but Marmion caught it. She won't involve Dixie, the girl thought. She's too fair to put the blame on someone else. "I had to have Mr. Cassidy's medicine," Lynn replied. "I didn't think I'd be gone over 2 minutes. The pharmacy is just at the foot of the stairs in the basement." "How did you get the medicine other times?" Jock answered from the archway beside King. "I brought it up, Sheriff. I knew Cassidy's nurses couldn't leave him." "Then how did you happen to slip up tonight?" Sister Magdalene was like a mother coming to the defense of her children. "Miss Bryan had a terrible headache, Sheriff. She must be excused for any oversight. And Jock was not on duty after 7. Also, we had an emergency, a little boy with a broken leg. And then the storm was making the patients." The words trailed away as a scream cut down through the darkness, a high, piercing scream, persisting until the quiet was cut to shreds. At first it seemed only to come out of the night from neither place nor direction. When it gathered identity, it became a woman screaming somewhere on the second floor near the laboratories. The sheriff shot to his feet, rocking the lamp dangerously. Then he was out of the room, sprinting after the doctor, Jock hippity-hopping in their wake, all running up the stairs toward the screaming that had now become a terrified sobbing. There were other sounds in a moment, tumbling down out of the dark, patients awakening to that grotesque weeping and beginning a frightened wailing of their own. Sister Magdalene gave orders hurriedly. "Miss Baird and Dixie, see if Miss Hennessy needs help down here. If she doesn't, come to the second floor and help Miss Baxter." The sisters were gone, Lynn and Dixie with them, all running to duty that came ahead of their own fears. And Marmion was left alone with hers. Suddenly she was on her feet and running like the others up the stairs. She stumbled on a step and skinned her knee. But nothing stopped her, not the dark lying everywhere between fitful pools of lamp and candlelight, not the fact that every step carried her nearer to the spot where someone still sobbed and moaned. They were over at the stairwell of the Crow's Nest, a group of excited people, and the object of their excitement apparently lay at the foot of the stairs. Marmion caught hold of Dixie, who was running past. "What happened? Who's screaming?" "Eloise. Poor kid, she found her." "Found who?" "Sister Judy." Dr. Kingston was coming toward them, carrying a small nun who lay limp against him, one arm dangling like a child's. She was in her good black habit and a fresh white coif, but the coif was not so fresh as it had been. Now there was blood on it. Miss Baxter slipped past King to light the way down the stairs, and the stain on the white glowed bright red. The stairwell was etched in black for a minute, then they were gone. Eloise's crying died away. "Dixie, where did Marmion began, but Dixie also had vanished. Down the stairs there was a rustle of a habit, another reflection of light growing from below. The girl peeked over the balustrade. Sister Polycarp, of course, in pursuit of trouble. The nearest door stood open a couple of inches. Marmion pushed it wider, felt it strike an object, pushed harder, and slipped inside. Someone was there, breathing beside her, not in bed as a patient should be, but close in the very black room. A fuzzy thing brushed her elbow. "Mrs. Topman?" A relieved sigh came out of the pitch dark. "And who else in my own room? What on earth is going on here? Who knocked out Sister Judy?" "Knocked her out? Oh, for goodness sake! I never thought of that." "Well, somebody did, heaven knows, prowling around in the dead of night, and her going up the stairs like she belonged up there. What was she doing out of the cloister?" Marmion swayed and caught herself against the door. This was the first of the dizzying dread she would know in the next few days, the foreboding she should have felt in time to turn away from the wing that was so soon to be dashed into darkness. "Mrs. Topman, tell me what you mean." "Nothing, but there's some kind of funny business going on here tonight, and that's no lie. I'm going to get back in bed, honey. If Baxter saw me up like this, she'd have Doc send me home tomorrow. Oh, by the way, you found Sister Peter all right?" "Sister? Oh, the corset. It's safe," Marmion fibbed. What had she done with the box? She had been clasping it when she went into Big Balsam's room because she remembered how it had struck against the door jamb. And then what? She must have dropped it when the lights went out. Unless someone had kicked it out of the way, Sister Peter's corset would still be lying wrapped like a sheaf of roses beside the respirator. And she would have to retrieve the package, Marmion insisted to herself, as she helped Mrs. Topman to feel her way under the covers. Nothing in the world was more horrible than the thought of entering that fearfully empty room again. But whoever picked up the box would open it, naturally, and then there would have to be an explanation. And dear old Sister Peter would be embarrassed to tears at a public display of her underpinning. Mrs. Topman was rambling comfortably on. "Melly wants Rollo and Roscoe, but their dad says it's got to be something manly. I'm sure glad the others come one at a time, so's we could name 'em. You leaving, dearie? Well, maybe it's better. You sure need your rest." Marmion let herself out into the dark hall. Sister Polycarp was not in sight. She could run down now to the quiet room, ask Miss Hennessy to come with her to find the box. But she didn't. She took a candle from the box on the chart desk, lighted it, and fled up the stairs to the crow's nest. Sister Peter's discomfiture was of small account compared to her own terrors. She was only halfway up when the candle went black out. The diminishing storm still whipped around the building, sifting in at every window, and it was the downdraft from the upper floor that had blown out the candle. But Marmion was not being reasonable. Scraping her shins wickedly, she groped up in the dark, saw a dimness at the far end of the rank of rooms, and ran stumbling toward it. When she came into the little sitting room, she saw what an impression running footsteps in the night can make on frightened people. Eloise in her white uniform, Blanche in a housecoat with her hair in pin curls, Philippa on the edge of the big chair, and Chad asleep in her arms. The three gave the illusion of being huddled together, their pale faces turned to the door. Blanche had picked up one of the gramophone records and was holding it like a missile in her hand. Philippa gave a long sigh. The storm wind rattled the sash as if someone tapped to gain their attention. Blanche laid down the record. "Ellie, you're all right?" Marmion asked. Eloise, her face tear-stained, was not nonchalant any more. She was like a child, frightened, sick, chastened but petulant. "Of course I'm all right." "But you screamed so." "Wouldn't you if you fell over somebody in the dark?" "I know I would, Ellie." "She'd been taking the x-ray of the boy's leg," Philippa said, as if this were a story she had learned, "when the power went off. There was no use staying down there. A nurse was with the boy. So after a while, when they were sure the current wouldn't come on again, she started up here. "You were with me, Ellie, on the stairs," Marmion said without knowing why. "I went back to the lab after that, but they'd taken the boy downstairs, so there was nothing for me to do, and I started up here, and I tripped over her." Marmion slipped an arm around Ellie, and then, because no one spoke, they heard the running on the stairs, then along the rubber matting. Blanche leaned toward the candle, her lips pursed to blow it out. Before she could blow, the steps reached the doorway. It was Dixie, who had been running in flopping mules, taking a chance on a turned ankle. "If there hadn't been a light, I'd never have come," she panted. "There's been too much going on up here tonight." That was what Mrs. Topman had said, but instead of Marmion, it was Philippa who asked the question. "Like what?" "Like Sister Judy coming up here and finding the master switch disconnected, and somebody jumped her in the dark." The small group tightened, one moving a fraction nearer to another. When Chad whimpered, his mother tucked the blanket closer around him. "Dixie, what do you know about the master switch?" Eloise asked hoarsely. "Don't hold back. Tell us." "Baxter told me. She was with Sister Judy when the sheriff questioned her." "I'm cold," she observed irrelevantly. The little room was warm and stuffy. Blanche pushed forward a footstool and she sat down, shivering. "I don't know why Judy thought of the switch, but she did. She got up and dressed and took her flashlight and came to look. And the switch handle, it fits tight into the connection. But it was dangling loose against the wall. It's right out there." The girls drew even closer together. Not 15 feet away, in the attic darkness, beside the dim old gable window, was the master switch that controlled the entire intake of electric current for the hospital. Hold that switch and you plunge the whole building into darkness. Someone had done it tonight. If someone pulled the switch..." Eloise's stiff lips could not finish. "Yes," said Dixie. "If someone pulled it, then it was because that someone knew the respirator would stop without current, and Cassidy couldn't live. But whoever did it would be 2 floors away, safe because everyone would run away to Cassidy to help." Neither could Dixie finish. She could have put it all into one short word: murder. But the word was too terrifying to utter, too secret and menacing. "The switch isn't near the stairs," Marmion whispered. "How could Sister Judy—" "She was attacked over here, right here, and she lay in the dark for a long time, and then she says she fell down the stairs because she was running too fast." Dixie's whispers overlaid, for a moment, the sound of the steps coming up the stairs, heavily. Blanche leaned swiftly forward and blew out the candle. "I want to talk to that girl again, Pius. How do I get to the 3rd floor?" The sheriff was not merely asking for information, he was demanding. The doctor, seated in his old-fashioned office chair, his feet resting on a desk drawer, was a good deal like a Buddha with a candle burning before his shrine. "Have you thought of walking boldly up?" he suggested. "Come with me." The doctor and the sheriff reached the foot of the crow's nest stairs just as a large puddle of flashlight beam flowed past the sitting-room door. In the puddle a man's feet walked in high-heeled riding boots. He went straight to the master switch. Marmion, on Blanche's lap, breathed hardly more than the big balsam. The man was tinkering at the switch, making soft breathing noises, quite audible to the tense group in the little room. And then Sister Polycarp's voice came sharply from just outside the door. "Sir, what are you doing here? We have rules." The man dropped something that clattered. "Gentlemen do not come up here unescorted, sir." The sister's flashlight snapped on, showing her bristling and outraged. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but somebody's already been up here." "A likely excuse," Sister Polycarp declared, a remark that covered everything she could not hear. "He wiped his fingerprints off on the switch handle, too," the stranger drawled, unperturbed. "A right thorough gent. Hey, that you, Sheriff?" "It's me. No fingerprints, Joe? You're sure?" Sister Polycarp whirled to face the newcomers. Her flash cut across the sitting room, paused, then swooped in to rest upon one girl after another. "In the dark? Have you no candle?" "Light it quick," Eloise whispered. Marmion struck a match. The flaring up of the candle was like the brightness of the sun upon the morning glory horn, the bishop's portrait, the brass center table, and the chair with the leaky arm. Behind the sister, in the door, were the sheriff and King. "Ah," said the sheriff. He was so close to her good ear that Sister Polycarp could not mistake his satisfaction. She crossed to the love seat, set herself firmly down, slipped her hands up her sleeves, and fastened her gaze upon the two men. "Now," she said wordlessly, "badger these young ladies if you dare." "Here, Sheriff," Dixie invited. "I'll sit on the floor." The tall old man folded himself onto the chair. King, impassive in what might have been an amusing situation, lounged in the doorway. "I'm not going to bother you long," the sheriff remarked. He was a tired old friend, come in for a chat, no notebook, no sharpness in his voice or manner. "It just occurred to me that maybe some one of you might have thought over something or other, maybe seen it in a different light. It makes a difference, our accident being murder." He dropped the new name deliberately, yet he watched the flickering of the candle rather than the flicker of possible fear upon a face. "This has been an awful disappointing evening for somebody," he resumed. "We'd pegged it an accident. I'd called the power company, and they'd said the line had blown down. Our disappointed friend couldn't have known the line would blow down, of course, the way it did. He was counting on thinking it was a tree limb fell across the line and grounded the current till the wind threw the limb off again. Happens all the time. There was a great lineup of coincidences in his favor, you see. The storm, Miss Baird having to go for medicine, then the actual shutting off of the current. He'd gone back to put the switch on again when he ran into Sister Judith. Rough luck. Real disheartening, when everything else had gone off so well." The sheriff picked a bit of lint off his trouser knee and rolled it under his thumb. "But the real disappointment is that if he hadn't done a thing, nature would have attended to the job for him. The only hitch might have been he'd have had to knock out Miss Baird. She'd have known how to run the respirator by hand." He tossed away the lint and for the first time looked directly around the voiceless company. "The electric clock in the surgery stopped at 9:28. The fellow at the power office, I called him back. He says he's positive it was a little later when somebody phoned from the gulch and said the current had just gone off. I'll find out for sure tomorrow. All these things make a difference, Cassidy's death being murder." Marmion's hands clenched hard in her lap. She was on the floor now beside Dixie in the sheriff's shadow. He was not paying much attention to her. "As far as we can find out, nobody left the hospital tonight after the lights went out. All the visitors had gone before 9, on account of the storm. So if nobody left, then our disappointed one is still with us." He glanced down carelessly at Marmion. She knew when his glance clung and hardened. She knew when all the other eyes alighted upon her in alarming accord. The admission was forced from her. "He came back while I was there." Eloise gasped. If the others recoiled, Marmion didn't know. She was again in the dark beside the respirator, sensing those quiet movements somewhere across the room, and again the waves of blackness rolled toward her. "Miss Pierce," the sheriff said firmly. "Who was it? Tell me." Marmion shook her head. The sheriff took it for refusal to answer, but she was only trying to remain above the black ocean. "It was dark," he reminded her. "Didn't he have a flashlight?" "Yes." "Then you saw him?" "No. The light was on for only a second, just on and off, and my back was turned. By the time I whirled around, the light was gone." He doesn't believe me, she thought dully. I piled on too much. I should have said my back was turned and let it go at that. But surprisingly, he accepted her answer. "All right, then what?" "I don't know. I mean, he worked in the dark." "Worked? What doing?" "I've told you I don't know. The storm was too wild for me to hear. Really, I just had the impression he was there and doing something." "Where? In what part of the room?" Marmion dared not say again that she didn't know. She made a limp gesture. Over there. That was when the nightmare of the snake began, the hissing, weaving thing. At Cassidy's head or feet? Head, I suppose. I was at the foot of the respirator. So if he'd been trying to work the lung by hand, he'd have been right beside you. And he wasn't? Oh, no, I'm sure of that. Marmion's gaze was on the floor. Someone white-shod had come into the doorway beside King several minutes ago to stand listening. Now, to Marmion's relief, the sheriff addressed the newcomer. Was this mysterious intruder there when you came, Miss Baird? I didn't see him. I was turned around a little in the dark. I'm not too familiar with St. Denis, Sheriff. I had never worked here, you know, until I took this case. But you got the medicine from the pharmacy? No, I didn't go that far. I was just at the foot of the stairs and the lights went out. So of course my first thought was for my patient, and I hurried as fast as I could back up to the wing. And who came next, after you? I'm not sure. I think it was Sister Ursula and Jock. They came almost together. Everybody thought of Cassidy. King's flashlight, hanging in his hand, made a quick arc and fell back. And you, Doctor? The sheriff prompted. I was down in my room. I'd finished my rounds. But you thought of Cassidy? Naturally. Who was with him when you got there? Miss Baird, Sister Ursula, Jock, Johnny, Miss Bryan, I guess. Miss Bryan. The sheriff looked down at Dixie in the fluffy robe, her bare feet tucked under her. What have you to tell me, Miss Bryan? Dixie shrugged faintly. Only what you know, Sheriff, but I'm wondering why Marmion can't help you a little more. I shouldn't think it would be too hard to tell whether the mysterious person was a man or a woman. No, no, Marmion wanted to scream. Don't make it any harder for me. Nice, dear little Dixie, don't be so undear. By the rustle of the uniform, for instance, the nurse was going on. A nurse's skirts aren't like the swish of an orderly's fresh trouser legs, and she uses bath powder, usually. It wasn't either, Blanche burst out. Everyone jumped. The sheriff turned to her with interest. Wasn't who? Johnny. He's our only clean orderly at night. Eloise smiled. She means Jock works all day. His whites wouldn't be in shape to swish by evening. But I couldn't hear anything, Marmion insisted. The storm. If he'd come in from outside, you could have smelled wet clothes, Dixie prodded. I didn't. Why do you keep saying I know when I don't? Cassidy was murdered. Somebody hated him that much. I did. I hated him. But I wouldn't protect his murderer. Sister Polycarp was instantly on her feet. But it was King who knelt beside the hysterical girl, jerked her erect, and slapped her face smartly. Marmion gasped, her fingers going to her stinging cheek. But she was quiet. The only noise was Blanche's frightened whimpering. The sheriff spoke earnestly. Miss Pearce, the person who came into that room had an excellent reason for keeping mum. If he wasn't guilty in some way, he'd have identified himself to me long ago. I think he'd pulled the switch or knew who had. Later he attacked Sister Judith. He's already killed once. The punishment wouldn't be any worse for 2 murders. Don't you see you're asking for trouble? I'm not, Marmion sobbed in a hoarse whisper. I don't know anything. I didn't see. I didn't hear. There was something, if only he would allow her to think. She dared not cry aloud, not with King's big hand opening again. Sister Polycarp intervened. She's been talking enough for tonight, Sheriff. Where are your beds, Miss Campion? In there, sister, Eloise quavered. Mine has the teddy bear. Chad had awakened and was crying lustily into his mother's shoulder. Blanche on the floor hiccuped without tears, watching King warily. Someone knocked an Uncle Josh record off the table and it rolled out of sight. I'll just get out of here quietly, the sheriff suggested. Sister Polycarp in the bedroom door turned. Not without escort, sir. Miss Baird, see that Miss Pierce gets to bed. Come, sir, and walk slowly." She marched out of the room and down the rubber-matting trail, closing doors firmly ahead of the sheriff. She seemed to forget that she was leaving another gentleman, unchaperoned, behind her. But the doctor was not in a mood to linger. Almost on the sheriff's heels he was down the stairs. Because he remembered his notebook lying on the table by the lamp, the officer returned to the waiting room. Even his pencil still lay where he had dropped it when he heard Eloise scream. But he halted in surprise on the threshold. Sister Magdalene was there, waiting with the patience that goes beyond mere lack of restlessness and becomes a virtue in itself. She stirred when he came in, watched while he picked up the notebook and dropped it into his pocket, then seated himself away from the light. She was thinking of how he had come once before in the middle of the night, and in a storm as vicious as this one, many times, of course, to investigate other accidents, but only the once like that. They had been younger then, both of them. If sorrow was sharper, physical strength had at least been better able to endure shock. 30 years, isn't it, sister? She nodded. Sympathy rather oddly softened the man's weathered face. She was comforted to know he remembered also. 29 last April. It was spring. A spring rain. A spring rain, a freak of nature, the sheriff mused. The horse slipped on the slick mountain trail. I've had it happen to me. But Father Anthony fell harder than I ever did. He raised his head and looked across at her thoughtfully. Those were tough years for the priest, sister. I remember one over in Popple Run about that time. He used to carry a gun when he went out on sick calls at night. A kid jumped him once, just for a joke, and came mighty near to getting shot. I begged Anthony to carry a gun, too. His life meant so much to me, my only brother. The sister paused, and when she resumed, her tone was quick. Anthony's death was an accident, a plunge in the dark from Horse Thief Trail. That ravine was treacherous, everyone said, and he went everywhere on sick calls. Sure, Cardinal's house was no different from any other, only her ladies wore silk and rode through the town in fancy carriages. Sister Magdalene settled back into her chair. She spoke so seldom of Father Anthony. The sheriff mistook her sudden quietness. Holy smoke, sister, you're ready to fall over. You get along to the cloister, and don't sit down and start thinking again either. You go to bed. The nun smiled, murmuring that she was all right, but letting him persuade her, she said good night and walked slowly to the cloister. How many years had it been since a man had told her what to do, and she had done it? Self-sufficiency with dependence on God, that was what maintained you, as head of any convent group. But no matter how well you had mastered the technique of being self-sufficient, let a man give an order and the eternal woman in you obeyed. Even with nuns who had learned the lesson to the point of complacence, Sister Magdalene pondered, the natural impulse to submit would often give them a struggle. For herself, meekness was welcome at the moment. She closed the cloister door behind her. All was peace and quiet. Yet in that peaceful quiet she would find she could not sleep. Marmion had stubbornly refused to take the sedative Lynn said the doctor had left for her. Later, the girl insisted. Ellie will be getting ready for bed for a while, and she'll keep me awake. The minute she's ready to hop in, I'll take it. Well, make it soon or you'll be asleep half the morning, Lynn remarked, and went away. When she was gone, Marmion sat bolt upright in bed. Eloise had not taken off even her uniform. She sat on the floor of her own cot and stared into the candle flame on the dresser, and when Marmion spoke, she jumped. Ellie, I'm going down there to get it. I just can't let somebody else find it. Find what? Sister Peter's corset. Sister Pete's what? Honey, you're delirious. Marmion did not want to get the giggle and perhaps go into hysterics again. But the story was funny, as she told it to Eloise. Mrs. Topman's kindness and her own cherishing of the treasure, and the old sister's certain embarrassment if the box were found by, heaven forbid, a man. Look, I'll go, Eloise said. I'll get the dram thing, and be done with it. Here's your pill. Down the hatch. That's the girl. Afraid? Why should I be? But it's so far down there. And dark. Elliot, let me come. Not on your life, baby. I'm going to do this little errand without fanfare. You'd pass out on me before I'd beat to the second floor. No, you lie down now and let that pill get busy. I'll be back instanter. We'll wait till morning, Margaret Ann objected. But she lay down. She was too relieved to argue, and soon too sleepy. With her last conscious thought, she wondered why Eloise should have practically grabbed at the chance to venture again into the heavy blackness that had already thrust terror upon her. She did not know exactly when Eloise went. She didn't know that someone came softly into the sitting room, hesitated, listened to her own regular breathing, and then went away. The quiet feet made noiseless descent where Eloise had gone a few minutes before. Downstairs, the girl had entered the horribly vacant room where Big Balsam Cassidy had died. Like Marmion, she neither saw nor heard anyone behind her. The storm was calmer, but the sound was only a faint rustle, and there was no light to see. No one could identify a rustle of the night itself. Nothing else touched her until the dawn broke, and the rosy light made a flame of her hair where it spilled upon the floor. Eloise stirred when the sun touched her. Then she sat up. She was in the room with the empty respirator. Her head throbbed. Gingerly she felt of the painful spot and found a swelling that shot daggers through her brain. Reeling, she sat there. She had come for a box. There was no box on the floor or on the dresser. If she could get to her feet without splitting her head wide open, she would look in the dresser drawers and in the closet. But the torturing hunt yielded nothing. Sick, she dragged herself to the door, down the hall, up the stairs, on up to the crow's nest. No one was astir. She had been too miserable to try to avoid being seen, yet nobody saw her. When she fell into bed, Marmion, soundly sleeping, did not move. Down in the bare and chilly basement room where Big Balsam lay, there was no bright sunlight. Nothing but grimy shadows in the corners and white twilight around the sheeted stretcher. The stretcher was very narrow, even narrower than the lung had been. They had laid pillows over him, bringing him down here, smoothing the sheet over the pillows so that an aroused patient glancing out would think only that Jock was wheeling a load of bedding. The pillows were gone now. The sheet, wilted in the dampness of the room, clung far too revealingly, as if the man's features and powerful limbs were carved in marble like the ancient figures reclining on the stone caskets of abbeys. Big Balsam's feet were not crossed. He had not been a crusader. Nothing moved in the small place, not even a breath of air, until the doorknob turned stealthily. It was a long minute more before the door swung in, so slowly, so silently, that it was more like a parting of the gloom back there along the shadowy wall. The corner of the sheet moved, as it might move with a slight easing of the stiff position on the stretcher. Pussyfoot, who had let only his head into the room, jerked back. It was all he could do to keep from slamming the door. Clutching the knob, he stood panting, listening, shaking, his tongue salty from the spot he had bitten. He didn't want to go in there. He didn't want to at all. He hadn't wanted to go into that other room either. But it had been good for him in the long run. The faint draught through the door was damp and smelled like a grave newly dug in wet clay. A natural enough phenomenon, since he himself had mopped the room early in the afternoon and left the customary puddles on the cement floor. What was there to be scared of in a place where he had slapped down spiders and slopped around suds only a few hours earlier? It wouldn't be like that other room. Somebody poking in. With a gathering of courage, Pussyfoot pushed the door wide enough to let himself in. He wouldn't shut it after him. Should someone discover him, there was no explanation necessary. Anyone could keep company with the dead, even one who had been quite unwelcome in life. Reluctantly, a step at a time, feeling every grain of cool wet cement under his bare soles, Pussyfoot stole forward. He wished the pillows were still between Big Balsam and the sheet. He wished he had never come in here. But more than anything, he wanted to look once more at Big Balsam. He shifted the box under his arm, the box that looked as if it might contain a dozen long-stemmed roses. Then, furtively, he took hold of the smooth, wide hem of the sheet and lifted it back. For the better part of the past 2 hours he had thought over what he would say, contemptuous, biting, uncautious things that had dinged at him for years and never dared come out. He would say them now, probably in a whisper, but with venom. And then the sheet was down to Cassidy's chin, and Pussyfoot's hand was on it still. He studied the face, clear now of all human emotion. The ruthless lines were gone around the mouth, around the eyes were none of the crow's feet that had screwed them into boring intensity. In the solid jaw the muscles were relaxed to the roundness of youth. This was the face of the man he could have been, not the man he ever was. Pussyfoot's hand crawled up to his own bristling hair, the reverent gesture of taking off his hat. But he had not worn a hat into the presence of the dead. Remembering, he let his palm rest on his whiskers, his little finger between his teeth. Then, finally, he laid the sheet gently back in place, and the end brushed the wet cement floor. "Rest in peace, Stinker," he said softly. The door moved as if a breeze shoved it an inch more open, but there was no breeze. When Pussyfoot left to pad back to his lair off the furnace room, he saw no one at all in the dark old corridor. He wanted to get to his desk right away, open the locked drawer and go through his papers. Not that he would have far to go. The one he wanted would be first, on top. He dropped the long box on his cot and went to his desk. When the paper was in his hand, his haste seemed to be satisfied. Like a man in a great quandary, he put the yellowed envelope in his right hip pocket, took it out and put it into his left hip pocket, then into the breast pocket of his shirt with the flap button down. The buttonhole, however, was old and stretched. "There just ain't no safe place," he muttered and hunted through the litter on his dresser for a safety pin. "Man can't never find nothin'. By golly, tomorrow I'm going to buy me a safety pin, whole dang package of safety pins." But he didn't. He had no opportunity. The dawn had lost its rosiness, and the white-faced cattle on the hills were getting up to begin their first nuzzling in the sticky snow that had followed the October thunderstorm, when Mr. Wilkins was aroused by an insistent knocking on his door. Pulling on trousers and sweater over his nightshirt, he went to admit the sheriff. A few minutes later they walked across the road to the small ruined chapel. The little place had been scorched by fire, then partly torn down, leaving one room still intact. What had been an inner partition, gay with flowered paper, had become the outer wall, and the heater that once had warmed both rooms stood with its rump jutting out like a kibitzer, fascinated with what was going on inside. At this hour every inch of the roof and piled lumber was decorated with wet, melting snow. The sheriff was not interested in nature's cosmetics. He followed Mr. Wilkins onto the porch of this odd remnant, bending to clear the sign which read, "Charity Chapel," in red that had run a little. He saw the old preacher push open the door that was never locked and step together into morning twilight. "You see, there it is," Mr. Wilkins said, "just as I laid it down. I even remember the passage I was reading. 'Look not mournfully into the past, it comes not back again. Wisely improve the present, it is thine.'" The book, as he said, was lying face down on a small table that in other days would have been called a center table. Beside the table was a wooden rocker padded with a thin cushion of no color. Kitchen chairs of many designs were set in neat rows, a bench or two against the wall. The place smelled of barrenness, of dim old dust sifted into the wallpaper, and around the pictures, hung almost touching one another, small black frame pictures of people in clothes of forgotten decades, stiffly sitting to have their portraits made. On the table, touching the book, was an electric lamp. Mr. Wilkins, his white hair mussed and his eyes still swollen from sleep, reached out to turn on the lamp. There was only a fruitless click. "I was sitting here, reading, you see, when the current went off. But my flashlight was in my pocket. I used one crossing the road at night on account of the ruts. So I turned it on to see the time." He smiled faintly. "One might wonder why time could be so important to me. And your watch said? 9:37, exactly. Your watch was right? Always, Sheriff. I check it every day with a new whistle at the brick kiln. I haven't had to set it in nearly a year. Although Mr. Wilkins had just done the same thing, the sheriff reached out and clicked the lamp button. 9 minutes for murder, he mused. 9 minutes that could have been golden. Yeah, if you'd been able to get the switch connected again without discovery, nobody would ever have asked whether the lights went off in the gulch and the hospital at precisely the same minute. But Sister Judith had to trip him up. I didn't mean quite that. Mr. Wilkins picked up the book, closed it, and ran his finger along the back. It will be hard for her. Sister Judy? I wouldn't say so. She'll just get a day's rest that she needs anyway. I refer to Sister Magdalene. The preacher's eyes were on his finger as it rubbed the book. I must remember not to lay a book open face down. It cracks the binding. Rather abruptly he turned and stepped out onto the porch. Across the road a cow bawled. Houses, set in no sort of order, settled against the base of the cliff, which in its turn was the base of Balsam Mountain. The vertical crag also was the rimrock holding back the terrace upon which the hospital stood. Early visionaries had seen beautiful residences nestling upon that mountain. Their only error was in mistaking the side of the mountain upon which the nestling would be done. On the far slope, Balsam City had been built. In Gopher Gulch, none but a lumberman's axe had ever been set to the pines. We all came together, Mr. Wilkins said reminiscently. Sister Magdalene and Mr. Cassidy and I, and of course Cardinal. Of course? From Big Balsam's viewpoint, but in her own right, also, she was noteworthy. You remember her? The sheriff had forgotten how Cassidy's name had been linked with Cardinal's, not that it mattered now. For an instant, standing in the bright sunshine, feeling the natural lift of the clean, tangy air, he wondered whether, after all, it was so imperative that he stir the decay of the past, find what had come out of that rottenness to kill the man. That the thing stemmed from the past, he was certain. Who would be moved to unpremeditated murder by the sight of a man struggling for life in a respirator? No, it had been planned, brooded over. Look not into the past, it comes not back again. Something like that, Mr. Wilkins had read in his book. But when the past lashed out in murder, when the law was your business. The most beautiful woman I ever saw. Cardinal? The sheriff caught up a phrase of the old man's recollection. Yes, she had magnificent red hair. I think it was from the hair that she took her name, Cardinal Red. None of those women ever used their right names. Remember her place, Sheriff, up Horse Thief Trail? The sheriff brought up the detail that lingered in his wife's hearsay memory of Cardinal. Yellow taffeted curtains. The curtains had hung to the floor, the envy of every woman who wore calico and hung scrim over her windows. But the envy had died when Cardinal's blood stained the hem of one curtain a thick and ugly brown. There was another facet to the Cardinal's story, the sheriff remarked. Father Anthony, Sister Magdalene's brother. Anthony Dumont? He brought the last sacraments of his church to a girl dying in Cardinal's house, but when he reached the house, there was no dying girl, and no one would admit to having called him. Strange that on his return from a bogus call, his horse should slip, and they would tumble together down that vertical madness. The sheriff, remembering how he had been obliged to go to Sister Magdalene and tell her of the accident, did not at once comprehend the meaning of a small orange point that flashed suddenly on in a house across the road. By jolly, they fixed the power! The boys sure didn't waste any time. You keep in mind what you've told me this morning, Reverend. There'll be an inquest, and you'll be called on to testify. Mr. Wilkins appeared to be slightly puzzled, and the sheriff added, as he started toward his car, "The lamp going out, you know. Looking at your watch." "Oh, to be sure," the preacher assented. The sheriff, maneuvering the car into a turn, speculated briefly upon the capacity of death to nibble away whatever secure foundation a being had managed to build under himself. Mr. Wilkins seemed to have no safety but his faith this morning. Sister Magdalene last night had been the same. Even the sheriff's faith, a practical one based on the eventual triumph of the law, was quailing before the fact that Big Balsam Cassidy had always been his own law, and the mystery of his death might never yield to another. He drove as slowly as his conscience would allow him around the mountain and up to the hospital. Gus only had climbed the long hill an hour after dawn and taken Big Balsam away, but no hearse could hold the thing that seemed to have wings, that hung in every corner, crouched just outside of every door, flitted behind everyone who walked alone through a deserted passage. Marmion, working in the laboratory, desperately trying to keep her mind away from what Eloise had told her this morning, tried to dwell on the story of Sister Judy's adventure that was going the rounds. It was a fantastic story. Sister had gone to the crow's nest for some reason as yet unexplained, and straight to the master switch. She had had an instant to see that the switch was loose. Then he had come up behind her, unheard. He could see her plainly because she was standing against the aura of her flashlight. He caught her veil and wound it firmly around her face, then laid her carefully down on the floor. She had heard the click of the switch being thrown back in place. Then he was gone. The storm had covered his departure, but the little sister had been too terrified to move. When she did go, finally, she ran and tumbled down the stairs, and now she was confined most unwillingly to bed in one of the regular hospital rooms. And Eloise had been struck down last night because someone thought it was Marmion who had come back to get her box. But why? Who knew she had had the box? Marmion's hand trembled on the adjusting screw of the microscope, and the black pepper corpuscles grew hazy in the slide. "Don't tell," Eloise had urged while she reeled into her clothes this morning, and Marmion had agreed. Eloise could not identify her assailant any more than Marmion had, or Sister Judy, and the admission of her prowling would only bring a reprimand from the sheriff, and most likely from Sister Polycarp. So Eloise had combed her hair gingerly, keeping away from the sore tenderness on the back of her head, and put on a faint touch of rouge, and tucked a scarlet handkerchief into her white pocket to pick up the color in her cheeks. And Marmion, wondering where Sister Peter's corset had gone, worked very slowly in the laboratory, trying to avoid mistakes. "You are asking for trouble," the sheriff had said. "But how could you identify a figment of the night?" Suddenly, Marmion turned away from the microscope, took up her tray, and left the laboratory. Down in Sister Judith's room, King was leaning on the foot of the bed. The small nun was dainty in her modest white gown and nightcap. The only mark of her accident was the adhesive patch on her forehead. "But there are only the two of us in the laboratory, Doctor," she pleaded. "There's far too much work for Marmion alone, and she's inexperienced." "You may get up and dress, Sister, and go to my office. The sheriff wants to talk to you again, but after that you're coming back to bed." Sister Judy closed her eyes and leaned back against her pillows. King stepped around to the bedside and took her wrist in his fingers. The pulse was rapid. "Would you rather not talk to the sheriff today?" "I'd rather get it over, Doctor." The doctor was puzzled. Puzzled, he believed, not worried. Affection for a person is a requirement for proper worry. "All right, then, signal for the nurse when you're ready, and lie down if there's any waiting. I don't want you up any longer than necessary." He went out, closing the door quietly. The convent was a humility mill, he told himself, grinding down every individual trait until all that was left was a pious one-track seal. At intervals the track swung around to him, and he would find on his desk various books and pamphlets, which he dropped into his wastebasket without reading, all but the ones he knew belonged to Sister Judy. These he unobtrusively returned to the laboratory. He never tried to explain why he should boil with rebellion over ties that did not bind him, and rules that did not govern his own life. When Sister Magdalene entered the room, King had just left. Sister Judy was combing her hair. It was gray hair, wiry and curly and very short. She stood to the side of the dresser so she did not see herself in the mirror. A sister must guard against vanity. But she saw Sister Magdalene, who had come with a clean coif. Sister Judy bound the headband tied around her forehead and pinned it. Then the soft folds of white went around her neck and up under her chin to be pinned on top of her head. The veil was laid on last and pinned, the same veil that had been so smothering a blindfold last night. She turned then to the superior, her eyes submissively on the floor. Together the two walked to the waiting room the sheriff was again using as an office. The sheriff was weary. He seated the nuns with their backs considerably to the light and sat down to listen to a story he believed he already knew backward. But you never could tell. There might be something he had missed last night. He listened absently, rubbing his lean, stubbled chin, his gaze going on out the window. An automobile zoomed up the long hill and scraped to a stop. Reporters, most likely. Cassidy's death in a normal manner would have made news, but his murder would be a sensation, and it would have to be solved by a tired old man who had started out in life as a cowpoke. "And then he took off his shoes, sir," said Sister Judy. The sheriff clamped his jaw shut and bit his tongue. Blinking back tears of pain, he stammered, "He what, sister? He took off his shoes, sir." "How could you tell?" "He was very close to me as I lay on the floor, and you know the little tapping that the tin tips of shoelaces make against leather? That's what I heard, and when he left the steps were very soft. Thumps, you know." "Wasn't the storm making enough rumpus to cover footsteps?" "You'd think so, sir." Sister Judy attacked by an assailant who took off his shoes. Cassidy the Great now lying on one of Gus Omley's slabs. The pious girl stubbornly unable to identify the almost certain killer, and running up the entrance stairs were 3 reporters who would ask deft questions and perhaps uncover the bewilderment of the investigator. Helpless, that was the only adjective the sheriff could apply to himself at the moment. "Reporters, I'll see 'em, Sister Magdalene. They don't need to bother you." But Marmee and Pius, leaving the first floor, was meeting the 3 gentlemen head on in the hall. They had just come up the entrance stairs. One was very tall and thin and blonde, one was short and ruddy, the third mildly nothing but middle-aged. The ruddy one spoke. "Good morning, miss. I'm Williams of the Atlas Syndicate. Quite a racy incident here last night, eh? Oh, this is Jensen, Royal Press." He indicated the middle-aged man. The tall, thin youth evidently did not rate an introduction. "We'd liken you an interest angle. Excuse me, but haven't we met somewhere?" "I shouldn't wonder," said Marmion. "I run across all sorts of queer things under the microscope." Mr. Williams had the grace to smile. "Well, all right, but how about a few impressions? Front page?" He stopped as if his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. Marmion knew why. She had heard the rustle of a habit behind her. She stepped slightly aside and mused at the young man's discomfiture. Sister Magdalene, her hands up her sleeve, was the very personification of dignity. "You are newspaper reporters, gentlemen?" The middle-aged man made the gentle reply one would expect from him. "We have been sent by our respective editors to cover a story, sister. Mr. Cassidy's passing is of national interest." "I understand, sir," the sister answered with corresponding mildness. But when she turned to the one who had spoken first, her severity would have been approved even by Sister Polycarp. "I realize you are performing your duty in coming here. Perhaps you will appreciate that I am performing mine when I ask you to sit quietly in the waiting room until the sheriff can see you. I will not permit any of the staff or patients to be questioned. I do not wish any pictures to be taken. I forbid you to go anywhere in the hospital. Do I make myself clear?" The ruddy Williams grew ruddier. Mild Mr. Jensen bowed. The young man gulped down something that choked him. "The waiting room is immediately behind you, gentlemen," the sister added. and without staying to see whether they entered or whether Marmion spoke further to them, she turned and walked away. Her departure was a more effective guarantee of obedience than if she had slapped their wrists. The girl went on up the stairs. At the landing she looked down. The tall, nameless young man was watching her with transparent appeal, and not all of the appeal was for a story. A warm, pleasant sensation tingled through her, quite the opposite of feeling your lungs scorched with cold on a winter day. What an odd thing to remember. The shadows were long in the gulches when the sheriff drove up the hospital road with Coffer Daniels. Daniels was not the one to trip breezily around the country attending to his law practice. He never had been known to visit any client, except one, and that one was now being embalmed. The sheriff, however, had been curt, and when Daniels finally had been convinced that if he wanted to be included in the proceedings, he would have to go where those proceedings would take place, he went. Sister Magdalene's worn, muslin-curtained office was not a sumptuous setting. Mr. Daniels sat with his blue trouser legs pulled up to preserve the crease, his candy-striped silk shirt and stiff collar giving him the air of an outdated sport, and offered uncouth remarks about the heat. The sheriff's forehead was beaded. Mr. Daniels was not. Sister Magdalene, on the far side of her veined old desk, waited patiently for the lawyer to come to the point. The sheriff was not so patient. "Suppose you get out the will, Daniels." The sister became mildly attentive. Whose will? She glanced at the sheriff and saw that he was more excited than in the days when he had ridden a bucking bronco at a rodeo and been pitched into the stands. Coffer Daniels opened his briefcase and took out the one document it contained, typed sheets clipped to a backing of pale blue. Because of the peculiar circumstances of Mr. Cassidy's death, the sheriff ordered the will to be opened immediately. "A question of motive." The sheriff hooked an elbow over the back of his chair. "That is, I hoped to find a motive. As it is. Go on, Daniels." The lawyer cleared his throat blandly. "This is a testimonial, one might say, to the truth that the greatest of virtues is charity, and, at times, I might add, the most surprising." His eyes sped over the typed lines he had found so obnoxiously hard to believe an hour or so ago. "To put it briefly, sister, this is the last will and testament of Michael James Cassidy. In it he makes disposition of his very considerable worldly goods. And you, Sister Magdalene—" He paused, enjoying this moment, which was all he would get out of the amazing document. "You, sister, are almost the sole inheritor." The sister's reaction was disappointing, because there was none. No delayed exclamations, no joyful disbelief. Nothing. Because it was 34 hours since she had slept, and because there was no precedent for Mr. Cassidy's benevolence, she sat in a daze and stared at the lawyer and wondered what, exactly, he had said. Mr. Daniels seemed to understand. "You are practically the sole inheritor. The other bequests are of small importance." When he paused, the nun said, "It was very kind of Mr. Cassidy to leave a legacy to St. Denis of the Hills. I cannot own property personally. The hospital is greatly in need of funds. Reverend Mother will be most grateful." She knew it was inadequate thanks. Except for the mention of Reverend Mother, she had often thanked a farmer in the same tone for a load of rutabagas or a side of beef. The lawyer's smile was ingratiating. In that moment he was nearer to liking Sister Magdalene than in all the years he had never been called upon to do business with her. He hated brilliant women. This one, he saw now, had a reputation for brilliance she did not deserve. "You have inherited a large fortune, madam, very large. Its administration will be a responsibility, but one Mr. Cassidy, and I myself, if I may say so, are happy to put in your hands." He pursed his lips. Until it was found in the safe at the mine office, he had known nothing of this will. Cassidy had not called upon his trusted friend Daniels to draw it up for him. Allow me to read. In consideration of my long-felt desire to render assistance to the hospital known as St. Denis of the Hills, I hereby give, devise, and bequeath to this organization all the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate of which I may die possessed, or to which I may, at the time of my death, be in any way entitled, the estate to be administered under the personal direction of Sister Mary Magdalene Dumont. Because of my admiration for her outstanding ability as a businesswoman, her sincerity and her goodness, and because I know that under her hand my fortune will be expended wisely, and for the benefit of the people of the hills, I leave this legacy. I ask that she, in her Christian charity, pray for me. Pray for me. Out of the well-turned phrases, Sister Magdalene caught the familiar entreaty. Big Balsam had seldom taken the name of his Maker, except in profanity. Now he was putting forth the handmaiden to speak for him. She could understand that. Prayer is so practical, so precise and simple. But the money, that was different. He had no reason to leave the hospital any gift, however small, she said. Money, so provokingly necessary and of such exaggerated importance when there was little, could not come so easily. "But it is not small, madam," Mr. Daniels protested. "You are almost the sole heir to nearly $1 million, even after taxes." Faintness stole over Sister Magdalene, and far distant she heard her own voice. Mr. Cassidy owed St. Denis nothing. It was extremely kind of him. And under the spoken thoughts, others ran. 2 of the pioneer quartet were gone, Big Balsam and Cardinal, and 2 more whose lives had touched them, Father Anthony and little Job. Anthony's connection had been so short, hardly more than a determination to fight the great Cassidy, and it had died with him. Only one tie had bound together that small divergent group, the fact that they had come west at one time. Now there were only Mr. Wilkins, peacefully amounting to nothing as far as the world could see, and herself. Little Job's daughter, Marmion Pearce, did he leave her a bequest, perhaps? The sister asked. Mr. Daniels pretended to search the pages, a superfluous pretense, because every disgusting word was burned into his brain. No, it seems Miss Pearce is not mentioned. Well. He flipped the document back into the briefcase and arose. "May I be the first to congratulate you on your good fortune? And also, may I offer my personal interest as well as my professional services? I shall save you every unnecessary concern, dear sister, of that you may be certain. Yes, well, I'll enter the will for probate as soon as possible. Let us not postpone the enjoyment of our blessings, sister?" He could have been reciting The Village Blacksmith, so far as Sister Magdalene comprehended. Words fell upon her ears, a hand clasped hers. She walked with the 2 men to the office door. She would have to be alone soon. They left her, but in a moment the sheriff, having shed Daniels, was back. "Sister, I don't quite know how to congratulate you. I had some nice remarks all roped, but I can't get my tongue around 'em." He grinned. "This business has sure throwed Daniels." The sister nodded. "We don't understand his charity, which only proves how little we understood the man." "Well, we all want money, for one reason or another, so we figure the fellow that has it, he's got the world by the tail, up on a pedestal." "And a pedestal is very small to sit on. There's no room for anyone else." "Now that's what I mean, sister. Cassidy never had a home, even if he had the biggest house this side of Denver. This gulch, right here, was as near to being home to him as any place. I expect that's why he did it." "Why he did what, Sheriff?" "Put the clause in his will that Daniels didn't read you. It said he's to be buried in the old cemetery here in the gulch, and his funeral's to take place in Charity Chapel." A few minutes later, Sister Magdalene climbed the path to the hospital chapel. The day was cloudy and still. The backfiring of the sheriff's car going down the steep road shot holes in the quiet. At the chapel door she paused. The hospital cut off her view of the gulch, but the broad old hillside was there opposite, faintly dented by the prospect holes that had named Gopher Gulch. At its base a small section of Little Balsam Creek shambled along, black between black meadows of overflow mud, all refuse from the Hellbent mills, where the gold was taken from the slime, the gold that was to be hers now. She remained a long time in the chapel, having spoken to no one of the great good fortune that had come to St. Denis. And yet, before she was far into her thanksgiving, the news had travelled. The boiler room was a vantage point for Pussyfoot Rayburn. Not only was it directly around the corner from the pharmacy, where almost every nurse could be seen at some time of the day, but its shoulder-high windows looked out upon the front drive. When the sheriff's car pulled up to disgorge the sheriff and Coffer Daniels, Pussyfoot had hastily disposed of his repairs on a thermostat, caught up his hedge clippers, and was trimming the bridal wreath under the office window about the time Mr. Daniels opened the briefcase. He heard everything. Only once did the clippers pause entirely. That was when Big Balsam's plea for prayers fell from Daniel's dry lips. Him, of all people, asking her for prayers. His arm made a long, wiping motion across his mouth. When the clippers snipped again, they cut the bridal wreath to the quick. A bit of news to Pussyfoot was of only half value until he could recount it. Sometimes you had to pick your hero with discrimination in order to get the most out of your big man moment, but not so with the tidings he carried now. Anyone would marvel. Dropping the clippers barely inside the boiler room, he started for the stairs and met Jock Turner coming out of the pharmacy. "Hey, Turner, hold up a minute." Jock stopped. In his hand a bottle of medicine glowed jewel pink. "Sheriff just left, Turner. That trick lawyer from the Hellbent. He was here too." "What for? Do they know who killed Cassidy?" "Sat quite a spell. I just happened to be attending to my own business outside the window." Jock lurched forward on his bad leg, and somehow the bottle of medicine slipped to the cement floor. He didn't even glance down at the pink splash on his white shoe. "Answer me." "Listen, they ain't found who done the guy in, but they know who profits by it." "Who?" $1 million, too." "Who?" "Sister Magdalene." "Ah." It was a long sigh. Jock went down on one knee, poking at the broken glass in the brown, odorous puddle. The place seemed dark. Pussyfoot snapped on another light, and the particles on the floor glittered. He didn't know why he wanted to be good to Jock just then, but he did. He elbowed the orderly aside. "You let me get him. You might cut yourself. Ain't good going round sick folks with cut hands." Pussyfoot, taking his time, gathered the glass. Once, leaning far over, his shirt pocket gaped and a yellowed envelope fell to the floor. Before Jock could touch it, Pussyfoot snatched it away. With his hands dripping medicine, one filled with glass, he couldn't open the pocket flap. He stuck the paper between his teeth. "Come on, Jock, I'll get a mop." Jock followed him through the furnace room and into the lair at the back. The old man went to the dresser and dropped the paper on top of the accumulated junk. "Puss, was there— Look, you heard everything, you said." "Sure did, certain sure." "Was there anybody else mentioned in the will as a beneficiary?" "Nope." "You're sure?" "Ain't I told ya? You sit down a minute, and I'll wash my hands and be right back. I got a snort hit under the bed. You look like you could use a nip, eh?" He waited until Jock shoved a pile of papers to the floor and sat down on the one chair. The fellow didn't look so good, kind of green. But Pussyfoot would not be so certain of that until afterward, and he would believe, afterward, that if he had washed his hands and returned straightway. But the washbowl was beside the door to the hall, and when Pussyfoot heard heavy steps coming down the stairs, he had to go look. And when he saw Dr. Kingston, he forgot Jock. "Hey, Doc, you hear? About the will?" "Whose will?" Pussyfoot snickered. "Cassidy's. Him and Magdalene must have been friends on the side. He left all his money to her." The doctor's reaction was disappointing. He didn't respond like a man of the world. He gave Pussyfoot a glare of deep disgust and tramped on into the pharmacy. The old man, not to be defeated, followed to lean on the half-door. "You're surprised, I betcha, Doc. I was close to that there shyster lawyer as I am to you, and I heard—" "Eavesdropping outside the window? Or did you manage to crawl under the rug this time, where you'd meet some more of your own kind?" "Okay, but didn't I tell you the news?" King gave an aggravating grunt. "I don't credit gossip." "This ain't gossip. Didn't I hear him licking his dirty hands like he was the high smack dab up in heaven? Why, that yellow claim jumper, he was nothing but a bullying, murdering sneak. And scared? Listen, who am I? Nobody. But he'd—" Pussyfoot's jaw dropped. His tongue flashed out as if he would gather back the words he had just uttered. Trying to impress King, he had gone too far, and Jock, he saw, had come around the corner, white as a dead man. "Go on, Rayburn," the doctor suggested. "He'd what?" Pussyfoot cringed, sidestepping to the turn of the hall, where he looked back with imitation jauntiness. "No skin off of my nose if he wants to bury his money in the Gopher Gulch. Burying himself here, too. What you think of that? Rest in peace." Jock limped slowly into the pharmacy. He and King shared a silence that somehow impressed them both as irresolute. They could have called to Pussyfoot to come back, or gone after him into the furnace room, or even expressed their doubts of the old man's news. But they folded their arms on the workbench, and between them lay an invisible thing neither would touch. "It's true, I guess," King said finally. "I guess so. Hearty rejoicing. Congratulations." "Hip hip hooray." Jack's tone was as dull as King's. "Sorry, I smashed Finnegan's medicine." "Doesn't matter. I'll put up another bottle." Finnegan was late in getting his medicine, but only Finnegan attached any importance to that. Within a quarter of an hour the news of Cassidy's generosity had swept through the hospital, and the wondrous delight of it occupied every tongue and mind. Why? Everyone asked. Why did he do it? Because he had no family, no one near or dear? Asking, they glanced at Marmion, if she happened to be within view. After all, she was nearest to the lonely man, daughter of his only friend. But no one asked her directly. She kept away from those curious glances whenever she could, working quickly in the laboratory to finish her work and Sister Judas. This evening she would seek out Sister Magdalene to congratulate her on her good fortune, and after the congratulations she would tell the Superior every fear and misgiving she had had, how terrified she had been there in the dark with that unknown person, and Big Balsam dying, how horribly certain she was that Eloise had been attacked by mistake because she came on Marmion's errand. But why? Over and over every detail she went until she could think of none clearly. Then she would glance at the clock and remind herself that she must not look forward to all the hours of the night ahead, but rather back to the night and day she had lived through, an infinitely longer time. Between supper and prayers, that was the most leisurely interval for Sister Magdalene. "That's when I'll try to catch her," Marmion decided. She was in the sitting room in the crow's nest killing time by pretending to write a letter to Aunt Dorothy when Lynn strolled in and dropped into the chair with a leaky arm. "I think it's the least we can do for her," she remarked. "Do what for who?" Marmion asked idly. "Carve out Magdalene on Mount Rushmore, the fifth great stone face. She belongs up there with the great emancipator and the poor man's champion and the father of our country, the indomitable spirit of the West. That's our gal. She'd translate into stone with her personality intact. We should start a movement to immortalize her, P.S., and let her pay for it, of course." Sister Magdalene, in stone coif and veil, her glasses suggested in granite shadows like Teddy Roosevelt's, her mouth firm as Washington's, perhaps the quizzical piece of Jefferson about the eyes. Who but Lynn would think of a thing so readily imaginable? Marmion smiled, drawing umbrellas across Aunt Dorothy's letter. "Are you staying on to do general duty, Lynn?" Heavens, no. I'm specializing for that motorcycle accident case, Jimmy Anderson, Nights. She took a package of cigarettes out of the pocket of the scarlet robe. Why I stay in this bottom of God's pocket, I'll never know. I got Cassidy's case because the registry called the kid I was rooming with, and she was scared stiff. So when I offered... Oh, well... Lynn flicked open her cigarette lighter. I'm disappointed that we're not going to see our petticoat dictator perform at the inquest tomorrow. The inquest? I hadn't heard about it. Oh, Lynn, will I be? Nobody will. They'll draw a jury, have them view the body, then adjourn. The sheriff wants to have more evidence lined up before he asks for a verdict. More? But what more is there? He thinks I know who came into Cassidy's room, but I don't. Marmine's breath caught on a frightened sob. Honestly, I don't. Then I wouldn't protest so violently. Lynn gave her a cool inspection. You're stuck with the story, aren't you? Either you imagined the entry as someone, which is certainly understandable, or you had some indication of who the person was, and you're afraid to tell. Marmion rose slowly. The writing tablet fell, the pencil after it. I don't care a great deal whether you believe me or not. Sister Judy didn't recognize her assailant, and her story rings true enough. And... She paused. Neither she nor Eloise had told about the incident of the corset box. I really don't care, she added. Then she went out and down the stairs. The clock struck in the hall below. 7. Too late now to find Sister Magdalene in her office. The sisters would be assembling for prayers. She felt not in the least foolhardy, walking through the elevated passage to Methuselah. There were lights. Sister Judy's geraniums flared pink on the narrow window-sills. She reached Methuselah and went on into the second passage to the chapel. Coming into the chapel balcony, she left the light behind her. The organ showed its white teeth in the twilight. Down the few steps to the body of the chapel, the real darkness began, reddened at the altar by the sanctuary light and the vigil lights the sisters had set burning. But the nuns were not there now. Marmion did not know that prayers had been advanced to 7:30 in order that Father might come and give benediction on this great occasion. She looked around the small, empty place, smelled the faint incense and varnish and candle wax, and realized that her head was aching. There were 2 pews beside the organ, and she knelt in one. Closing her eyes, she thought of nothing but the intense quiet. Perhaps that was why she heard the sound in the passageway. She turned her head, leaning her cheek on her folded hands. There was no repetition of the sound. That was when the quiet became frightening. She heard a rustle or footstep, some disturbance of the walled-in silence, and yet no one came out of the passage. It was a full minute before Marmion admitted to herself that the sound had been the most inaudible retreat of someone who had no intention of entering the chapel. Her own presence would not deter anyone coming to say night prayers, but if the unseen lingered there with the purpose of doing bodily harm, then he would behave exactly as he was doing. He would wait, just out of sight, near enough so that her first step into the passage would bring her upon him, and there would be no time to scream. Trembling, Marmion turned back to face the altar, what anyone deep in prayer would do after slight distraction. If he were watching, he would know she had heard him, but not that she attached any significance to the sound. Deliberately she yawned. Don't alarm him. Don't precipitate an attack. The chapel was a dead end. She was cornered. He could afford to wait. Even a killer would hesitate to desecrate a chapel. And then her eyes, raised to Mary's altar, took in a fringe of the high dark panels of the door. An outside door! If she could manage to reach it, if it was unlocked, she could escape. But she must not hurry. When finally she stood up, she walked without haste down the steps. He would think, she hoped, that she was about to start around the stations. Perhaps that minute of his indecision would be enough, if the door was not locked. She came to the door and laid her hand quickly on the latch, and pressed. In the same moment, she heard running feet start across the balcony. Sister Magdalene met Mr. Wilkins in the main corridor. He was breathless because he had taken the hill too fast. By the time he reached the top of the stairs, he was puffing. He spoke with many hesitations as if he were lost in thought, the hesitations giving him time to get his breath. Sister Magdalene, he felt confident, did not notice. She showed her age tonight, dazed still from the impact of good fortune. "I didn't think he'd come back from the dead to jeer at me in my poor chapel," he said. "The sheriff explained nothing, except that the funeral was Mr. Cassidy's wish. A telephone conversation so terse, without body or soul. But your great news, Maggie, it rang true, even over the wire." Sister Magdalene smiled. She had just climbed the basement stairs and was short of breath, but she believed she disguised it too well for Mr. Wilkins to notice. He was looking every day of his years tonight. Together the two friends walked to the sun porch, each thoughtful of the other's decrepitude. The sun porch windows were gay with Sister Judy's African violets. Beyond the building the lawn made a short sweep to the rimrock. Then the cliff fell away to the gulch, where the ghost town was hidden. From the windows there was only a long vista of pleated hills, invisible now in the night. "From almost anyone's point of view, I haven't been a success, Maggie," the old man said, deeply troubled. "In the beginning, I believed as you did that the city would be built on this side of the mountain. It was logical. The stage road followed this canyon. It seemed probable that the railroad would do the same. Oh, well, my small chapel was to be only a sort of semicolon between my open-air preaching on the hillside and the fine new church the people would surely desire. In a place where God walks as he does here, they would want to give him shelter. I suppose it's been my fault. If I had pushed them into building a church here before the new cornerstones were laid in Balsam City, they would have stayed with me. The debt would have obligated them, if nothing else." "You don't mean that, Hal. You're only borrowing gall and wormwood. You'd never brew bitterness for yourself." Mr. Wilkins gave a sigh that gently tipped a violet. "Forgive me, Maggie. In my Father's house are many mansions. Perhaps Charity Chapel qualifies as the woodshed." The sister chuckled, and he turned to look straight at her for the first time. His plump cheeks were still pale, but his eyes had regained their old tranquillity. "I feel better, having told you this. I slap out because I don't like Cassidy's post-mortem joke. When my little chapel was partly burned last winter, there was no money either to tear it down or to rebuild it, although my faithful miners made much ado about it. By next summer, I believe, we'll be at work, but in the meantime, I preach and we pray with the same spirituality. I don't care for Cassidy's joke." Sister Magdalene let him finish, even allowed a short pause. "I saw it as you do, at first, Hal," she said slowly, "a dramatic effect in keeping with the grand charity of leaving his money to the hospital. But since we don't understand his charity, how can we understand his desire for a simple funeral? It could be sincere. This softness, this loneliness, might have been at the root of all his bluster. Perhaps there was something in his life we know nothing about, some hurt that made him cover up any human longing that might have led him toward people. He could have been ashamed to reach out. Now, of course, no one will ever know why, so he can allow himself what he really longed for in life, a gesture of friendship." "He couldn't buy it, Maggie." "He didn't try. He left you nothing in his will. You'll be given a generous stipend, of course, for the funeral, but nothing more." The old man sighed again. "How you have relieved me. I couldn't disregard the wish of the dead, but now I have no desire to. Yes, you have given me reassurance." But he didn't turn to go. There was something else heavy on his mind. He was frowning, his hat nervously slapping his knee, his eyes again on the pleated hills. "Mrs. Burkish is having a bad attack of arthritis," he said at last. The sister could have chuckled aloud. She let her coif hide a smile. "Bring it to us, Al." The hat stopped slapping. I wouldn't dream of asking you, Maggie, but I have only the one good shirt, you see, and I can't ask Mrs. Burkish to do it up, and there isn't time to send it to a laundry in town. The sheriff called me so late, and the funeral is to be the day after tomorrow. I thought I might wear it again. It's plenty clean for a small wedding or christening, but for this... If we were to have the funeral in our chapel, we would wash and clean the vestments, Sister Magdalene said, relieving him of his explanation. The good shirt is your vestment. Could you bring it up in the morning? They shook hands, smiling. Mr. Wilkins nodded. My prayers have been answered. I don't mean the shirt. I prayed very hard for some great opportunity to come to you. I didn't dream of Cassidy. Who would? As the preacher and his old friend were shaking hands, Marmion was yanking frantically at the chapel door, and Pussyfoot was making the discovery that his envelope was gone. He couldn't believe it. He had laid the paper on the dresser right here, on top of everything else. There was no possibility of its being lost. His heart was thumping as hard as Marmion's when he began to scrabble through the newspapers, cards, strings, old envelopes, the accumulated trash he was always salvaging from the wastebaskets. Pussyfoot had the soul of a scavenger. That was why he picked up the long box when he scuffed against it in the dark room. He had hidden it away because it had a right smart dent in it. But the box didn't matter now. It was the paper he must find. It couldn't be gone. He started through his pockets, even though he knew he hadn't absently stuck it back in. He had held it in his teeth, bringing it in here. That was when he remembered. Jock had been with him. He had offered Jock a snort. Then he had gone out to wash the medicine off his hands, and he had hurt King. And Jock had come out of the furnace room, looking like the ghost of a ghost. And the envelope was gone. Standing in the middle of the room like a scarecrow, with limp pockets all turned out, Pussyfoot gaped at nothing. Turner, the stinking thief, he had taken the paper, and he'd known what it meant, too. Get him a smart lawyer like Coffer Daniels, and he might even take a crack at breaking Cassidy's will, and then all kinds of evidence would be aired. Righteously indignant, Pussyfoot strode down the hall to Jock's room. He knocked on the closed door, waited half a second, and opened it. The room was empty. He didn't know why he snapped on the light. All he saw was the closet, the door open, the hangers empty. On the bed lay a suitcase, fully packed, ready for the lid to be closed. Pussyfoot backed out of the room, forgetting to turn off the light. He would listen for the fellow. With his own door open, he could hear that scuffling step. There was nothing to worry about. But all his guarantees to himself could not keep Pussyfoot from going half crazy with terror. He cowered on his bed, listening, waiting. The only sound he caught was the patter of footsteps running by. A few minutes earlier, Sister Judith had laid down her prayer book as her door opened, and then she dropped the book and snatched the sheet up to her chin. Although she was a hospital patient, she could not have such a visitor as this. "You can't come in here, Jock. Go away instantly." Jock's little smile was pleading. "Sister, please, just let me." "I cannot have a layman in my room." "I know. I'll go." But instead of leaving, he came and leaned on the footrail. His hair was sleeked down, still wet from the shower. His cheeks were powdery with talcum. "You're dressed up, Jock." And then the little nun asked a question that seemed irrelevant. "Why did you take off your shoes?" The young man's mouth twisted for a second into a grimace that would never be a smile. "I thought you'd recognize my step." "I didn't, Jock." "Bless you, I tried not to choke you, but I didn't have the time to be extra gentle." His voice strengthened and steadied. "Sister, I didn't kill Cassidy. I had nothing to do with it. Do you believe me?" "Of course." "All I've done is... No, I won't burden you. I just wanted you to know that my leaving now has no bearing on anything that happened, and I wanted to say, God bless you." Sister Judith was not readily moved to tears, but Jock had the very clean look of all the polished little boys who trooped to the hospital every summer with such desolate bravery to have their tonsils out, and she was always tortured with sympathy for them. She snuggled the sheet up higher and heard Jock go. About the time Marmion ran along the drive, Sister Judith reached for the cord which would turn on the signal light for the nurse, but all she did was to wind and rewind it around her finger. Marmion met Jock at the front door, but she didn't stop. Her feet barely touched the stairs, hardly tapped the silence of the old halls. Anywhere, now, was refuge after that cornered interlude in the chapel, the eternal minute it took to open the door, the never-ending run through the black night over unseen ground from the chapel to the basement entrance. But down there was the room where Big Balsam had lain like a fallen crusader, the empty kitchen and the black furnace room and the shadowed pharmacy, and even in her fright Marmion could not force herself through the door. So she ran around to the front, then up all the stairs to the crow's nest. Over under the rafters, the rolled mattress eased itself a little out of its coil as she flew by. The bed was unoccupied. Marmion stumbled in, slammed the door and locked it, drove Eloise's bed a little harder against the second door into the hall. And then she collapsed on the floor. Whom did she fear? Not Lynn or Dixie or King. Not old Miss Hennessy or Miss Baxter soaking her corns in the bathroom, or Philippa or Jock. Still, there had been no stranger, to the sheriff's knowledge, in the hospital on the night Big Balsam died. And yet the danger persisted from that time. The attic darkness had covered the stealthy movements of someone's hand on the master switch. And the same darkness had hidden her assailant from Sister Judy and from Eloise. And tonight, the quiet had rustled just out of sight in the chapel passage. She had not been followed down the hillside. Had she, possibly, imagined the whole thing? Marmion got up, pulled off her uniform, and kicked off her shoes, sat down on the end of her bed and tucked her feet under her, covering them with the hem of her slip. The room was chilly, but that was not why the girl sat shivering. It was because she was fitting the garments of a murderer onto all the people she knew in the hospital, and finding they fitted everyone except the sisters. When Eloise came, she had to plead with Marmion to open the door. Mr. Wilkins walked slowly down the hill from the hospital. He had seen Barney and been delighted to find him cheery. "If I could just know nobody'd suffer for the good deed," Barney had said, referring to Cassidy's murder. Mr. Wilkins could not admit to having the same opinion. He was feeling most placid tonight. The item of the shirt was off his mind. He did not usually come down the long road in the dark. Today, however, so much had happened, excitement enough for a lifetime crowded into a few hours, and he knew he would not sleep. The night was restful. All the commotion of the day backed off, leaving him a lone person trudging down a hill in the starlight. Step cautiously, feel the heel tendon press against the back of the old gaiter. First one foot and then the other. Wonder if black shoe polish would do enough for the scuffed toes. Be thankful again over the shirt. Glow with simple pride over the coming great day. He heard the footsteps behind him and stopped. "Hello, nice evening. Bound for the gulch?" The steps halted abruptly. Silence. Mr. Wilkins was troubled. He had spoken out of an innocent desire for companionship. Surely no one would object so strenuously to him as to remain hidden in the dark, rather fearfully hidden, because the fellow could not be far away. Neither of them had been guided by a flashlight. Mr. Wilkins had not expected to be out so late as to need one, but the other fellow, if he had a light, was not betraying his position by it. Curious. Unless, by chance, this was a stranger returning from a visit to the hospital, hurrying down the hill to the bus stop, and startled half out of his wits by a voice coming out of the night. "I'm the preacher from Charity Chapel," said Mr. Wilkins. "We might as well walk together." No reply. The night birds circled with hoarse cries. The old man did not flee down the road, but he did not quite take his time. Behind him the quiet one might have moved. He never knew. He was at his own door when a leftover returned to his mind, something he had put aside at an odd time to ponder at leisure. He tried to remember, standing on his porch looking up at the velveteen sky. The solid, arching wall of hills made the sky a little lighter. Contrast. The leftover was almost within reach. The hours crossed the barrier of midnight and became a new day. In the hospital everyone slept except the night nurses and Pussyfoot. Rising once in a while to walk the cramps out of his legs, he never went farther than the furnace room door, where he knew Jock had not returned. The hills were walling pink sky when he slipped down the hall to look for shore. He came back running on tiptoe. They began asking around about Jock even earlier than Pussyfoot had anticipated. A nurse called down to remind him of surgery. Sister Peter telephoned from Methuselah. But no one pair of hands, it seemed, could take the place of Jock's. "Where is he?" everyone demanded on this busy morning. It was Dr. Kingston, out of patience, who finally tapped on the closed door and, receiving no reply, nearly jerked off the knob and went in. The light was on. He was there only a minute. Then he went out and shut the door. They stood beside Jock's empty bed, the sheriff and King. The bed was smoothly made. Nothing lay on it but the suitcase, packed and waiting for a hand to close it. They looked at the dresser where not one single thing littered the clean scarf, and at the 2 white chairs and the row of empty coat hangers in the closet. The sheriff walked to the closet and poked his head in. He brushed the hangers, and they made a thin, wiry jingling. "The bed hasn't been slept in." The doctor shook his head. "Yesterday was a day for clean linen. The pillow slip isn't wrinkled." The sheriff had seen the unwrinkled slip. He came back to the suitcase. It was cheap, flimsy even in its prime. He poked a rolled pair of socks. This was the sparse accumulation of either a very poor man, or one who cared nothing for belongings, or of one who had purposely rid himself of everything that could connect him with the past. There was a small radio with its cord looped around it, underwear and shirts gray from hospital washing, handkerchiefs a better color than the shirts. All of it might have belonged to anyone. "I don't get it. He planned to light out because he packed up. But he's already lit without the suitcase. Why didn't he come back?" The sheriff answered his own question with another. "Because he couldn't?" The doctor's jaw clamped hard, raising the tendons in his temples. He had called the sheriff immediately after discovering the emptiness of Jock's room. And that, it seemed, was to be the total of his contribution. Fists in his hip pockets, he stood in his favorite pose, puffing out his lips as he scrutinized the suitcase. The sheriff closed on the lid, much as one would let the cover of a casket fall over the face of a beloved one. "Well, I'll organize a search." "He might be dead drunk somewhere." "How's that?" The doctor shrugged. "He's gone on a binge quite a few times in the 2 years he's been here." "And he didn't get fired for it?" "Orderlies are hard to find." "Go on, Doc." "Most men drink to escape from something. With Jock, it's his physical disability. Remember when he was a champion rodeo rider?" "Yes, I'd forgotten. Throwed, wasn't he?" "He got off with a broken back and a crushed leg. Thrown against the fence and then kicked. Carelessness, it sounded like to me. Either too cocky or else he didn't give a darn. He spent a while in another hospital. Then they brought him here. I thought I could tinker him up." "Looks like you got him on his feet again." King lifted his shoulder. "If you could call it that. Jock's a writer. He's never been thankful for a bad leg." "Isn't he pretty lucky to have a job at all?" "He's not an irrepressible optimist." The sheriff whistled thoughtfully. "Had a dress suit, didn't he?" At King's nod he went on. "It's not in the suitcase, so he must be wearing it. Did he dress up mostly when he went on these bats?" "No, he knew he'd ruin his clothes." "Well, we'll pick him up wherever he is. I'll telephone my office and tell Brant to alert the police in all the hills towns. We ought to have him by evening, easy enough." But long before evening the sheriff knew that King would have called him an irrepressible optimist. Even before the reports began filtering into his office, Jock Turner not seen by any of his cronies in the familiar haunts, he began to doubt the doctor's diagnosis. He had gone to the sun porch to use the telephone and found Sister Magdalene in conversation with Mr. Wilkins. Jock's absence was already a subject much discussed, and now to the sheriff's lean information there was added Mr. Wilkins' account of the stranger behind him on the road, and out of that a time set for the young man's departure. That is, if the preacher had not been mistaken about the footsteps, if the unforeseen follower was Jock. 7:30, or thereabouts. Jock had no car. 7:45 was the next bus for town. 8 if he wanted one going in the opposite direction. So he could have been catching a bus, the sheriff pondered. Well, I'll get the boys started. Terry Turner, Mr. Wilkins remarked to himself. The paper sack in the sister's arms gave out a suddenly crushed crackle. Terry Turner, he repeated. The history of this region has always fascinated me, Sheriff. In a place where there is little to look forward to in the future, the past can be alluring. It has been my life interest. What about Terry? The sheriff suggested. Sister Magdalene turned to lean on the arm of her chair. The morning was fresh over the mountains, Sister Judy's violets like soft new suede. But the past lured her back, as it must be luring Mr. Wilkins, to a night when the hills were slippery with rain. Is it old Terry, you mean? The sheriff continued. The one that had some kind of trouble with Cassidy in the early days? Over a mine, wasn't it? The identification fitted almost every homestaker in the region. Nearly all had had trouble with Cassidy over mines. But Mr. Wilkins nodded. Terry was Jock's father. He had a claim over here on Little Balsam Creek, just outside the gulch. But he couldn't work it. It turned out to be a dry claim. A dry claim on a creek? Odd, wasn't it? Little Balsam rose on Cassidy's land, and so naturally he could keep control of the water. He offered to buy the claim, but Terry wouldn't sell. That was when Cassidy found that he'd have to divert the water to a new channel in order to work his own claim at top capacity. The sheriff remembered the picturesque term men had used then in referring to Big Balsam. It was a good one, not to be recollected in genteel company. And this diversion business, he said. I suppose it only held long enough for Cassidy to, acquire Turner's claim. Terry didn't sell. The sheriff's fingers drummed the table. He could have sworn the preacher was not speaking at random. And yet, where was the connection between Jock's ownership of a forgotten gold mine and his disappearance? If Terry didn't sell out, maybe Jock did. Not to my knowledge, Sheriff. Why didn't he develop the mine, then? It takes a fortune to make a fortune in the gold business today. A lot is low-grade ore, and you'd have to build a stamp mill and cyanide plant to make the mining pay. Where would he get the money? Then say he didn't build a plant. Couldn't he get some other outfit to do the milling after he got the ore out of the ground? He could, in Denver. But look at the distance. Look at what it would cost for shipping. If there was any way to recover gold without investing a mint of money, you'd see the gulch go for it again with mines. No, the easy pickings are gone. You can't go out with a gold pan anymore and wash yourself a year's wages in a day. The gold is here, but aside from the hellbent, nobody has the money to get it out. Mr. Wilkins excused himself then. As he hurried away down the hall, passing open doors, the light fell on him, first one side and then the other. Sister Magdalene, watching him go, was obviously thinking of something else. Sister Judith is back to work this morning, Sheriff. Good. The sheriff paused in the act of lifting the telephone. It seems that she saw Jock last night. She did? Where? The nun's mouth tightened. She will tell you. You will find her in the laboratory. She arose with the paper sack package and went off through the patches of light and shadow. The sheriff's attention was on the veiled figure that appeared to drift away from him. There, now, where she paused at the newel post, she looked exactly as she had on that rainy night 29 years ago in the little old hospital near the Hellbent. Never in his life had he been so sorry for any human being. And then he gave a low whistle. Father Anthony. That was the night Father Anthony was killed. And the young priest had been a very close friend of Terry Turner. Hello, Sheriff's office, the voice in the receiver repeated. Quickly, the sheriff gave the orders that would start the search for Jock. And look, Brant, he added, send somebody to the courthouse to look up the record on old Terry Turner's mining claim. The name of it? I don't know. Maybe he never got around to naming it. It's located someplace near this gulch. Could be in it, even. You find out. Okay, boss. That all? Then listen here. I checked on the bank accounts. Several banks got him. Kingston's and the hospital account at the Balsam Butte National. Hennessy's at the... Skip the extra details. Well, they're all about what you'd expect. Only one, Casper Rayburn. Cass. Pussyfoot. Boss, he's got an account would knock your hat off. Close to $60,000. The silence was so long that Brant jiggled the hook. You still there? I'm here. You're sure about this, Brant? There could be another Rayburn. It wouldn't have to be. It is. I didn't believe it either, but the bank manager's positive. Their depositors wear shoes as a rule. Pussyfoot don't. He comes in regular on the 10th of each month and makes a deposit. Always in cash, too. And the same amount every time, $150. Maybe it's his wages. You kiddin'? Your Mary Magdalene pays him 31 smackers a month. He deposits her check. How long ago did he open this account, Brant? Let's see. 29 years ago, last May. Aw. What do you mean, aw? When did he make the last deposit? The 10th of September. That tell you something, boss? Yeah, I just reckon it does. The sheriff dropped the receiver back in place. The next step was obvious. He would get Pussyfoot by the scruff of his hairy old neck and choke out of him the story of how and why he came to blackmail Big Balsam Cassidy. For there could be no doubt as to the source of the old renegade's bank account. Cassidy had been admitted to St. Denis on October 5th, making him unavailable to Pussyfoot on the 10th. That was why the last payment had been made in September. So now we're getting places, the sheriff muttered. He clattered down the stairs to the furnace room. Pussyfoot was not there, nor was he to be found anywhere in the hospital or grounds. So the sheriff made a second call to Brant, directing that the man came to the gulch with the single purpose of finding Pussyfoot. The old fellow could not be far away, not so far as Jock, who continued to be missing from Deadwood to Hot Springs. Marmion, on a high stool with her back to the sheriff and her eye tight to a microscope, gave half of her attention to the slide and half to Sister Judith. They had not had much time to talk this morning, and the small nun's story of Jock's visit was a revelation to Marmion, as well as to the sheriff. I almost wondered at the time if it could have been Jock in the attic, the sister said, her eyes on the spoon which stirred a bubbling saucepan of germ culture. He was so careful and so gentle. I have seen him handle patients that way. He didn't explain what he was doing in the attic? No, sir. Protecting someone, the sheriff said mildly. Marmion's hand trembled as she took up her pencil. Protecting someone, he repeated. He knew the switch was off, or he wouldn't have gone up there, and if he hadn't pulled it himself, then he knew who did. And who was important enough to Jock for him to take a chance like that? Marmion swung sharply to face him. Me, for instance, Sheriff? I'd only been here 4 days, but these things happen fast." She hated to be so savagely angry. Almost in spite of herself, the bitter words poured out. "He came into Big Balsam's room and I recognized him. Is that it? Because he had neglected to take off his shoes? Well, let me tell you this, Sheriff. It wasn't Jock who chased me out of the chapel last night. He couldn't have been there, and with Sister Judy at the same time. And besides, I met him at the front door when I ran in." "You were chased out of the chapel, Miss Pierce?" the sheriff demanded, and even Marmion could see his consternation. "Yes, I was, but I'm surprised you believe me. I thought I'd have to take the veil and hang a rosary at my belt before you'd—" "Marmion!" Sister Judith snapped. The culture slopped out of the pan, and a vile odor filled the laboratory. With the corner of her apron for a holder, the nun lifted the pan off the heat, and she, like Marmion, was shaking. The sheriff glanced at his watch as if he noticed nothing unusual in this little byplay. "Well, we're hunting 2 men now. Old Rayburn, too. I'm putting men here from now on, a 24-hour guard. If you feel an urge to stroll through a dark hall again, Miss Pierce, ask one of my men to go with you. It would be safer." "And more exciting," Marmion said shortly. She was ashamed of herself, almost. The sheriff departed. Sister Judith replaced her pan and went on stirring. Marmion tried again to concentrate on Mr. Walker's peculiar germs, but she couldn't keep at it. Unwillingly she turned to the little nun. "Sister Judy, I'm sorry, but that man aggravates me. He seemed to believe I met Jock at the door, all right, but he probably thinks we were going to elope, and he's struck with the idea that I hated Cassidy. I did, but not enough to kill him. I mean, I'm not the kind to do much about what I don't like. Not murder." "He was a foundling," Sister Judith said softly, so softly that Marmion wondered if she had heard correctly. Although her face was shadowed by the veil, the girl had seen her lips move around the strange word, and still it was unbelievable. "A foundling? Mr. Cassidy? I never heard that, sister." "If you had known, you couldn't have hated him. He had no home but an orphanage, and he ran away from that. So he had to be successful in a worldly way in order to overcome what he felt was the handicap of his birth. He used to tell me I was rich because I had the most precious treasure in the world, a name. But if you didn't get it as a free gift, he said, you couldn't ever buy it." "He told you this himself, sister?" "Yes, dear." She brushed her cheek, leaving a bright smear. "He was very lonely, the loneliest man in the world, I used to think. King is the same. They aren't hard, men like that. They've been badly hurt, and the hard surface is scar tissue. I made up a story about Mr. Cassidy. I was only 14 then. I pretended he had been in love with a beautiful girl who spurned him because she wanted wealth and social position, and that experience destroyed his faith in people. He had to have something, then, to take its place, so he set out to make the world envy him. Envy isn't much, but it was all he had." "Sister, but how did you—" "I worked at the Hellbent as a cleaner in the offices. I was too young, but Mr. Cassidy knew my father had no money to give me, and I had to earn what I needed to enter the convent. Reverend Mother would not have required the fee, I suppose, but I wanted to come like the others. I didn't mind working, especially when I came to know Mr. Cassidy. He used to come early, sometimes, and listen to the stamp mills starting up for the day, and I'd be finishing the night's cleaning. That was when he would talk. He never knew who his parents were, and the names people gave him, like Big Balsam and Hellbent, used to amuse him in a fierce sort of way. He said they were quite as authentic as the name he had chosen for himself." Marmion listened in the odd wonder she had felt when she first saw Mount Rushmore, when she walked into the college chapel for the first time, when she had come face to face with any incarnation of the sublime. Sister Judy, stirring the pan of soup, had touched the clouds. She must have loved the lonely man who had talked to her while the stamp mills were starting up in the morning, and with those talks, perhaps 15 years back, the change might have begun in him. His realization of loneliness, his initial desire for friendship, possibly his first wondering as to the eventual disposition of his great wealth. Was it because he remembered the little scrub girl saving her skimpy wages that he left his fortune to the institution which housed her? "He knew I wanted to earn my own money, that it was important to me," the sister added, "and so he never overpaid me. It took me 2 years to save what I needed. He understood so well." She turned her back, going about her work. Marmion swallowed hard before she could speak. "Sister, I didn't know. My father was his best friend, but how can I hate his memory now?" "That's why I told you, dear." Late in the afternoon, Marmion was alone in the laboratory. Her head ached dully. Her lungs seemed to be filled with milkweed fluff. Sister Judy had not mentioned Big Balsam Cassidy again, but the story had hung between the two as they worked, and they had never reached such accord. Because she was still thinking of Sister Judith, Marmion did not realize at once that someone had come in and was standing behind her. For a frozen instant she could not turn. Safety. "Call one of my men," the sheriff had said. But how could she call now, when the visitor stood between her and the door? It took a mighty effort to look around slowly, casually. But when she beheld him, a tall, thin young man, blond, peering wistfully around his large nose, her apprehension melted away. No murderous character would have such pathetic, bony wrists, or an Adam's apple jumping above his open collar, or eyebrows jumping with the Adam's apple, or his head ducked in a question he could not quite utter. And on top of all that, Marmion knew him. At least, she had seen him before. Trying not to allow her smile to become too friendly, Marmion slid off her stool and approached him with her hand out. The young man hastily shifted his notebook and shook hands. "Your slip, please," Marmion said severely. He blushed with a painfulness that could not be less than genuine. His sleeves were too short, the shoulders of his jacket skimpy like her own old suit. She struck down a sympathetic feeling. "If you've come for a blood test, you must have a slip from your doctor. Or you're not a donor?" Here was one that could almost be counted upon to faint in spite of brandy and cool cloths. Perhaps she should call the kitchen for black coffee. The young man smiled, and the effect was that of the double rainbow of a balsam butte, unexpected, twice as beautiful as most rainbows. "Miss, I'm a reporter, Scully of the Daily Bulletin." "You were here this morning. That's when I saw you." "Yes, ma'am. I shook off the other fellows. I know I shouldn't be up here, but this is my first chance at a real story. I only got it through a fluke, and it's up to me to make good on it. Couldn't you please?" A pleading gesture went with the entreaty. Marmion kept her glance away from the bony wrist. "Up to you, not to me, Mr. Scully. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my work to do." The Adam's apple gave another leap. She knew he would persist, perhaps in the end even draw out of her the sweet pathetic tale of Sister Judy and the great Cassidy, which was uppermost in her mind. In self-protection she picked up a needle. "I might as well take a blood sample as long as you're here, Mr. Scully. We use so many donors, and you could be something we're short on." "Ma'am, I never disclose a source of news, so you'd be perfectly—" "Even if we never call you, it's a good idea for people to know their own blood type in case of emergency. Take me, for instance." She pinched up her finger until it grew rosy. "There's gold in them there veins. Rh negative. You were with Cassidy when he died, weren't you, ma'am? The sheriff said the nurse wasn't—" "The left hand, please," said Marmion. "Calluses from typing? I'll have to prick deep. It might be sore for a while." She turned away, considerately taking a minute to find a new card. She believed she had scared him out. Before she was through fumbling, the young man was gone. Protection. You owe that to yourself above all, and if you talk thoughtlessly to a reporter. and Sister Magdalene had forbidden her staff to see reporters. But there had been something about him. Marmion went quickly to the window and threw it wide open. Sam Scully was legging it down the hill. With a sigh, she went back to her work. The laundry was an escape world for Sister Magdalene. The moist, soapy smell brought her back to childhood, when her mother had soused away in suds to the elbows, and there was the froggy sound of cloths rubbed on the washboard, and there would be soup and pudding for dinner on wash day. Problems then had been elemental, such as concerned a whole roof over their heads and money for tomorrow's meat. Nothing like quiet, stalking evil that struck out of the dark and left death and injury behind it. Old Sister Margaret was running the small washing machine in which she laundered the nurses' uniforms. The big mangle and the dryer and the large washer were not in operation. When she saw the superior, the old nun shut off the machine and came with all her wrinkles smiling, wiping her hands on her apron. "Are the women gone so early, Sister Margaret?" "No, sister. It's their half-day off. You have something for me to wash?" Sister Magdalene opened the paper sack she had carried from one task to another for several hours. "I had thought I would do it myself, sister, not to add to your work, but since you're using the small machine, and it's white—" She tucked the empty sack under her arm and shook out the garment. "Mr. Wilkins' best shirt. He was in deep trouble about it because it must be laundered before Mr. Cassidy's funeral tomorrow. I offered to do it up for him." "Yes, sister." The old nun murmured the habit of a lifetime, but she did not touch the shirt. "You will excuse me, sister." Sister Magdalene nodded, surprised. "Then you will remember, please, that we are forbidden to take part in Protestant religious ceremonies." The superior folded the shirt against her front and stroked out the wrinkles. She had not been so diverted since the night of the storm. "I believe we may do this with a clear conscience, sister," she said after a pause. "It is a corporal work of mercy to bury the dead. We are assisting in a small way, and we are doing a sort of roundabout honor to a benefactor. Yes, sister." "Is this load ready to come out?" "No, sister, it just went in." "Then we'll put the shirt in also." She could see that Sister Margaret turned on the current reluctantly. In a moment the shirt disappeared under the suds. They stood watching, one on either side of the machine, a warm, soapy haze rising between them. "Are you planning yet for your new laundry, Sister Margaret?" Surprisingly, the nun began to cry, the tears running down her cheeks as if the question had burst a dam. With each hand cupping an elbow, she rocked back and forth. "I know I'm selfish, sister. I should not regret our great good fortune. It is what we have prayed for and done without all our years together. If God had not wanted us to have it, He would not have sent it. But I am ungenerous, sister. I think of myself. I do not want to leave this room where I have spent my life. Always I have dreamed of the day when I would come here with my last strength and make an offering of all the work of my hands. Each day I offer, but I wanted to make the last here, and I could never do it in a white new laundry." The old sister's sobs were little childish hiccups. Sister Magdalene was stricken. She should have remembered that Sister Margaret and Sister Peter, also, had been with her from the beginning, young in her own young years, hopeful and disappointed and afraid with her. It had been wicked to forget them. She put her arms around the frail old sister. In health, Big Balsam Cassidy had never set foot in St. Denis. Now, from the grave, he was reaching back into every smallest corner. The two nuns stood long together, while in the washing machine Mr. Wilkins' shirt worked itself into a gay entanglement with the nurses' uniforms. The sheriff did not know he was about to solve the secret of Jock's absence when he stopped his car in front of Charity Chapel. Not why, yet, nor even exactly when Jock had gone, but where. He slammed the car door behind him and glanced at Mr. Wilkins' house on one side of the road, the chapel on the other. The chapel door stood open. He strode to it. The old preacher was going to disclose why he had seen fit to bring up the subject of Terry Turner's mine at the time he did. Brand had uncovered the legal information in the courthouse. Now Mr. Wilkins would be given the opportunity to add what would not be recorded, every detail of the trouble between Turner and Cassidy, Father Anthony's connection. None of it any great feat for a historian who found the past so alluring. The sheriff stamped into the chapel to find Mr. Wilkins, as he expected, seated in his rocker, with a finger marking a passage in his Bible. With him, however, were two boys of high school age, bright youths, with clean hair showing they had mothers who cared, and very ripped and dirty overalls indicating that they had been up to some sort of rugged boy business. Evidently, Mr. Wilkins had been listening to an incredible tale, for his customary mild absent-mindedness had been startled out of him. He barely caught the Bible before it fell. "Sheriff, thank heaven you're here. I was about to call you. Marty and Charlie. They've found Jock." "They have? Where? Did he come back with you fellows?" The boys looked scared. Mr. Wilkins slowly laid the Bible on the table and polished his glasses, each lens separately, with his thumb. "He didn't come back, Sheriff. He couldn't. Jock is dead." A fly, one of the season's last, buzzed into the room, a veritable bomber in the intense quiet. "He's dead?" The taller of the boys nodded. "He was shot, but there's no gun." The sheriff let go his breath suddenly. "Your kids didn't move him?" "Gosh, no. But you can see the way he's lying, right beside the creek." "Balsam Creek, here in the gulch?" The tall lad gulped. No." "Turner owned the Mary Ellen mine," said Mr. Wilkins. "Cassidy owned the Killjoy right next to it. They found Jock in the Killjoy shaft." The sheriff found he had to sit down for a minute. Cassidy again. Big Balsam had asked for murder. But Jock, sunny-tempered, inoffensive, in spirit no older than the boys who had found him, how could he inspire the unlawful taking of a human life with malice aforethought? "All right, kids, let's have it. How'd you happen to find him? And who are you, by the way?" "I'm Marty Spree," said the taller boy. "My dad's the butcher. He's Charlie Moreland. They've got the filling station." "I know. About the mine." Marty hitched his Sam Browne belt, and the sheriff noticed then that Charlie wore its twin, and that each belt was hung with flashlights, knives, pencils, pads of paper, rope, and a compass. "We're the Gopher Gulch Mine Mapping and Exploring Team," said Marty. "We've been working in the old mines all summer, making maps. This afternoon we got to the Killjoy." "You're sure it's the Killjoy?" Charlie grinned. "We know them mines, Sheriff. We're going to be mining engineers." "Jock," said the sheriff. "How do we get to him?" "We'll take you there, down the mine shaft. You go down the ladder. He's right beside a great big black puddle of water." So Jock had packed his suitcase last night, intending to run away from the thing that menaced him. But first he had gone to Sister Judy to make his peace with her, and then he had taken himself off to the Killjoy to die in the dark. Why? "Okay, kids, we'll go as soon as I call my office and get some men started out here," the sheriff said. "Never mind the why just now. Go to Jock, look at him. Try not to remember what a swell little guy he'd been, because sentiment would make you so howling mad." They bumped off over the ruts of Main Street, leaving Mr. Wilkins sadly behind, then out to the highway and swiftly across it to the dirt road that once had led to the gold mill. The mill was a ruin of odd wheels and sections of wall towering nowhere, set in its own desert of shining, black slag plateaus. "There's an old logging road goes around the back of the mountain, if you want to take the long way," said Marty, "or we can shinny straight up from here." The sheriff stopped the car and squinted up the hillside. "That the entrance, that kind of brushy place?" "Looks like an overgrown hole," said Charlie. "Let's climb." The slag was slippery as ice. allowing few toe holds on the bulging sides of the plateaus, but once they reached the top behind the mill, the grassy slope offered scrub pines to catch and old stumps for stepping stones. As they climbed, the boys set forth an amazing knowledge of the old mines. "See, the way they mined then was to tunnel in, horizontally, at the top," said Charlie. "There was another tunnel away down there at the base of the mountain, but that's caved in now. The upper one had a vertical shaft running down a good ways, and the men would go in through the upper tunnel till they came to the shaft, then down a ladder with dynamite strapped to their backs, and they'd set off the dynamite so it would blast out a kind of room right above the lower tunnel. The room was a stope. And then they make a hole about 18 inches across in the floor of the stope." Marty took it up. "And they push the ore down through the hole into the little mule cars in the tunnel below, and the mules would haul it out to the mill." "This stope," said Charlie, "it had pillars of rock, maybe 30 feet through, so's the whole thing wouldn't cave in. You'll see, Sheriff, it's just like a room, kind of a ragged room." "The water seeped in," added Marty. "Looky, here's some of the ore." They were at the mouth of the killjoy. A few rotting sacks of ore lay there, and a pile of short, stout timbers like the one which had been used to brace the entrance. The tunnel gaped black dark beyond the welcome mat of sunshine. "Here, Sheriff, you'll need a flashlight," said Marty. "You can have this, it's extra. Come on." Their first sensation, aside from the dark, was the chill. Dank and clammy, it met them 10 feet in. Underfoot the smashed rock was jagged, the low ceiling and walls treacherously hung with thin slabs ready to fall crashing into the passage. It had been like this when the miners tramped through here with dynamite on their backs, dragging picks and shovels, and there had been amazingly few accidents. The darkness intensified. Marty's legs were like long shears cutting into the black void. Suddenly he stopped. "Now we go down," Charlie whispered, behind the sheriff. There was no reason to whisper. Nothing could be disturbed here. Nothing living. A hole gaped in the floor, and up out of it stuck the rusty prongs of a steel ladder. The hands of dead men had clung to those prongs, men who had gone down into the old stope and set their dynamite, scrambled up to wait and earnestly count the blast from below, because their lives depended upon counting right. If 10 charges had been set, and 9 went off, there would be 1 remaining to splatter a man into eternity. The sheriff backed around and felt with his foot for the first rung of the ladder. Foolhardy, these boys, poking into the innards of the earth, but lucky for him. Who could ever conceive of a man going deliberately down into this old mine for any sane reason? The chamber was, as Charlie had said, a large room with an immense black pillar in the middle. Toward the sides was the hole through which the gold ore had been shoved to the cars below, broken with age far wider than it had ever been in the old days. The ceiling was high and cavernous, the walls echoing. "Over here," Charlie said, and the walls threw back the "here." His flashlight cut to the jagged pillar, then around it, onto the pool of water black as ink. The 3 moved toward the pool reluctantly. A drop fell from above with a musical dink. Water was to be expected in an old mine, but not what lay at the edge of it. A pair of man's shoes, and there were feet in the shoes, and above them were tweed trouser legs, no longer natty, soaked from the black pond. The sheriff had known what he would find, and yet the beam of his flash wavered and fell away. The curly head was too boyish, lying on the black old floor. But there was nothing juvenile about the bullet hole in the temple. Except for the counter-evidence of that wound, Jock might have been lying there asleep. The activity of the next hour was such as the old mine had not known since the early boom days of Gopher Gulch. 30 years ago, when the rungs were new and shining, men had been carried up that ladder in the stope, but none had been carried as they carried Jock. For the miners there had been hope, and the rescuers worked fast. But they could be slow with Jock, slow to come out, slow to lay him on the grass. There was nothing they could do for him, except to find out how he had come to die. The sheriff spread his clean blue handkerchief over Jock's face. Marty and Charlie stood aside, following at a distance when the men, walking with uneven step on the rocky slope and over the black plateaus, went down with the stretcher. It was Marty who had stumbled upon the gun, tossed away behind the foot of a ladder in the stope. He had not touched it. A deputy had picked it up, wrapping it carefully to preserve fingerprints. That was when they first named, for certain, the ugly thing that had happened to Jock. Murder. The words swept through the hospital. Sister Magdalene told King, and then Dixie, because there would be no way of keeping back such news, and no one knew what tongue carried it next. The atmosphere tightened as if an unseen force compressed the very air. You breathed it, choking. You made a dozen trips to the drinking fountain, and still were thirsty. When you came around a corner, a whispered conversation would be abruptly cut and only resumed when the whisperer saw who you were. Tension everywhere, suspicion and fear and bewilderment. For Marmion there was more. The others were bewildered, but she was in a waking coma. They were afraid, and Marmion feared for her life. "You were asking for trouble," the sheriff had said. Had he cautioned Jock also? But Jock had put on the natty tweed suit just as she might dress in the suit that was the best she had, and started out as she might to try to solve some phase of the awful puzzle. When she saw him, he had not looked like a man going to his death. But had she looked like a girl who had just escaped a murderer? Could you tell, after all, by appearances? She sat alone in the laboratory while the daylight crept out of the gulch. She would have been startled, perhaps to screaming, if she had glanced up to see anyone else standing in the doorway, but not when it was the blond young man with the jumping Adam's apple. His hair was still wind-blown in the same way. He clutched his notebook as he had before, and because he had been in the laboratory only a short few hours earlier, because he had Jock's gentleness, Marmion saw him as a friend. "He was alive last night. I saw him," she said, jabbing dots on a piece of paper. The young man's head cocked. "He was always hurrying somewhere, doing a kindness for somebody. That's how I see him, limping off step after step, the way you'd say a rosary, and the numbers of steps getting less with every hour. And then last night, when he went, even then, the rosary was running out. He had only a few steps left." She dropped the pencil and her lovely blue eyes stared as if she actually beheld the limping figure. "I might have been the last to see him alive. If I'd said something to him, maybe asked him what was the matter, it might have made a difference." The young man came into the room, laid his notebook on the desk, then pushed the notebook farther, and sat where it had rested. That was the way Jock would be with a patient who was afraid of being hurt. Her hand was on the desk near him. He didn't touch her. He was not being timid, only considerate. How, Marmion thought, how could I ever have seen him as gawky and homely? I'm not afraid," she faltered. "Of course not. You're a very brave little girl." And Marmion began to sob against the back of her chair. She would have pulled away if he had put his arm around her, but he didn't, and she sobbed on and wished he would. Sister Magdalene kept a tight rein on the crying thing inside her. It had been difficult in Methuselah with Sister Peter, trying to rearrange the schedule so there would be someone strong to lift Barney into bed and turn Benny without hurting him. Endeavoring to fill his place, the two nuns realized fully that Jock was gone. Sister Peter could not talk about him. He had not taken on the dignity of the dead yet. He was still a quick grin, a joke, a pair of feet hurrying despite the dragging one, absent for a little while. So Sister Magdalene had hurried away from Methuselah, and now she was in her office, answering the telephone. King had followed her in and stood planted in the middle of the floor, defiantly untidy, his pallor more pronounced than usual. The nun laid the instrument back in the cradle. "The sheriff is coming. He'll be here in a few minutes." He sounded very much excited. She added, as if it didn't matter. King puffed out his lips. "Murder is exciting. For a time. Like a game of run, sheep, run. The sheep are frightened now. But a week after it's over, you'll hear somebody make the asinine remark that it seems like a year since all that. And then before you know it, it will be a year, and everybody will have forgotten how much they drank of terror till they had non-alcoholic DTs, and Gopher Gulch will be famous because Great Cassidy favored us the same way Wild Bill Hickok favored Deadwood. He got himself murdered here." Sister Magdalene, if she had not been so wearied by her own troubles, might have reminded King that he spoke as if he were one of the frightened sheep himself, but she was not in a state of mind to analyze her own emotions, much less his. This little room had been her office ever since its early stages of damp plaster and nail-littered floor. Here she had prayed and planned, knowing every degree of expectancy and trust and resignation, but never rebellion, never the feeling that she was knocking at a locked door to which the key would never be found. Once, years ago, when Anthony had been killed, she had gone through a similar darkness of soul. Now there was the magnificent gift of the legacy to lighten the darkness, but all the money in the world would not alleviate the dismal pain of murder. She did not want King to talk, so she reached for the Daily Bulletin and opened it. The first page glowed with Cassidy's murder. She turned to the sports page. There was a knock on the door. "Let him in, please, King, but don't leave," she said. The sheriff entered swiftly, dropped his hat on the back of a chair, nodded to the doctor. "They're doing a post on Jock. He died early last night, probably around 9 or a little later. Sister, I'll have to talk to everybody again, find out exactly where they were. Rayburn hasn't shown up yet, either." The newspaper lay flat. The sister's eyes were on a picture of basketball players who seemed to have too many legs for the number of boys. But she saw also the sheriff's hand resting just above the legs, and the hand held an envelope, letter size. The envelope bore a 2-cent stamp, and there was writing. She knew that writing, bold and square. "My heart stood still," she had heard people say. Now she knew the meaning of that trite expression. Her own inner stillness did not contain even a heartbeat. She heard the sheriff's alarmed, "Hey, Doc," and King's calm, "Get it over. She's all right." To reassure them, she nodded, but her only sensation was the feel of the veil slipping along her shoulders. She had loved that feel since she was a novice. The sheriff's finger tapped the envelope. "We found this in Jock's pocket. It's stamped, you see, not postmarked, therefore never mailed." "Anthony's," Sister Magdalene said. "Yes, it's signed Anthony Dumont. I don't know where it's been all these years, but I've got an idea. Jock didn't have it, that's for sure." "You mean he took it from somebody who killed him to get it back?" King asked. "No, it was in Jock's pocket, within easy reach. Whoever killed him either didn't know or didn't care about the letter." King's eyelids were swollen. Perhaps that was why they seemed to fall nearly shut. "Then why the murder?" "Because Jock knew who pulled the switch the night Cassidy died. He was protecting that person, either because he wanted to or because he had to. That's what brought him to the attic, to get the switch back before anybody'd find out." The sheriff paused, and the letter tapped the desk. "And then, in some way, he got hold of this letter. I don't know exactly how, but I know who from. Rayburn. I can't tell what connection it made with something Jock already knew, but it must have proved enough to make him want to get away. So he packed his suitcase. and that was what finally spurred our unknown to silence him for good." "Old Rayburn?" the doctor asked. "No, not Rayburn. Jock went to the Killjoy to see... Well, you'll understand when I read the letter. Our man is unlucky on coincidences that seem lucky at first, like Jock going voluntarily to the mine, the perfect hiding place for a body, and then the boys coming along and finding him." The nun heard the words without meaning. Anthony was here, his pen just raised from the letter. He was about to speak across the span of 30 years. The sheriff was opening the envelope, taking out a sheet, and unfolding it. The paper was yellowed with age, the ink the greenish shade of ancient black. "Sister, I'll have to read this to you. I want you to help me. If there wasn't a good reason, believe me." Sister Magdalene roused herself from her memories. "I understand, Sheriff. Go on." "The date is 29 years ago last April, and it's addressed to somebody named Jim. See, the writing on the envelope is all worn off. It's been handled so much. But he says, 'Dear Jim,' in the letter." He skipped the first part. He could spare her the vivid picture they gave of a young man alive. This was undoubtedly the last letter ever written by Anthony Dumont. Slowly he began to read. "I've already had one close call. A rock big enough to bury a man and horse fell across the road one day, just after I had passed. Many rock slides occur in this country, but seldom do they kill anyone. I would have been the exception. I want you to come out here as soon as you can and confirm what the local engineers tell me. If it's true, then I have at last found evidence that can be proved against Cassidy. That is, I'll prove it unless he has me murdered first. The whole thing lies in a mine they call the Killjoy. There is even a blaze to mark the property. I can't tell you any more on paper. Wire me when you'll be here." The sheriff laid down the letter. The clock ticked. A woman's voice came casually from the hall. "The Killjoy," Sister Magdalene said, hearing her own words from far away, as if she stood back with Anthony, and a double sat across the desk from the sheriff. "The Killjoy was where they found Jock. Was that why he went there, to see what Anthony meant?" She saw the sheriff glance at King, wondering if he should answer. The doctor was watching her with the critical attention he gave a very ill patient. "Was that why, Sheriff?" she repeated. "We'll never know for sure, Sister. He still owned the Killjoy. It would have been the natural thing to do. He knew the whole history of the trouble from his father." He stroked the paper. "Do you remember any friend of Father Anthony's named Jim?" "This evidence that Anthony had," the nun persisted. "It lay in the Killjoy, and he would prove something unless Cassidy had him murdered first. Isn't that right? But Anthony did die even before he could mail this letter." "Sister," the sheriff said unwillingly, "I thought about it quite a while before I made up my mind to tell you this. There's hardly a chance that we could clear up the circumstances of Father Anthony's death at this late date. For one thing, the witnesses would be either scattered to the four corners of the earth or else across the gulch in the cemetery. And if we did find him, they wouldn't admit they'd been where they were, at Cardinel's place. But this business of the mine is different. It's the background of Jock's murder. And that's why I want to locate this Jim, if I can. Father Anthony might have told him more in an earlier letter. Do you have any notion of who he could be, Sister?" Jim Cartwright, I wonder. Anthony and I went to school with him. He was a brilliant student. He used to say he wanted to be an engineer. He might have gone into mining." "And where was this, Sister?" "In Denver. He could be anywhere now." "Well, we'll start with Denver. Now about old Terry Turner. Father Anthony was a pretty good friend of his, wasn't he?" "Yes. Terry was young then. He had been so hopeful when he made the rich strike. And then his wife died, Mary Ellen, and left him alone with the little boy." Sister Magdalene could not go on. They had found the little boy, today, beside the black pool in the killjoy. The doctor was forcing her to bend over until her head was between her knees, saying something to the sheriff about driving a woman to faint, and all she thought of was that she must have taken on more weight than she realized, because it was very difficult to bend so far. She was relieved when at last they left her alone. The two men appeared to be companionable, walking together down the hall. They paused at the stairs. "So he killed Anthony," said King. "Cassidy did." "There is no doubt of it. Then 30 years later he gets an attack of conscience and pays for the life he took. A good price, too. $1 million. You call that conscience, Sheriff?" "Why not?" "It could be spite." The sheriff grunted. He clattered down the stairs and was outside before he realized what King meant. Marmion cried for as long as it took the sheriff to read Father Anthony's letter down in the office. She heard the young man get up and take a turn around the room, and she would have stopped then if she hadn't been quite certain he would return to his perch on the desk beside her. And he did. So she cried for another minute. Then she raised her head. "You're sweet, Mr. Sam Scully, Daily Bulletin. I wish you weren't a reporter." "I won't be, long. I'm doing very badly on this Cassidy business." He held out a tangled wad of 1-inch gauze. "This is all I could find for you. Our office is much handier. We have a roller towel." Marmion was surprised to hear herself laughing. She took the gauze and mopped her face. "You're getting nicer all the time, Mr. Scully, but how can you come up here any time you please without being caught?" The question confused him, and she added quickly, "Never mind, it doesn't matter, but I can't tell you anything. Sister Magdalene would do nip-ups if we talked to reporters, and now that Jock is—" Sam's honest brow crinkled with earnestness. "I wish you didn't have to be unhappy about it, Marmion." Unhappy, only, when she dare not walk through a dark hall? The adjective was so inadequate and so like this young man that she giggled again. "How did you know my name?" "The first article I ever sold was a feature on the Hellbent. I sort of played up little Joe Pius. I felt sorry for the little guy." He smiled, squeaking his finger on the varnished desk. "I saw you get off the bus, too, the day you came. You had a suitcase. I was in my jalopy. I wanted to offer you a ride, but it was getting dark, and I didn't think you'd go with me." "I suppose I wouldn't have," Marmion replied. Sam knew her so well. Had he seen that she was dead tired but filled with expectation that night? The delight of being on her own, her confidence in her own abilities, the lovely and imagined marvels of life at St. Denis, all had helped her up the long hill despite her fatigue, and then at the top of the road she had met the sound of the lung. Nothing had been right since. "What a long way I had come, Sam. A girl on her first job travels so far, even though it's only half a block from home instead of 300 miles. You know, leaving school behind her and everything. I didn't realize it then." "Sure, the journey of 5,000 miles begins with a single step." "Or a single misstep, Sam?" Whether he would have answered, she never knew, for someone was hurrying in through the passage through the twilight, and Marmion sprang up. "Sam, you shouldn't be here. Pretend you're a donor. I'll be making out a slip for you. Oh, Miss Baird, it's only you." "Should I be complimented?" Len asked. "Give me another pint for Jimmy, will you, Pius? He has a terrible thirst for blood. Oh, sorry, I didn't see." "Sam Scully," said Marmion. "Daily Bulletin," Sam added. "I was just leaving." "The Bulletin has done a fine coverage on the Cassidy story," Len observed. Marmion sighed with relief. Anyone but Len, coming upon an outlawed visitor, would probably have tattled. anyone but Lynn or Eloise. Neither of them was enslaved by edicts. Sam, after a startled moment or two of eyebrow jumping, was enthralled by Lynn's sleek, diverting talk. She would be beautiful, too, to Sam, looking out at him from the inside of sophistication, bedazzling him as a girl hauling a suitcase off a bus could never do. A bottle of saline solution slipped out of Marmion's hand, cracking hard against the sink. "Darn," she muttered. Good saline solution down the drain because she resented another woman's God-given glamour. Lynn was at the window, gazing casually down on the drive, the young man giving the impression that he was frisking around her, begging for attention, although he remained behind Marmion's desk. "You were on duty when he died, weren't you?" Sam inquired. "Wasn't there something about the regular nurse having a headache?" "Your facts are not quite accurate, Mr. Scully. Miss P.S. happened to be with Mr. Cassidy." "I was with him when he choked to death," Marmion snapped. "Your tray, Miss Baird." She came forward with it, a bottle of clear liquid and another of crimson, a coil of tubing beside them. But Sam was not ready to give up. "He choked? I thought he just didn't get enough oxygen. I mean—" Lynn took the tray, checked it completely, and her amused little smile grazed Sam. "Conjecture is a dangerous field, Mr. Scully. Only an experienced writer should attempt it, and then not unless he has the boldness to back up his guessing. It takes considerable backbone." Sam, confounded and confused, gaped at the empty doorway where Lynn had been. Marmion began to pick the broken glass out of the sink. Sam was not worth a bottle of saline. Stubbornly, she remained with her back to him while he shuffled, cleared his throat, and finally left. Even before his steps had stopped echoing forlornly in the hall, she was mulling over what Sam had said. "I thought he just didn't get enough oxygen." But Big Balsam had choked, gagging horribly. Marmion knew. She would never forget the terrible sounds of his dying. There was something frightening about what Sam had said. Like Mr. Wilkins when he stood under the stars, she could not quite catch up the memory and hold it. But something was there. The snake? Was it something to do with the hissing? She walked to the window where Lynn had stood looking down. The sheriff and Mr. Wilkins were talking together under the lamp-post, the light flooding them as it had herself when she hesitated out there on that first night. If she had turned and run away, as she had wanted to do, she would be safe now. "So tell me," the sheriff said. "I remember, but tell me." Mr. Wilkins was mildly amazed. "About the mine? Terry Turner would not sell to the hellbent." "Not the mine," the sheriff prodded patiently. The old preacher sighed. He could well be forgiven a reluctance to look back, although the mists always rose for him at this hour. He had just come from a visit to Barney, who had spoken of ghostly miners climbing the mountainsides to the Killjoy and the Mary Ellen, the White Hope and the Jingo, and the Benison, miners long dead, but climbing again every twilight with candles in their hats. Mr. Wilkins had very nearly seen them too. He fixed his far gaze on the artificially lighted faces of Mount Rushmore. "She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw." "Cardinal. She was like her name, scarlet to the heart, young only in years when she came out to this country. You don't need me to describe her gambling house up Horse Thief Trail." The sheriff shook his head, and Mr. Wilkins resumed. "It was in a good location, near enough to the mines, far enough from town. The law couldn't touch her." "The law was busy with shooting scrapes and a few other little items," said the sheriff. "Items such as trial by jury for a lawbreaker before a mob could string him up on the hurdy-gurdy tree." "No criticism intended, Sheriff. And Cardinal ran an orderly house. Then, of course, she was Cassidy's friend." "So?" "Father Anthony was summoned there to attend a dying girl. The messenger, an Indian rider, urged him to great haste. And yet, When the priest arrived, no one would admit to having called him. There was no dying girl. It was a treacherous night. The rain was greasing the trail. What wonder that a man and horse fell to their death that night? "I know all that," the sheriff reminded him. "Well, then the raid on Cardinal's place a couple of weeks later, by a sheriff's posse, supposedly." "It wasn't. I was the sheriff." Mr. Wilkins gently lifted his shoulders. "I said supposedly. None of the deputies, so-called, could be identified afterward, and they made no arrests. There was shooting. They said it was a stray shot that killed Cardinal. She was the only casualty." The sheriff drew a long breath, relieved that the thing had at last come out. "Yeah." There was reverence in the little word. "Yeah, she sure was a humdinger, lying there. A shot corpse has it all over every other kind, for looks. They're waxy, sort of, and she was a looker, anyhow, wearing something pink, and this big red pole around her, and that hair. She was under a window, and the curtain was all that got messed up." He paused, embarrassed. "I remember well because I was just getting shaken down into office when that deal broke loose. Maybe if I'd been older, had more experience, I'd have been able to make some headway." Mr. Wilkins shook his head. "I don't think so, Sheriff. It was all too cleverly planned. A fake raid, men dashing in out of the night and gone again, and one victim left behind, dead. It could have been an accidental shooting, some of the boys staging hijinks and getting in deeper than they expected. Or it might have been on purpose, somebody that lost too much at gambling and wanted revenge. Or it could have been because Father Anthony had gone over the cliff 2 weeks before. But that also was accidental, Sheriff." The sheriff began to whistle softly, enclosed in a speculation that shut out Mr. Wilkins and his murmured good night. The dowdy figure disappeared in the darkness. The sheriff turned back to the hospital entrance just as the door flew open, and a young fellow, vaguely familiar, halted for a second of eyebrow jumping and then dashed past and away. The sheriff continued on in. Mr. Wilkins, plodding down the grade, heard the steps behind him, and he stopped instantly. This would not be a repetition of last night's performance, when the silent stalker had turned him to jelly. "Who's there?" he demanded with authority. "Come forward, please." To his immense relief, the gravel crunched again, and because Mr. Wilkins was downhill, he saw the young man against the sky. Contrast dark and light. The teasing memory nagged again, but he had no time to pursue it. "Tell me who you are, sir," he ordered. "Scully, Sam Scully of the Daily Bulletin." The baritone voice was of fine quality, and Mr. Wilkins coupled it with a splendid physique and handsome face, and it sounded trustworthy. "Well," he said mildly, "well, will you walk with me to the gulch?" "I sure will, sir, and thanks. I left my jalopy down below. For security reasons." "Security?" "My own. I thought they'd throw me out on my ear." The old preacher made an absent reply. Memory was riding him and holding a tight rein, because the sheriff also had wondered why the fake raid had taken place but a short time after Father Anthony's death. Wondering over facts 30 years cold could produce nothing. And yet, when Mr. Wilkins began to talk to Sam, he spoke of Cardinal and the yellow taffeta curtains that had been the envy of every woman in the gulch. "Where's he been, Merv?" the sheriff demanded, clattering down the stairs behind the deputy. "In here, the furnace room? What's he been doing all day?" "I guess Pussyfoot figures he's a law unto himself. Right through here, boss. Ain't this an awful old barracks?" Pussyfoot was cringing on his bed, but at least he had managed to get the long, slim box out of here. He'd have to be careful, though. Maybe explain a little. "I've been tending to my own business, and I'm hungry. That's why this fellow found me in the kitchen. I ain't done nothing, Sheriff. You think for a minute Sister Magdalene would have me here if I was—" A blackmailer? You ain't got no call to say that. She hired me out of the goodness of her heart, like Jock and all them women." "Then where did you get the money you deposited every month in the Balsam Butte National Bank?" The sheriff opened his wallet and showed the letter. "This is the answer, isn't it?" Pussyfoot's recognition of his paper was awkward to see. No man should cringe as he was doing, doubled forward, his head wagging from side to side. "Why didn't Cassidy kill you?" the sheriff persisted. "He killed other men for less. Or did you know how far you could bleed him, without him trying to get out from under?" Pussyfoot went on rocking. The sheriff winked at Merv. "All right, put the cuffs on him. He killed Cassidy for some reason connected with this blackmail scheme. Then Jock. We've got plenty on him, without him saying a word." At that, the old fellow bounced off the bed. "I didn't do murder, Sheriff. I was collecting on a commodity, like, but I didn't kill him. Lordy, he was worth more to me alive than dead." Anxiously he watched for the sheriff's reaction. So long as they didn't ask why he went to Cassidy's room that early morning after the guy had died, it wouldn't be so bad. The truth would sound weak, that he had wanted to see where and how the stinker had given up the ghost. He had been as surprised as the girl not to be alone in the room. He had to get away unseen. He couldn't afford to be connected with murder. So he had biffed her with a corset box, harder than he intended. But they'd never believe such a story. "How did you get hold of the letter in the first place?" the sheriff demanded. "Father Anthony give me it to mail. I was his helper, sort of. He was getting Turner to start a lawsuit, and this here Jim Cartwright, he's a mining engineer, he was coming out here. I just didn't happen to have mailed the letter 'fore we started up Horse Thief Trail." "So you were along on that ride?" "Sure. I didn't like the looks of him going to Cardinal's place, alone, only for that engine." Pussyfoot paused. "I ain't one for poking in. I stayed outside." "So you saw Cassidy come out and loosen the horse's shoe?" "I didn't. I swear I didn't see nothing." "And then you had the letter to back it up. 'I'll fight him unless he has me murdered first.' Something like that. A valuable commodity, Rayburn." "The letter was all I had," Pussyfoot whispered. His hand went up to his cheek. His teeth caught the little finger and bit until the blood started. The sheriff stared at him for a long time. "You contemptible wretch," he said quietly. "You lived off his sister all the time you were using his dead name to pile you up a fortune in a bank. You scum, rotten scum. I could—" "Take it easy, boss," the deputy cautioned. "Yeah, okay, you can manage him alone, Merv." "I ain't admitted nothin'," Pussyfoot whined. "You are doing fine," Merv assured him. "Come on." The handcuffs clicked loudly in the little room. Marmion was nervous, waiting, and very tired. They had taken Pussyfoot away. She knew that. The news had run through the hospital before the deputy's car reached the gulch. So the dirty old man had done it. Everyone had exclaimed with a lightening of the heart. The reason for his misdeeds was of no concern. The murders were solved. And then, just when those off duty were climbing wearily up or down to their rooms, the sheriff had begun summoning each member separately to what they had named the grill room. He was asking the questions one would look for if the mystery remained. Where were you at the hour Jock died? When did you see him last? Was anyone missing from duty? "All that," Blanche told Marmion in a shocked whisper. She had just emerged from the room, giving way to Dr. Kingston, who had gone in glowering. "Why did they want Pussyfoot if he isn't the one?" Marmion shook her head dumbly. Fear had, for a few moments, flown away. A dizzying deliverance she had not had time to enjoy before the thing was back. What would he ask her now, this grim old man who never seemed to believe a word she told him? Sister Magdalene came slowly along the hall. She did not notice the girls. She was wearing her black habit, her hands tucked up under the wide cuffs that would be let down to cover those hands when the habit became her shroud. She would not feel colder then, nor more alone, and the coldness and the desolation were in her drawn face and her tired shoulders. "Sister!" Marmion exclaimed softly. "Sister, what has happened?" At that instant the door of the girl room opened, and Dr. Kingston lumbered out. The sister paused. The big man's rumpled appearance indicated an ugly mood. "You've heard, King?" "Yes, it's going to make a difference. Or is it?" "Evidently Mr. Cassidy thought it was a fair exchange. Anthony's life for a new hospital." "I'm no judge of fairness, sister. Right and wrong, to me, are matters of personal preference. I wouldn't know what to think of restitution that was ground out of a man by his conscience." "I have already made my decision." The doctor shrugged. "Was there any to make? Money is power and prestige, and it's only human to want both. Not for yourself, naturally, since you're bound by a vow of poverty. And you would see a distinction between expending the million on a house and fine clothes and on a cause that's your very life. If you spend the money for God, you have the power, and still you gain the reputation for great unselfishness and holiness. Sister Magdalene of Gopher Gulch, congratulations!" The sister paled a little. "I have not made the decision you suggest, Doctor. I am not taking Mr. Cassidy's money." The silence in the hall was overpowering. It was Marmion, after a long minute, who broke in, stepping out from the shadow to face King squarely, her head high. "You're a wicked, cruel man, Dr. Kingston," she said barely above a whisper, and the words lashed the more because of the low tone. "You don't know what decency is. When you see something good, you have to cut it down. Can't you even respect Sister Magdalene?" King's big hands opened as if he would settle them around the girl's slim throat. Then, deliberately, he clasped his fists behind him. "The sheriff is waiting for you, Miss Pierce. Don't waste his time." As if on cue, the sheriff opened the door. Her fury at King helped Marmion through the next quarter hour. She answered the sheriff's questions with a confidence she had not shown before, a confidence based on inattention until nearly the end. He had been asking about Jock, how well Marmion knew him, whether he had appeared to be worried, and she hardly realized that he had switched to King. "And you've never known him to leave the hospital?" "The doctor? No, never. But then I've only been here." Suddenly she realized where the questions might have led. "Sheriff, you couldn't think Dr. Kingston would. Didn't you arrest Pussyfoot for Jock's murder?" "No." "But King never leaves the hospital." "I'm not saying he did. But if you have a phobia about keeping inside, doesn't it make an airtight alibi for the time you might want to sneak off?" Marmion was stunned. The sheriff was not merely an old man now. He was ageless in a menacing way, as if he knew all and simply waited for these blundering humans to arrange their own downfall. "Miss Pierce, we have reached a point where we can't be polite any more. What do you know about Dr. Kingston?" "Why, nothing." "He seems to be attracted to you." "Then he takes a strange way of showing it." But in spite of herself, Marmion felt her cheeks flushing. "You're mistaken, Sheriff. The doctor dislikes all women, me in particular." "Isn't it possible that a man can try to hate a woman because he likes her too much?" When Marmion only shook her head, the sheriff insisted. "He's never talked to you about himself?" "Hardly." The officer hitched impatiently in his chair. "It's unbelievable that a man could step into his position of trust without disclosing something about his past. Sister Magdalene advertised in the medical journal for a resident doctor. Kingston applied. She looked up his scholastic record, because he wasn't long out of medical school, found he had been in the Navy, and, by thunder, the job was his." "He's done some wonderful work here." Marmion said, shaken, wondering why she should defend him. It's the same with the nurses, the sheriff went on, as if this were a personal grievance. Sister hired them through the registry, or because they asked for a job, or because she knew their mothers. And what do we wind up with? Murder. He jumped to his feet and began to stride about the small room. The deputy, riding at the bed, shifted his chair out of the way. Miss Pierce, people murder other people for a good many reasons. Revenge, jealousy, to gain something the other fellow's got, like his money or his wife. But there's the innocent bystander that saw too much. Sometimes he gets murdered too. The girl also arose. Why can't I make you believe? Oh, I believe you, all right, but I think you know something you don't know is of any importance. That can be just as dangerous as the conscious kind. More so. You can't tell when the thing will pop full bloom into your head. The door opened, slamming against Marmion. Oh, sorry, said the deputy who put his head in. Long distance, Sheriff. Denver. The sheriff hurried out. The secretary-deputy went on catching up on his notes with a notebook spread wide on the bed. His forehead was girlishly white where his hat always covered it. He said you could go, miss. I know, but is there anything else you want to ask? Me? I guess not, miss. The boss asked the questions. He would tell the sheriff later that he'd bet his boots the girl had something on the end of her tongue right then. Ask me questions, Marmion was silently bragging. Dig out this treacherous thing I know and don't know. But the deputy did not respond. She let herself out into the hall just as the gong was sending forth an emergency call for the laboratory. The sheriff was in Sister Magdalene's office, listening eagerly to the voice on the telephone. This is Jim Cartwright in Denver, Sheriff. Your office got in touch with me. Something I can do for you? I expect you've heard about the death of Big Balsam Cassidy? I read about it. The papers here are full of it. You knew Cassidy in the early days, Mr. Cartwright? I knew of him. Every mining man did. You had a mutual acquaintance, Father Anthony Dumont. The line was silent for a second. Then the voice came dryly. It is a good thing you said acquaintance, Sheriff. Cassidy sure didn't call him a friend. But you did? Absolutely. Anthony Dumont and his sister Hetty and I were all schoolmates, public high school. Hetty went into the convent. The sheriff grinned. Hetty's present whereabouts must be unknown to Mr. Cartwright. I have a letter here addressed to you. Father Anthony wrote it. Good Lord, how could that be? It's turned up in the middle of this murder investigation. I'll read it to you. He laid the letter under the desk lamp and read, and the crumbling old paper dropped another flake or two under his handling. That's it, he ended. Evidence he could prove against Cassidy, he says, down in the old killjoy, ablaze at the boundary. Would you have any idea of what this boundary business could mean? That mine lies right next to the one owned by a fellow named Turner, doesn't it? Right, the Mary Ellen. Well, you could get an engineer there to confirm this for you, Sheriff, but I give you 10 to 1 I'm right. The Hellbent outfit was undermining Turner's property. Turner wouldn't sell out to them, so they just proceeded to follow the lead right along underground into what rightfully belonged to Turner. It was most likely a pretty deep drift. From the outside you might hear the blasting, but you couldn't tell where it was coming from, and the Hellbent wouldn't let anybody go down into their workings. But Anthony must have got hold of an engineer who determined the boundaries, because he hinted it in a letter. You haven't run across anything like a mark? There's a slop of white paint on the pillar just about where we found Jock, the old man's son. Then that's it, the blaze. I'll be jiggered, the sheriff muttered. Anthony had a good basis for a lawsuit, Jim Cartwright continued. One suit wouldn't faze the Hellbent, but it would establish a bad precedent. Others might get the same idea. Too bad Anthony had that accident before Turner started proceedings. I guess the whole thing just petered out when he died, eh? It was meant to, yeah. After he had hung up the receiver, the sheriff sat for a long time, thinking. He had the motive to back up Pussyfoot's tale. Cassidy was defending his right to poach on another man's property, a justifiable ground for murder to him, and Cardinal had either not been a party to the plot which brought Father Anthony to her establishment, or else she had known and later been appalled by the outcome. Even a cardinal could well be revolted at the murder of a priest. And so in her turn she had become a menace to Cassidy and was removed. The whole thing had been sloppily planned, but the plan had sufficed. Only Pussyfoot remained of those who knew. It would take a renegade's egotism to allow a man a night's sleep in Pussyfoot's possession. Cassidy must have known his blackmailer well enough to realize that money was all he wanted, not even a large sum in the great man's estimation. Possibly he did not care to risk another killing so soon. Whatever the reason, Pussyfoot was allowed to live and collect. Somewhere there had to be a connection between the old story and the new. Somewhere. By golly, it's gotta be that way, the sheriff muttered. He was almost too tired to think. Marmion read the flaring headline in Mrs. Totman's room the next morning. "Go see," Eloise had urged. "Her husband brought her the morning paper, and she's the only one that has it on this floor. She's holding court like a grand duchess. Go on, Marmee." The headline was spread across Mrs. Totman's feet. Sam's headline. To Marmion, it was what her speech instructor in college had called an emotional blow in the midriff. "Where is Cardinal's daughter?" the banner demanded, and in decreasing size. "Cassidy linked to unsolved mystery of murder in mine. Chain of events begun generation ago may lead to solution." Then in 12-point print, the type used for a child's easy reading, Sam's scoop began to explain itself. "Who," he demanded, "is Cardinal's daughter? Where is the baby who was left motherless 29 years ago when the flaming-haired beauty of the gambling casino was shot down by an unidentified gunman? Who was accountable for the accident that took the life of Father Anthony Dumont, popular young missionary, a few weeks before the murder of Cardinal? The answer to these questions may contain clues that will point the way to a solution of the recent killings in Gopher Gulch." As if someone who knew all had stood looking over his shoulder, Sam continued with his story, the discovery of the ancient letter in Jock's pocket, a short but colorful history of Cardinal and Father Anthony's contrasted goodness, dwindling back into the hackneyed facts of the murder of Cassidy, whom he designated as a far-famed business tycoon. Marmion skipped the last paragraphs to return to the beginning. Cardinal had been married to a dimly known character named Smith, who had disappeared either through adventure or misadventure several months before her death. He had no importance, apparently, except as the father of the mysterious daughter. There was no hint that he had raised a gun against his glamorous spouse. And who, Sam asked again, is Cardinal's daughter? Is, not was. Sam took it for granted that she had grown to womanhood. 30 or 31, Marmion said aloud. "How's that, dearie?" Mrs. Totman interrupted a monologue of her own. "That's how old she'd be, Cardinal's daughter." "Oh, well, like I was sayin', I should have got to know her. I was real sorry I didn't, afterward. I said to Totman, I felt like some of it was my fault, not because I did, but because I didn't." "Who are you talking about, Mrs. Totman?" The woman regarded Marmion with affectionate reproach. "You ain't been listening, honey. I was talking about his wife." She pushed the sleeves of the pink nightie up her brawny forearms and nodded sagely. "Jock Turner's wife." Mr. Wilkins had been worried about the funeral. It would seem like presumption on his part, he feared, to invite the great of the region to pay their last respects to Big Balsam Cassidy in the confines of his little chapel. But when he saw the assemblage, silent and expectant, and how it overflowed to the porch and into the street, up to the dead end against the cliff, and down to what used to be the post office, he knew his doubts to be rooted in personal vanity. The chapel, although better than a stable, had not been chosen by the mighty Cassidy as a setting for a final gesture of sham humility. The building was only incidental. He had come back to the gulch where, as a prospector, he had possibly known the only happiness of his life, when the dream was all ahead, but well within the power of realization, and this was the last return of a friendless and lonely man. The old preacher stepped out on the porch as the organ music ended. He had not planned to speak from here, but if he were to remain inside near the fine bronze casket and the organ draped in for the occasion, it would seem like a private service for the benefit of the hell-bent dignitaries and other important people gathered inside. They could hear him perfectly well on the porch. Clasping his Bible with a finger marking the place, he let a moment pass while his eyes strayed over the crowd. If Cassidy wanted friends, he had them, today, jammed into the sun of Main Street. Sam's lurid story had only spiced with romance the charity of this man who had stooped so low that he had risen high. Not that one of them would condone murder, but so long ago, and nothing had been proved. A good many were weeping, he saw, shedding the almost involuntary tears always called forth by organ music at a funeral. They wept, not for Cassidy who lay in the satin-soft coffin, but for all the dead they had buried before, and for themselves who would die, and for the frail living who could hardly be expected to last out the winter, and yet would most likely surprise everyone by attending the funerals of some of the weepers. Mr. Wilkins understood so well. One never attends another's funeral solely. He sits also at his own. He opened the Bible, finding his place. He would have been shocked to know that some of the tears were inspired by emotion over himself, a dear old man in a shirt ironed to a fine gloss, his white hair professionally trimmed, but not too short, his suit brushed to a good blackness, his hand trembling a little over the page, a childlike, guileless soul. The sheriff was not one of the emotional ones. The officer stood alone at the edge of the crowd. He had spent the morning insistently digging facts out of Mr. Wilkins' copious memory. The old man, he felt, had had a motive in giving that young whippersnapper reporter such a yarn. But listening to the rich voice reading the psalm as it should be read, "Out of the depths I have cried unto thee, O Lord. There is forgiveness with thee. My soul waiteth for the Lord more than they that watch for the morning." Listening, the sheriff wondered. It would have happened exactly as Mr. Wilkins declared. Sam had caught him in a reminiscent mood. He had rambled on and chanced upon the fact of the baby daughter, something long forgotten. It was no secret that Cardinal had had a daughter, perhaps a year old at the time the mother was killed. No one had ever seen her. As those women almost universally did, Cardinal had sent the baby away. Possibly, if the girl were alive, she was still ignorant of her parentage. That was the one thing Cardinal's kind could do for their children, protect them from their own way of life. The prayer began. The sheriff bowed his head. An instant later he noticed a familiar profile ahead of him. A woman. One of the nurses from the hospital? Funny, he couldn't place her, then. But they all looked quite unlike themselves in street clothes, even Marmee and Pius. She was there, clutching her purse as if it helped her to keep her balance. The sheriff was near enough to Mr. Wilkins' house to hear when the telephone began its irreverent racket. No telling how long the ringing would go on with no one to answer. People were turning their heads in annoyance. Quietly the officer made his way to the house and entered. "You're disturbing the proceedings, Brant," he said into the old-fashioned wall telephone. "What's up?" Brant's lazy drawl answered, "I'm sure sorry, boss, but you got 2 calls here that look pretty important. One, anyway." Who's it from? That pretty kitty at the Hellbent, Boulevard Mannering. Cassidy's secretary? Righto. He called around noon, but I didn't know where to find you. He's at the funeral now. I bet he's chief mourner, but he'll be back at the Hellbent right away after. He sounded like something outside was biting him. What about the other call? Oh, that's some girl, Marmion Pierce. She called this morning, too, and again about noon. Said if you got up to the hospital to be sure and see a patient, Mrs. Topman. That's all. Well, that one can wait, the sheriff said and hung up the receiver. Mr. Wilkins' blunder might not prove to be such a bad break after all, he pondered. Up to this point, no one had volunteered information of any kind. But out comes Sam's story, and suddenly there are 2 calls, both from people who had done as little as possible to cooperate before. What prompted them? Fear? Most likely. An ounce of funk weighed more than pounds of persuasion. He had abundant time to go to the hospital, see Mrs. Who's-it, and still be at the Hellbent ahead of Mr. Mannering, the sheriff decided. As he stepped out of the house, the crowd began to sing, led by the expensive quartet which it expected to perform alone. But Mr. Wilkins was not presiding at a performance. He was initiating Big Balsam Cassidy into the brotherhood he had never known, alive. "What a beautiful hymn," said Sister Ursula as the tremendous voice poured up over the rimrock. "Safe in the arms of Jesus. Somehow, I never imagined Mr. Cassidy needing safety." "He was mortal," Sister Judy said gently. They stood well back from the rimrock, out of view of the crowd below, all the sisters together, and the singing of the invisible hundreds swelled up and around them as if it came from inside the hills themselves. Mr. Cassidy would have been impressed by it, Sister Judy thought. Perhaps he would even have seen something of the kingdom and the power and the glory if he had heard the magnificent praying of those voices a few minutes ago. The tears ran down her cheeks. Sister Margaret, beside her, was wondering if she had been correct in assuming that Mr. Wilkins would like starch in his shirt collar, and then she had a twinge of conscience over letting her mind wander from a religious ceremony, and that twinge was followed by another over even this long-distance participation in a Protestant service. But Sister Magdalene had given permission to all the community to pay this final tribute to their benefactor. Theoretically, they could have attended the funeral, but Reverend Mother would never have allowed it, to say nothing of the bishop. So they stood out of sight on the crown of the rimrock and said silent Hail Marys during the part of the services they could not hear. The superior did not speak during any of the 45 minutes of the ceremony. "Twins this time, Sheriff," Mrs. Topman beamed, shaking the sheriff's hand stoutly. "My husband's calling them Doc and Spike, but we haven't decided on names yet. You a family man, Sheriff?" "One granddaughter." The tired officer eased himself into the rocker. "I understand you wanted to see me, Mrs. Topman?" "Me? Land no! Where'd you get that notion?" "There was a call to my office from Marmion Pierce. She said for me to—" "So that's it." Mrs. Topman stiffened against her pillows with a gleam in her eye. "I knew there was some skullduggery about that corset." The sheriff blinked. "A corset?" "Oh, not just any corset. This was Sister Peter's, and I give it to that girl, trusting her like I would my own. And I says, 'Will you see that Sister gets it?' And she says yes. But I know perfectly well she never did give it to Sister, because she ain't mentioned it. Sister Pete ain't, and she would have if she got it, because sisters are that polite, even to each other, let alone—" "Mrs. Topman, I don't believe—" Mrs. Topman's gaze was unseeing upon the footrail of her bed, and her eyes were hearing nothing but Marmion's treachery. "I'll be glad to," she says, and off she goes. And what she could have done with it, I don't know. It'd make 2 for her. She's a slim thing, but just you wait till she's had a few kids." "Mrs. Topman," the sheriff interrupted firmly, "I'll be glad to question Miss Pierce about this, garment, but there must have been something else. She'd hardly call me onto her own trail. Think hard, please." "Then it must have been Jock. I was telling her about him. But land, I didn't think it was that important." She pushed herself more erect, and her plump face glowed. "My, that poor young fellow came to an awful end, didn't he? Down in that mine and all. What in the world ever possessed him, Sheriff? And his suitcase right beside him, too, they said. And they said he looked real surprised. My, you just never know, do you?" Rumor had indeed added picturesque touches to the story of Jock's death. The sheriff took out his notebook. He didn't intend to write much in it, but Mrs. Topman was one of those overworked, taken-for-granted beings who would love to have her words recorded in a notebook. "How well were you acquainted with Jock, Mrs. Topman?" "Oh, not much. I don't suppose I can tell you anything you don't already know. They lived near us for a while, 12 miles being near in our neck of the woods. Alkali Flats." "They?" Mrs. Topman's nod humped her hair against the pillow. "I don't get off the ranch very often. Doc and Spike's number 10 and 11. Course, I only had 8 then, but they're like steps on the stairs, one right after the other. The girl wasn't much for visiting either, kind of hoity-toity. But all us neighbors kind of blamed ourselves afterward. Seemed like the lonesomeness might have drove her to it." The sheriff's hand opened loosely. "The girl? You mean Jock was married?" Mrs. Topman looked at him with reproach. "Look, you dropped your notebook, Sheriff." She waited until he had retrieved it before she continued. "Sure he was married. He had this ranch near us, like I said, and they lived there, 6, 7 months maybe. I could figure it to the last week if you give me time. By Mary's hives. Mary was the baby then, always breaking out with something, and around the time I took her to the doctor." "The approximate time will do," the sheriff told her. "How long ago was this, Mrs. Topman, approximately?" He changed her formula. "Well, like I say, Mary was the baby when they come, and she's 4 now. 3 years, a little longer, I guess. I had one in between." "You don't happen to know the girl's maiden name?" "Not her maiden name, but I know I've heard her first name. Something short. Maybe it'll come to me. I guess I better tell it to you my own way, and some of these things I forgot might pop into my head." "A good idea," the sheriff murmured, making the notebook very prominent. "Well, I've always thought I understood better than some how that girl felt. She'd come from a city, like me, and she must have thought ranches were awful romantic places, the lady riding out like a duchess, and the cowboys circling the herd in full moonlight and singing while a coyote howled in the coulee. Well, the coyote was all that turned out like she expected, if she was like me. And I know how Jock's place looked. The ranch house was a little unpainted, one rearing up in a ravine, and one cottonwood for shade, and the corrals were just plain old pole fences, and the one cowboy on the place couldn't carry a tune. There just ain't no West like in the movies. She used to play her fiddle some. She was a musician, I know that, but the fiddle wouldn't sound like it used to, with nothing to go with it but a little dogie bawling down the drawl. Jock was a rodeo rider then, getting up into the money, national champion bulldogger, or something. He was everlastingly off to some rodeo. At first she'd go with him, but that wasn't any life for a nice girl that done all she'd done, so she'd just stay home." "Just what has she done, Mrs. Topman?" "Oh, I don't know, maybe not so much, but all that fiddling was sure nice, and she had lots of clothes. She must have had some use for 'em in the first place, or she wouldn't have got 'em." Mrs. Topman's eyes were on the undertaker's calendar, which offered helpful services in time of need. It was evident that she had given much thought to the delusioned young wife in her unpainted house down in the ravine with the one cottonwood. "Now this part I don't really know, Sheriff, only that the house burned down and nobody seen her after. Nobody, that is, but the railroad ticket agent in Rapid. They traced her that far, but I guess she didn't go where she bought her ticket for. Anyway, they never found her. See, Jock was gone. We knew that much. And from the looks of things, somebody figured out she'd maybe dumped a lot of kerosene in the kitchen stove to make it burn faster, and it exploded. I expect her fiddle was burned up, too. Poor thing. I often wondered what she did after she left here. And Jock sold the ranch? Yes, a few months after. He got thrown in a rodeo pretty soon, and he was in a hospital over in Cheyenne for a while. Then they brought him here. Couldn't even walk till Doc Kingston fixed him up. My, there's a grand doctor. Only he... She glanced toward the door and lowered her voice. Sheriff, is it the bounden truth that he likes his nip? I ain't ever smelled nothing on him. And Jock sold the ranch, the sheriff repeated. That's right. I guess he'd seen too much trouble there. And you never saw the girl? Never. More's the pity. She was real good looking, I guess. She'd brought all her evening dresses with her. My, I sure wished I'd have seen him. But you did know her name. Well, if I could think of it, something short. Anne? They don't come much shorter than that, do they, Sheriff? No, seems like it had a little more to it. But you're sure you don't know where she came from? No, I never did hear. I guess all I know for sure is she had a short name and her house burned down and she played the fiddle. And her and me, we both seen too many Western movies before we got married. Oh, well, we all make mistakes, the sheriff said, closing his notebook. Mrs. Topman laughed heartily. Land, I didn't make no mistake. I wouldn't have lived any place else. It ain't like in the movies, but, my, I wouldn't want to be married to a man that went around singing all the time. He wouldn't ever get nothing done. The sheriff grinned for the first time in days. Maybe you got something there. Now, I don't want to be hard on you, Mrs. Topman, but if you feel up to doing a little ruminating on that name, I sure appreciate it. It ain't going to hurt me one bit, Sheriff. I'm sort of sifting through names anyhow, for Spike and Doc. How would you favor Leonard and Leopold? We could cut 'em to Lenny and Lee. We're great for nicknames. When I named Mary, I said there's one they can't nickname, but the kids call her Mare. Fine, said the sheriff absently. I'll get in touch with the sheriff of your county. You can, but it won't do much good. There was nothing to the investigation. Jock didn't want to push it, seemed like. The sheriff might remember the case. He don't, Mrs. Topman interrupted. He got shot. See, there was this rancher, Plumbag Olibar. He put up a gate to keep this neighbor's cattle from trespassing. But the other fellow, land, I ought to know his name as well as my own. Well, thanks. You've sure helped me, Mrs. Topman, the sheriff said quickly. If you remember the girl's name, you might ask the nurse to call me. I won't tire you out any longer now. So long. My, I ain't tired. And say, don't forget about the corset, will you, Sheriff? Sister Pete wouldn't mind, you being a family man. You bet. Thanks again. The sheriff made his escape. The funeral procession was winding out of the gulch to the highway, where they would travel a few hundred feet, and then turn back onto the opposite hillside, where the cemetery was scarred by an open grave. The sheriff, at the tail end of the serpentine line, fumed at the delay. When finally he reached town and his own office, he had to hasten his instructions to Brant, starting the search for Jock's wife. He did not wish to keep the magnificent Mr. Mannering waiting. The day was very still. Dr. Kingston, at the open window of his office, heard the wheels rolling over clay and gravel on the other wall of the gulch. Slowly, no hurry about getting there. He could see the grave, a small dry spot on the hillside. The black beetles climbed toward it, wound around below it, subsided into quiet. All the tiny people would move now to the open hole. He slapped his thigh impatiently and was about to turn away when he saw the girl again, much as he had seen her on the night she came, climbing, tired from the long road. She had been to the funeral, and it had worn her to shreds. He waited until she opened the door below, until her slow feet carried her up the entrance stairs. Marmion paused when the doctor loomed in the hall before her. He was intimidating because of his sheer physical size, but the girl was not afraid. She stopped because he would not let her pass. She was holding her hat. Her hair was damp where it touched her forehead. King scowled viciously at her. "You shouldn't have gone to the funeral. It was totally unnecessary." "I had permission to go." "I was not speaking of permission." There was a chain of little white plastic daisies around her neck, cheap. Her hair curled over one of them. The doctor jammed his hands into his pockets. "Miss Pierce, you are not the type to integrate well into our hospital staff. Don't you know that by now?" Marmion looked up into his glowering, handsome face. So this was the man who was so attracted to her, according to the sheriff's way of thinking, who, in Sister Judy's judgment, had been badly hurt, scarred like Big Balsam Cassidy, and all the fighting was simply a defense mechanism. Exciting. We're all a little bit in love with him, Eloise had said, and to Blanche he was a scintillating breath on a cold morning, and now he stood here stoutly hating the young convent graduate who had never had a date other than a few proms arranged by the sisters, hating her because he liked her too much. With the poise instinctive to every woman who knows she is admired, Marmion smiled. Afraid of him? Never again. "If I may pass, doctor," she murmured, and still with that little secret smile she stepped around him and went on up the stairs. From the landing she saw King standing where she had left him, astonished, bewildered, but respectful. On his face there was the first hint of frank amusement she had ever seen. Blanche, alone in the kitchen, wished she had disregarded her stomach and gone to the funeral. Even Philippa had gone, leaving Chad down on the gulch with Mrs. Hayes, who had been Cassidy's night nurse. Nothing could be worse than being here by herself, listening to the quiet. Blanche had slight imagination, and yet the kitchen, in fact the whole of the old ground floor, seemed to brood, hiding something, holding back. There was nothing to do. Philippa had planned supper so they could get the trays ready in a jiffy. Scrub? Maybe. Blanche loved to scrub. The floor was already clean. The old stove, ready to roar like a blast furnace when the gas was turned on, was cool and polished. The refrigerator had been defrosted this morning, Chad's toys put away, everything in order, but she could always chase cockroaches in the cupboard under the sink. Slowly Blanche went down on her knees and opened the cupboard doors. The cold water pipe had been sweating, and the seldom used pans they kept here were wet again. She pulled out the roaster, tipped it so the stagnant puddle raced to the other end. She was not much interested in the problem of sweating pipes. She didn't even bat at the cockroach waving its feelers from under the muffin tins. She was back to her fearful wonderings. Who was Marmee afraid of? Why had Ellie never mentioned the sore place on the back of her head? A thing Blanche knew about only because she had heard her groaning about it to Marmion in the bathroom. And why had Phil suddenly gone into a fit of the screaming jeebies this morning, when Blanche, hungry for a little cheer, had tuned in the music program on the radio? Such nice music, too. Violins like silk threads over deep velvet. She caught a glimpse of the cockroach and clattered the muffin tins down on top of it. At least it was something to do. Do? Why not do something about her own unhappy situation? Her stomach would never be better while she stayed here. So why stay? The sheriff wouldn't like it if she were to leave. But, on the other hand, if he didn't know she was going, he couldn't stop her. She would pack up and be out of here before the others were back from the funeral. The sisters wouldn't know. They were still out on the Rimrock. And the few nurses left on duty, Miss Bacon and a couple downstairs, were too busy to oversee an escaping. Blanche's brain had been too preoccupied to pay any attention to what her eyes were seeing. Now, suddenly, the realization broke through that there was a box in the cupboard with the pans, a long thin box that had no business being in under the pipes, because it would soon be soaked. Without thinking, Blanche pulled it out. And then she began to wonder what was in it. Something Philippa had stuck away? All she had to do was to lift the lid. A new pink corset lay neatly rolled inside. Puzzled, but not so puzzled as she would have been without worries of her own, Blanche pushed the cover back on the box. The side was dented so that the cover didn't quite fit. The thing would be ruined if she were to leave it here. On top of the cupboard, then? No, someone had put it down with the pans so it wouldn't be seen. A nice, modest gesture. "Gosh, I gotta be going," she said aloud with a glance at the clock. So she carried the corset box with her when she climbed to the crow's nest. "Get the suitcase first," she decided. "Dump everything in, never mind how, then hurry down to the kitchen again and hide the suitcase under the sink. It would be all right. She could set the roaster to catch the drips. Then tonight, after dark, she would catch a bus into town." Although the sun shone outside, the attic space was shadowed. The luggage pushed helter-skelter back near the jelly roll mattress was all dimly alike. She made foot space by nudging aside an overnight case. Then she leaned far over and pulled out the suitcase with the tweed finish. There was another like it, but farther away. Perhaps because she jerked so impatiently, the lid fell open. She caught it with her knee. A long white envelope slid along the blue lining. Her suitcase didn't have a blue lining. In another minute she might have reflected that the envelope was not her property, since the suitcase was not. But it was an intriguing envelope, with a fat paper folded inside. There was no address. That made it even more interesting. The flap was unsealed. No reason in the world why she shouldn't take a peek. She took out the paper and unfolded it. It was very pretty. Fat, dimpled cupids wreathed the page. Beautiful little boys as pink as the roses that entwined them. There was printing and writing, too. She would need time to read all this. Quickly she closed the suitcase and slipped it back in the exact spot where she had found it. She was looking for a stepping place when she heard the first tread on the stairs. For an instant she stood there, her heart hammering in alarm. She had blundered into something, just the way Marmee and Ellie had, and now she would go around in danger of her life. What to do? The envelope was too large to go into her pocket, and there wasn't time to reach any door without being seen. The corset box was her salvation. Stooping quickly, Blanche picked it up, raised the lid, and thrust the paper and envelope inside. Then, because her own room was near the stairs, and she would meet the steadily climbing one face to face if she went in that direction, she scuttled as noiselessly as she could back to the sitting room, with the box under her arm. Lucky the climber was so slow. Where would she hide the box? The closet, which had become the pantry, was the only possibility. She pushed the box onto the high shelf just as the steps came along even with the bathroom. There wasn't time to push the box clear back out of sight. She was in the chair with the leaky arm when Marmion, tired but apparently satisfied about something, slumped in and threw her hat and purse in the direction of the bedroom. "I'm beat out, Blanche. What a day. At that, though, I have more pep than Lynn and Dixie. I left them down in the gulch hoping they'd get a ride. Where have you been?" "Me? No place. Why?" "I just thought you seemed out of breath. What time is it? 4:45? I'm going to make a cup of tea before I go back to the lab." "I'll make it for you," Blanche offered instantly. "Thanks, but I'd rather have something to do. I want to get the funeral out of my head." "I'll get you a tea bag and you can take it down to the lab and make the tea there." "The lab isn't appetizing." Marmion turned in the bedroom door. "Is there some reason why I can't have my tea here?" "Gosh, no," Blanche replied hastily. "No, I just thought— You go right ahead, Marmee. I gotta be going anyway." Marmion alone forgot the big girl's behavior. She changed into her uniform. Then she went to the bathroom to get hot water. They couldn't have boiling water for their tea, but the water from the tap was always steaming. She came back with a full cup. Groping to the high shelf, she shoved aside a white box that had pushed the tea almost out of reach. The box was a nuisance. She barely managed to finger the tea into her grasp. She was sitting in a leaky chair, squeezing the tea bag with her spoon, when the strange familiarity of the white box began to impress her. She had seen that box before, and it had not been on the closet shelf. Cookies? They had a cookie jar, empty. Setting her cup on the table, Marmion went purposely to the closet and took down the box. And then she stood there gaping at it. It was the shape to hold a dozen long-stemmed roses. "Sister Peter's corset," she whispered. She raised the lid. The corset was there, the lacing neatly uppermost, and on top of it lay a paper and an envelope. Blanche's paper? But why in the corset box? And where had the box been all these days? The nurses were coming up the stairs now, talking and laughing. Any one of them might come in. Marmion replaced the box on the shelf, but without the folded paper. She glanced at it, saw inane cupids and bulbous roses. She didn't dare try to read it now. When Marmion went down to the lab, her large purse was under her arm, and in the purse was the envelope and the paper with the cupids. In the plush office adjoining the other, which had belonged to the great man of the hellbent, the sheriff was ruminating. The man nearest to Cassidy in life sat across the mahogany desk, a sad young man with white hands folded on the very clean plate glass before him. He wore Oxford grey, with white shirt and black tie, and the impression was that of a sensitive undertaker about to close the casket in the presence of the bereaved. Last summer there had been a rumor afloat that this same Mr. Bolivar Mannering had dug himself a swimming pool in his backyard, then stood in the hole when he opened the dam to let the creek rush in, and nearly drowned himself. The sheriff found the rumor believable, all except the digging. He couldn't imagine a shovel in those dainty hands. "Your message sounded urgent, Mannering. Have you unearthed a new angle? Or is it something you recollected since our first interview?" The young man let pained brown eyes fall to a point on the desk. "It's neither, really, Sheriff. I didn't think this incident would be of the slightest significance, and it does reflect on me because, well, I overstepped the bounds of good taste, a thing I've never—" The sheriff let his annoyance speak. "You understand you may have withheld evidence? There's a penalty for that, you know, Mannering." "I realize what I've done, Sheriff, but honestly, it didn't come to me with any force until this morning when I read that yellow story in the Daily Bulletin." "All right, begin at the beginning." "My duties sometimes take me out of the office, even when Mr. Cassidy was here. I'm not excusing myself, Sheriff. This is simply the truth. I inform the switchboard operator when I'm leaving, and she holds all calls and visitors except the staff." "So you were out and somebody got in?" "Yes, I'd been down to the mills to get the time slips, and when I came back in, this woman was with Mr. Cassidy. When I heard raised voices, well, it was a degrading thing to do, but You listened. What day was this, Mannering?" "A few days before Mr. Cassidy was taken ill." "Go on." "I had reached this desk when I heard the voices, and I looked up and saw that the door there was ajar, and I went over to close it, but when I heard what they were saying—" "Yeah?" The sheriff forgot his irritations over two discreet secretaries and overly bright reporters. "What were they up to?" "The woman, she was young. I knew that from her voice. She was giving Mr. Cassidy a tongue lashing, calling him a devil incarnate and a terrorist. It seemed to me that she was delivering a rehearsed speech, not memorized, but excellently thought through. She never paused for a word." "And Cassidy?" "He didn't say a thing." "What did she want?" "I don't know. Perhaps she had made her demands before I came in. But I thought her attitude was one of utter hatred, that if he had offered her anything, she would have thrown it back at him. Really, she gave me crawlies down my spine." "And you thought this was of no importance?" The sheriff sighed. "You're sure you don't know what she wanted?" Honestly, I don't. I missed a lot of what she said because I was in such a quandary myself. I couldn't decide whether to close the door and hope Mr. Cassidy wouldn't notice, or leave it open and go out myself, which is what I did after a minute. When I came back, she was gone." The sheriff sat down and thought for a moment. Now he had something to root out, a woman's identity, name her, and give her a past and a present. Her future, too, would come under his jurisdiction if she had connived to kill Cassidy. She had disclosed a motive, cold and calculating hatred. Cardinal's daughter would hate him that way. "Did this affect Cassidy at all?" the sheriff asked. "Make him moody, for instance?" "Oh, definitely," Mr. Mannering replied. "Yes, you'd think a wand was waved over him. He lost his appetite, for one thing, because he didn't go out for lunch, just sat in there with the door closed. I wanted to get him coffee, but he wouldn't have even that. I don't believe he ate a thing those days. And of course he began to look thinner. If it hadn't been Mr. Cassidy, I'd have thought he was frightened and, well, perhaps remorseful. Then that last afternoon I heard him fall. I ran in, and when I saw him lying there I thought he was dead." "Can you give me the exact date the woman was here?" The secretary turned to a calendar. "Yes, October 2nd. That would be the date for picking up the time slips for that 2-week period." "Good. Would you know her voice if you heard it again?" "I doubt it. I was very much confused." "Well, if you think of anything else, call me, even if it's the middle of the night. Mannering?" The sheriff grabbed his hat. He had given up any idea of reprisal against Mr. Mannering for withholding evidence. He was at the door when the young man spoke again. "There's one more thing, Sheriff." "Yeah?" "Something she said, quite horrible because she said it so softly and clearly. I could imagine her screaming it, and it wouldn't sound half so terrifying. But in that low voice, you'd have to believe her." The secretary's voice fell to a hoarse whisper. "Sheriff, she called him a murderer." When Marmion reached the laboratory, she saw the reason for the doctor's amusement. He had lined up a full evening's work for her. Exasperated, she flipped through the slips. Nothing unnecessary, but he had marked them all for tonight. "Damn him," she muttered, flinging her purse into a cupboard. "All right, Kingston, M.D., you'll get them tonight, and from me, personally." Sister Judith had left the laboratory, no doubt before King sent up the slips. He would never have dared do it if the nun was on duty, and Marmion would not call her. Straight through the supper hours she worked, and her hair grew damper on her forehead, and her uniform clung to her shoulders. It was 9 o'clock when she was finished. She stacked the reports neatly and went down to the doctor's office. To her surprise, he was there, seated in his swivel chair, the lower desk drawer pulled out for a footrest, a medical journal tossed open in front of him. Marmion slapped down the sheaf of slips. "My reports, doctor." "How efficient you are, Miss Pierce." "Thank you. Will that be all for tonight, doctor?" "I believe so. If anything comes up, I can always call you." "Oh, don't hesitate. Sister Judith is on call tonight." "Thank you. Good night, Miss Pierce." He whirled the chair until his back was toward her, but instead of looking over the reports she had worked so hard to provide, he picked up the magazine and began to turn its pages. Marmion was not surprised. Striding angrily back up to the lab, she told herself that this was what she had expected of King. She would not leave voluntarily, so he would persecute her. She was not at all thrilled by him now. Through the dark little labyrinth that spewed off to the X-ray room she went without thinking of being afraid, and when she took her purse out of the cupboard, where she had kept it all evening, it was with never a thought that someone might be lurking out of sight, but within hearing. She was going to peruse the mysterious paper right here and now, without being disturbed. Upstairs there would be Eloise, at least, possibly Blanche and Lynn and Dixie to come in upon her and ask what she had. Opening the purse, she mused that she could return the thing to Blanche, or put it back in the corset box for her to find. but all the time she was taking out the paper. A week ago she would never have considered reading anything belonging to another person. Now, quickly, although her hand shook, she smoothed the sheet out on her desk. The page was printed, with names handwritten in the spaces provided. She read it, then read it again. On the 10th of September, 4 years ago, Eleanor Ann Roberts had been united in marriage to Joseph Terence Turner. Jock was Joseph Terence. Sam's article had thus named him, and he had been married, just as Mrs. Topman had said. The wife would be the logical owner of a marriage certificate. But how could Jock's wife, a stranger, have hidden it in the hospital, where only an insider such as Blanche could find it? She didn't for a moment consider that Blanche might be Eleanor Ann. But the elusive Eleanor was not a stranger. She knew her way around the hospital. Therefore, she must have taken another name. She did not want to be identified as Jock's wife. Why not? Because she had killed him? "Oh, no," Marmion whispered, so faintly that anyone listening in the outer passage would hardly have heard. There was only silence out there, anyway. When the sound finally came from the darkened rectangle beyond the door, it was tiny as a mouse's frisking. Marmion did not hear it. She was putting the paper into the envelope. And then Eloise spoke. "What's that, Marmee?" Marmion jumped and gave a choked exclamation. "What? Oh, Ellie, you scared the daylights out of me." She stopped, horrified. What had she just said? Oh, Ellie. And Ellie could be short for Eleanor Ann. But it wasn't. This was Eloise, her friend, her confidant. Ellie, who had gone down the big Balsam's room to get the corset box, who had insisted on going, and she was too young to be Eleanor Ann. "Marmee, what in creation is the matter with you? So help me, you look as if you had seen a ghost." The tall girl was in pajamas and robe, her feet in soft slippers. Anyone could walk unheard like that. Marmion fumbled at her purse, closing it clumsily. "You just startled me, Ellie. You know how we all are." "What are you hiding in your purse?" "Hiding? Nothing." "Yes, you are, baby. Tell Mama." Eloise came softly over to the desk. Marmion laughed shakily. After all, why not let Ellie see the certificate, watch her, and try to detect any recognition? It would be a quick test. And she would know, then, whether Eloise was friend or enemy. She opened the purse. "Can you keep a secret, Ellie? This is a whopper. Look!" She unfolded the paper quickly and thrust it at the girl. And Ellie's reaction was the same as her own. Bewilderment first, then comprehension, then awareness of danger. When finally she looked up, her eyes were dark with fear. "Marmee, this isn't good," she whispered. "How did you get hold of it?" "It was in Sister Peter's corset box, on her closet shelf." Marmion, reassured by Ellie's apprehension, felt her own doubts fade. "There's nothing to get us into trouble, really. I'm going to telephone the sheriff right away." "Of course." Eloise folded the paper and tucked it into Marmion's purse. But she was listening oddly, as if half her attention remained in the dark little hall she had just traversed. "Come on, Marmee, upstairs. You can phone from there." "But this is more private." "No." Ellie's green eyes slid away from the door to Marmion, and her face was whiter than if she had fainted. "Oh, Marmee, come on." There was nothing else she could do. She had to obey Ellie's insistence. And Eleanor Ann, perhaps, had never been nicknamed at all. Talk about jumping to conclusions. "I'm with you, Ellie. You go ahead and turn on the lights, then I'll turn off this one. Everything's under control." Queer for her to be encouraging Eloise. They ran together all the way to their sitting room. Mrs. Topman lay on her back, staring into the comfortable dimness made by the nightlight down in the base of her floor lamp. She had been thinking, ever since the sheriff's visit, mulling over names. She had not come upon a pair that would do for the twins, but her efforts had not been entirely wasted. Out of memory, at last, had come the name of Jock's wife. A simple one, but tricky to remember. Several times she had picked up the string of her signal light to call the nurse and ask her to telephone the sheriff, since she had promised. But Baxter with the corns was on duty, and probably not in a frame of mind to deliver messages. Tomorrow, too, the sheriff would be here, and there would be the great satisfaction of telling him herself. She wouldn't forget the name, either, once she had remembered it. She turned over and settled for sleep. She wouldn't forget. The name was Ellie. Indian summer abandoned the hills for good in the night. Morning came dismally under a gray sky and over ragged veils of fog trailing the valleys. In the hospital corridors the lights burned without dispelling the gloom, but the day was beginning. Dr. Kingston, coming up from the basement floor, stepped back to avoid meeting the procession of two. Sister Magdalene with her lighted candle and her tinkling silver bell, the young priest in white vestments bringing communion to the patients. King nearly always managed to escape the halls at such a time. This morning, particularly, he was disgusted with his blundering up the stairs, but his mind had been on Marmion and the invention of a casual errand that might take him to the laboratory. Once there, he would consider what to do about an apology for his boorishness of last night. He was further incensed at Marmion, then, for the distraction that brought him face to face with Sister Magdalene. He had not seen her since the night before last, when he had heaped such bitter censure upon her. They passed on by, the priest's robes rustling softly. He was very young, recently ordained, still looking starved from his seminary days, a mere assistant at the cathedral in Balsam City. No wonder Magdalene had not consulted him about the moral problem involved in Cassidy's legacy. No wonder she had Johnny drive her into the city to consult the bishop last night. As if she remained in doubt. King's lips made a derisive plop, but the derision was difficult to maintain. When he continued on up the stairs, his head was not high like a conqueror's, and he did not go to the lab. Sister Magdalene tried not to be disconcerted by the sight of the doctor. She had been worried, naturally, by his outburst, and more than ever by his avoidance of her yesterday. She had mentioned it to the bishop last night. Had she been lax, she asked, bringing in an unknown to the staff and to the inner life of the hospital with so little investigation as she had made? The bishop had kindly set forth all the arguments she had already thought out in self-defense. A hospital such as St. Denis was lucky indeed to have a resident physician and surgeon. His brilliant record in the past 6 years proved she had judged him rightly as a doctor, and as a man he had behaved himself. His past actually did not matter. And then they had gone on to the urgent problem of Cassidy's money. It was still a problem. She must decide for herself, the bishop had said. There was no moral reason why she should not accept the gift. Cassidy had based his fortune on wrongdoing in the early days, but there was no possible manner in which he could make restitution now. Except as the great man had indicated, a fine hospital would benefit all the people of the hills. Ringing her little bell, the sister walked slowly on. And even for her, preoccupied as she was, the healer walked again among the sick, comforting and restoring. An inch at a time, without a betraying creak of the springs, Marmion pushed herself cautiously out of bed, listening, halting at every tiny slide of the sheets. Eloise's breathing was a steady, comfortable sound, one you'd wish might go on through the gray day this promised to be. There was barely light enough for Marmion to grope for her clothes. The luminous face of her watch set the hour as a little after 6. Plenty of time, before anyone stirred, to run downstairs to the telephone. Ellie had been so very firm about not calling the sheriff last night. "You're too tired, Marmee," she had insisted. "Call that old buckaroo, and he'll be out here half the night. What would you gain? Nothing but lost sleep. The thing will keep till morning." So together, Eloise and Marmion had left the laboratory, hustling through the black little passage, and in the hall they had met Dixie coming up with a request slip. Again Eloise had taken the lead, determined that Dixie would summon Sister Judy, who was supposed to be on night call, and she had piloted Marmion up to the crow's nest. Always Eloise, a wonderful friend. Marmion carried her uniform out to the sitting room so the starchy slipping on of it would not arouse Ellie. She would have to make one more trip into the bedroom. She had left the marriage certificate under her pillow. The sheriff might want to read it, word for word. The floor complained when she stepped in between the beds, but Ellie was too deeply asleep to be disturbed. In a few minutes the alarm would go off, and she would awake, groaning and sighing as if she climbed up from the bottomless pit. No one, so far as Marmion knew, had seen her when she tiptoed along the rubber matting and over to the stairs, the long envelope poking up out of her pocket, and the corset box under her arm. She would go to Sister Magdalene's office. Only the office telephone was on a private line. All the others were on one extension, and anyone could listen in. At this hour she would have to rout the sheriff out of bed, but he wouldn't mind when he heard what she had to tell him. And then she would deliver the corset, at last, to Sister Peter. Sister Magdalene's little bell tinkled off in the wing where Big Balsam had died, but Marmion met no one. The small office was gray and deserted as she came into it. She would not turn on the light. Someone might recall an errand, seeing a lighted office. So she walked into the quiet and the faint chill that always seems to hang in deserted places. And then she did something she never could explain. She pulled open the top drawer of the filing cabinet and dropped the envelope in among the folders. Even she could not have put her hand instantly upon it after that. Marmion smiled as she perched on the edge of the desk and took up the telephone. The sheriff had gone extremely early to his office. His wife was thankful to see him at last. He had not slept. He would not eat. He had talked until midnight about the secrecy surrounding Jock's marriage. It had taken place in a county at the other end of the state, which was why the fact had not been unearthed earlier. And after the tragedy of her house burning down, the young wife had completely disappeared. And if this was not enough, there was the alarming possibility that Cardinal's daughter had returned. Someone, within Mannering's hearing, had called Cassidy a murderer. Not that quite a handful of other people couldn't say the same, the sheriff had surmised at 3 minutes to 12, but let me find those two women and I'll be satisfied. I'd imagine the grandmother would want Cardinal's baby to have all the nice things she could give her, his wife said pensively. I know I would, to try to make up for what she couldn't ever have. Sure thing, the sheriff replied with the indifference of a man who often pursues unrelated subjects with mind and tongue. Like music, the wife continued. She appeared to be half asleep, stretched out in her chair with her feet on a hassock, one of the last batch of kittens curled in her lap. Sitting upright, she would have no lap. Music is nice for a girl. I've never seen anything prettier than a girl playing the violin. The sheriff suddenly began to listen. How does this go again, Lucy? But her answer seemed to be off on another tangent. Would Jock's wife have a motive for murdering Cassidy? She could have. He'd done Jock out of a lot of money. He'd done Jock's father out of the money. Wasn't that it? Jock ought to be used to the idea by this time, even though his wife... She paused absently, stroking the kitten's pencil of a tail. Cardinal's daughter would have a swell motive. Even a jury would sympathize with her while they set her in the chair. And Jock's wife played the violin, she added. I bet she had a good fiddle, too. And you think maybe Cardinal's daughter played the fiddle? Lucy nodded sagely. Granny would have seen to it that she had music. Lordy Lord, the sheriff sighed. His fatigue couldn't keep him in his chair. He sprang up and began to pace the floor. He made several turns before he stopped before his wife. So you think the daughter and Jock's wife? I think they're the same one. She straightened, the kitten rolled over, and she caught it in her cupped palm. Then she got up and carried it out to its mother in the kitchen. So the sheriff sat at his desk in the very early gray morning, wondering and fitting together pieces of the puzzle. Although the two women were one, he still had to find her. Nobody at Hellbent had seen anyone who might have been Mr. Mannering's mysterious lady. That was understandable, if aggravating. There had been many outsiders from Balsam City coming to the Hellbent offices around that time, collectors for the community fund, the Red Cross, ticket sellers for all the fall festival suppers of the various churches. If the young woman was also Jock's wife, then that would put her at the hospital, because it would explain Jock's protection of her. But no one at the hospital, other than the orderly, was named Turner. The sheriff sat motionless, seeing the snow come down like drifting tissue paper, the initial touch of a winter that would leave cattle starving in the ravines. His wife had done this sort of deducing on other cases. Early in his career he had endeavored to find out how she did it. He had given up. When the telephone rang, he jumped, glancing at the clock. A few minutes after 6. He had been sitting here for over an hour. "Hello," he said into the phone. It was too early to be official. "Honey, is that you?" "Sure is, Lucy." "Listen, I've just had a call from the Pius girl. Marmion, is it? I think she's in trouble." "She called the house?" "Well, of course, it's so early. She asked for you. And then when I said you were at the office, she said something about, 'Yes, doctor, she'd attend to it right away.' So I said for her to never mind trying to call you. I'd do it and send you straight up there." "Good work, Lucy. I'm on my way." "All right. But listen, honey, have you had your breakfast? All this on an empty stomach." "I'm fine, lovey. Goodbye." The sheriff was on his feet as he dropped the telephone back in the cradle. Opening the door, he nearly scuffed aside the telegram which lay on the floor below the mail slot. It hadn't been there when he came in. Or had it? He tore it open, grunted his satisfaction as he read. "Guy Murray Kingston, according to the Navy, has spent 2 years in prison. Charges: jumping ship and insubordination. He had been released 6 years ago. Whereabouts unknown." But not unknown to the sheriff. The doctor comes straight from his prison cell to his own voluntary confinement in the old hospital of St. Denis of the Hills. Marmion sat for a long time on the edge of the desk in Sister Magdalen's office. No one entered. The sheriff's wife, blessedly, had realized the emergency indicated by her mumbled foolishness and made it unnecessary for her to say a great deal. The sheriff would come as fast as he could cover the 3 miles around the mountain from Balsam City. But would that be in time? Would the white shoulder, just glimpsed outside the door, materialize into someone who would dart swiftly in, slam the heavy oak barrier shut, and then go leisurely about the task of murder? She sat there so long that when she finally slid to her feet, pins and needles jabbed up through her soles. "I'll meet it," she decided. "Whatever is waiting there, I'll meet it." It was almost an anticlimax to come to the door, look out into vacancy, hear the first clatter of trays being prepared in the kitchen, the first radio blatting the news. Leaning against the door jamb, Marmion began to laugh. That would never do. Someone would see her, ask her what was the matter, and she must get away from the office, where the marriage certificate lay safely in the file. Once again, Sister Peter's corset was performing a function. Its delivery was taking Marmion through the old passage to Methuselah Hall, where, even at this early hour, Sister would be trudging around like a pigeon with sore feet, her head bobbing at every step, her convex glasses almost disguising the beautiful kindness of her eyes. At the end of the passage, Marmion paused. She was not called here often, because these were chronic cases, but she recognized the usual morning hubbub. The old refugee from the prairie dugout demanding alcohol to drink, not rub, Barney cracking an Irish joke, fat old Mr. Larson reading the morning paper aloud, the country club, Johnny called it. Sister Peter, carrying a wash basin, came out of a ward and stopped when she saw Marmion. Her day would not end until 9, or later, this evening, and yet she was beginning it with placid expectation. "Sister, this is for you," Marmion said, offering the box. "Mrs. Topman gave it to me nearly a week ago. I'm sorry I didn't get it to you sooner." The sister's homely face flushed with pleasure. "So she remembered! Thank you, dear. Did she happen to tell you to mention the size?" Marmion searched her memory hurriedly. "Plenty big," she said. "Exactly right." Running back through the passage and up to the crow's nest, the girl mused almost enviously upon Sister Peter's tranquillity. Did it come to you when you took the veil, or was it something you made for yourself? But tranquillity was too ethereal, too unattainable to ponder long. Ellie, she thought more practically, would be gone by this time. She didn't distrust Ellie. It would be easier, however, not meeting her. The third floor was noisy now, a girl laughing, someone running a shower, another singing the "Prisoner's Song," a normal awakening to a new day. If Marmion had paused in the sitting room, she would have noticed that the bishop was hanging crooked on the wall. It was Eloise's tumbled bed that caught her eye. Not only was the bed tumbled, but the bottom sheet was ripped off and hung torn over the footrail. Dazedly, Marmion reached the door and saw the full turmoil of the room. The dresser drawers had been pulled out and dumped, clothes thrown out of a closet, her own bed with even the mattress crooked. She didn't have to ask herself why, or who. She knew. Eleanor Ann had come hunting for her marriage certificate. Only Eloise, she thought after a blank interval, only Ellie had known she had the certificate. But Ellie had seen her put it under her pillow. She wouldn't tear the room apart like this. Relief flooded Marmion's tired brain. Now she could admit that she had been foolishly wrong about her roommate, especially last night when Ellie wouldn't allow the call to the sheriff. What a wonderful thing to know there was someone to trust. With the relief, Marmion could think again. Quickly she closed the open door to the hall. No one must see the mess in here until the sheriff had come. She remembered Philippa standing in that doorway. How many nights ago? Surely more than 6. And young Chad taking his finger from his mouth to remark concerning the bishop, "That's my father." Poor Phil had cried. Chad was always adopting inanimate things as fathers, she said, because he didn't know what a father was. Cassidy had done that to her baby. She would kill him, she screamed, if she knew how. The house phone rang down the hall. "P.S. It's for you," someone shouted. "A man. Felicitations." It would be the sheriff, Marmion knew. He would ask her to come downstairs, and she would tell him everything. Sister Magdalene knew she was sadly neglecting her duty that day. In an uneasy round she had gone from one patient's room to another, up to the laboratory where Marmion jumped at every footstep, and Sister Judy worked in silence, into the X-ray room to help Eloise shift the heavy patient, to the nursery where the baby slept like Christmas dolls. Anywhere but to her office and the pile of mail lying on her desk, and King tramping in from time to time to see if she was there. She did not wish to meet him. Her unpreventable interview with the sheriff had been enough. Marmion Pierce, he said, had at last told him a straight story, given him the marriage certificate, been as helpful as she had been hindering before. But now he was uncomfortably certain that Eleanor Ann, under cover of some other name, was here. The girls who had been in the crow's nest during the ransacking of Marmion's room seemed to have formed a conspiracy of false clues and denials. No one had heard or seen anything that someone else couldn't explain away. There had been people all over the place. The ransacker had evidently chosen a foolhardy but foolproof time for her search. "Well, I'll have to get her from another direction then, but I'll get her," the sheriff swore to Sister Magdalene. "I'm going to put more men out here, that's for sure, and if you hear or see or even smell anything out of the ordinary, call me, will you?" With that he had gone away. One could almost gain an illusion of peace looking out on the gently falling snow. The ponderosa pines were becoming heavy with it, their branches drooping until the wet load slid off and the branch snapped up again, dark among its white neighbors. Sister Magdalene watched the lovely process from the sun porch. In a minute she would go and find something to do. but it was too late. She recognized the step coming in behind her. How she wished she had gone straight to the cloister. "May I see you a moment, sister?" "Of course, King." "You've been busy today." Because there was a bit of ridicule in that, she didn't answer. When the silence became cumbersome, the doctor broke it. "It's not easy to talk to a person who won't look at you, sister." She turned around. King's hair was tousled, his linen rumpled, but there was something different about him. His shoulders were straight, that was one change, and he was not glowering. "The sheriff told you, I see." The words were what one would expect from King, but not the manner. He was ill at ease, humble, if he understood humility. "The sheriff told me what, King?" "About my prison record. Do I lose my job?" Without waiting for her answer, he swung impatiently to the window. "I didn't want you to know, naturally. A man is never proud of being a jailbird. You ought to understand my crime. You put up with more of it than the Navy could stomach. Insubordination. They gave me 2 years. I'll not tell you the reason. I wouldn't tell the sheriff either, even though I know he can dig it out for himself. And I'll not ask your pardon for anything I've been or done. An old priest told me once that your God provides irritations for saints in order to develop their perseverance. I remember he said he had already pushed his bishop far along towards sainthood, and I've done the same for you. So I've not been wasted. Even a negative blessing has its place." Sister Magdalene smiled faintly. "I have often said you were our salvation, King, but I didn't mean—" "Don't obligate me further with praise. You don't owe it to me, but I have a debt to pay." He wheeled, facing her belligerently. "Whether you build your hospital is up to you. I'd do it in your place, but then I have the scruples of a skunk. If I have a streak of decency, too, would it surprise you? Probably not. You can always find the good in the worst of us, can't you? Well, you'll see." Sister Magdalene had no pious homily to deliver. Tonight she was as bleak of spirit as old Barney ever had been. 29 years ago Anthony had died, and because she could not see her way to going on without him, she had been ready to return to the mother house. Not that she would have found it impossible to bear the personal loss, but Anthony was her only entry, it seemed, into the places where money abounded. Without his help she could not hope to build beyond the log cabin that was her hospital up near the Hellbent, the small and pathetic attempt to care for the miners and their families. She had finally persuaded Sister Peter and Sister Margaret, and they had even packed their belongings and were ready to leave when little Job Pius came with his gift. This beautiful tract on Balsam Mountain. The city would grow here, he predicted. The hospital would stand in the middle of the new boom. But more to the sister than the deed to the land was little Job's sympathetic understanding. When he left, she had gone back to her room and unpacked. The other sisters had rejoiced with tears of thankfulness. But the gift had not been given in charity. It was only a means to keep her here, too busy to wonder what actually had happened to Anthony. There was a small sound behind her, and the sister turned. Mr. Wilkins stood in the doorway, his hat in his hand, the new haircut giving him a briskness quite out of keeping with the sag of his shoulders under the old overcoat. The coat was embossed with melted snow, beginning to fall in small drops around him. Sister Magdalene was touched by the appearance of her old friend. He had always been unassuming, but now there was a timid buoyancy about him, as if somewhere he had found hopefulness and enthusiasm he had never chanced upon before. She smiled. "The walking must be very bad, Hal. Should you have come out?" "It's slippery, yes. There will be accidents tonight." He hesitated, and the sister was afraid she had not sounded cordial. "Do take off your wet overcoat. You're not in a hurry, surely." The old man was pleased at that. Carefully, not to soil the floor, he slid out of the coat, folded the wet side in, and laid it over a chair. "I suppose I have no right to risk broken bones that my parish would have to pay for mending, but I'd love to be out. Except for the snow, I imagine this old gulch resembles the country around Jerusalem. The Valley of Hinnom, perhaps. His eyes twinkled. Ah, yes, the valley that was the model of hell for the rabbi's sermons. You know, Maggie, that valley was nothing more than the city dump. They kept fires burning in it to do away with the refuse. No doubt from the hillside the smoke and flames did look like hell. Sister Magdalene chuckled. She had seated herself in a rocker, and now she began a gentle rocking, her arms folded as if she held a baby. You're good at banishing ghosts, Hal. I've come to banish another, I hope. He sat down with his back to the window, and the snow seemed to fall round him as he went on. Big Balsam Cassidy's ghost, Maggie. She stopped rocking. His ghost is laid, for me. If I could be sure of that, I'd say nothing, but... He leaned forward with kindly determination. One look at you and I know it can't be true. If you had reached a decision you felt was binding, whether it was to take the money or not, you would be at peace. And you aren't. You believe you have turned down the legacy, of course. Actually, you haven't. I would guess that your bishop, being a very wise man, counseled you to follow your own inclination in regard to the money, and so you are considering again. He paused in embarrassment rather than uncertainty. I am not so wise as your bishop, you see, and I have come to offer advice, to urge you to accept Cassidy's fortune. I pray for such an opportunity for you. I want my prayers to be answered. Sister Magdalene smiled, about to thank him and assure him that she had quite irrevocably made up her mind, but Mr. Wilkins' gesture stopped him. Let me say it out, please. I've never thought it was by an odd run of luck that we all came west at the same time, you and Cassidy and I, and in the past few days I've been more convinced of it than ever. Our lives are meant to be lived out together. One can believe in a divine plan without being a fatalist. You saw the practical vision of service. Cassidy made the money so you might carry out the dream before you die. What my part was meant to be, I don't know, Maggie. I do know that my regard for you has kept me in Gopher Gulch all these years. The nun wondered, for a moment, whether she had heard correctly. Mr. Wilkins had lost a shade or two of his usual healthy color, and his eyes were fixed on the wet circlet, where he had stood with his overcoat dripping. But elderly ministers did not sit in sun parlors speaking of lifetime affection for nuns. She had mistaken his meaning. Mr. Wilkins continued. Until yesterday I would have said that my dowdy little round in Gopher Gulch amounted to zero in the general scheme of things. In fact, I did say as much to you, but then I conducted Cassidy's funeral, and I realized suddenly the loneliness of everyone's passage, and that there is so much loneliness because we don't know how to go about finding real friendship. Cassidy didn't. He didn't know how to make a generous gesture, beyond buying a few tickets for bazaars. He was the Lord's instrument. Like Judas. I've always been sorry for Judas. He had to be the one to strike Father Anthony out of your life because you were to be enabled to build uncommon spiritual strength, and now the Lord is using the same instrument to endow you with temporal means. The old man's hands were lying upon her knees, and he turned them suddenly palm up. I have not said this well, Maggie. The excitement of these days has tired me. I'll have to leave the rest to your understanding. He rose, shrugged on the overcoat, and stood before her with his hat in his hand. I've brought tears, he said gently. I'm sorry. Whatever I have said that needs forgiving, I know you'll forgive. Good night, Maggie. He left her. He had never felt so tired in his life. He would go straight home and to bed, and he would sleep until his brain was perfectly clear again, and then he would think over what he had said to the sister that he should not have said. After that, perhaps, he would go back and ask her pardon properly. Although why, indeed, should he degrade by apology the affection that had been the splendid experience of his life? The old man stopped because he had run almost headlong into King. He did not know that the doctor had been watching him from the time he left the sun porch. You're out on a bad day, Mr. Wilkins. "God never made a bad day, Doctor. He knows we can attend to that ourselves." "It's coffee time in the kitchen. I'm on my way down. Come along and have a cup." Mr. Wilkins needed no persuasion. He was a little surprised that the doctor, usually brusque, should seek his company. It was, as King had said, coffee time in the kitchen. Quite a group had assembled. Mr. Wilkins knew every one of them by sight. He answered the chorus of greetings with a bow and smile, which always sufficed when he could not remember names. How pretty the women were in their white uniforms, so clean, the cook in her blue. Contrast. The strange teasing uneasiness that had been with him under the stars was back again, only now it rushed over him like a dry river of dust, choking out all sight and sound, and even the pleasant aroma of the coffee. He swayed and would have fallen, except for King's hand instantly under his elbow. "Here, sir, sit down. Get him some coffee, Blanche." They were agog around him, putting him into Philippa's rocker, pushing Chad and his fire trucks aside to make room, exclaiming in sympathy, like a bunch of high school kids, instead of people who were trained to be unemotional about illness. Mr. Wilkins was disconcerted by all the attention. It had one good feature, however. The young woman who had never guessed that his sudden realization of her identity was what had set him really. He would not look at her now, and he would decide in a minute what to do. "Did you put some sugar in, Blanche?" the doctor was asking. "Never mind whether he likes it. It's going to give him quick energy." Mr. Wilkins raised his head with a faint smile. "I'm only a little tired, really. I'm not ill. The excitement of yesterday, perhaps, and then the long walk." And he realized vaguely that the young woman herself seemed to be watching him with great concern. "We have to begin taking things easy at our age, sir," said Johnny, who should have been in school. "Now drink this," King said, putting the cup into Mr. Wilkins' hand. The old man drank it without complaint, although he never took sugar in his coffee. It really was a poor brew, too bitter under the sweetness, but it made him feel stronger at once. "There's nothing like coffee for a harmless stimulant," the doctor said. "Don't let anyone ever talk you into giving it up, Mr. Wilkins." They had stopped fluttering around him. Several of them left. Little Job's daughter was one. Mr. Wilkins was still shaken, but he knew now what he would do. He would get back down to the chapel as quickly as the snow would let him, and he would take one more look at the picture, just to make certain. Then he would call the sheriff. When Mr. Wilkins started down the road, the gravel was greased with snow. He had to walk slowly, digging his heels in. He saw a stout branch hanging from an aspen, pulled it loose, stripped it of twigs, and went on down the hill, using it as a staff. The staff was a great aid. The falling snow was dizzying, and coupled with the slippery descent, it gave him an unbalanced sensation, as if he would tumble into sleep right there in the snow. The going was easier once he reached the gulch. He paused, and taking off his hat, raised his face to the sky. The snowflakes were tiny cool pats on his eyelids, fairy puppy dogs licking his cheeks. A fanciful thought for an old man. Leaning heavily on his stick, he opened his eyes. The snow fell from slate gray, coating everything but Little Balsam Creek, which still ran dead black through the white. Contrast. He had no excuse for not having remembered earlier that red hair photographed dark. He should have known the young woman immediately. But many people during the summers asked him about the gulch and the mines, and she had seemed no different from any other coming along on that lazy Sunday afternoon. She had known about Cardinal, he recollected now. He might have told her the story of the fake raid and the yellow taffeted curtain stained brown. It was almost a legend. He would have attached no importance to the telling. He drooped over the stick while the little fairy pats of snow went down his neck and turned soggy inside his collar. There was no reason to hurry. If he had collected his wits 2 days ago, Jock would still be alive. A week ago, and Cassidy would not have had to die. His shoulders became so blanketed that when Mr. Wilkins finally moved, a soft crust slid away, as it did from the branches of the ponderosas. Midway between his house and the chapel he stopped. The sign, Charity Chapel, was almost obliterated by the wet casing of snow. Even the ruins did not appear ruinous. "A beautiful world," he sighed. "I have loved, O Lord, the beauty of thine house and the place where thy glory dwelleth." He liked remembering that Gopher Gulch had always been the place where the glory dwelt. Mr. Wilkins could fight off sleep no longer. He dragged himself to the chapel, leaving a small trail behind each foot in the snow. Juicy Parker's white dog bounded up to him, barking a greeting. He was too sleepy to speak. As soon as he had looked at the picture, he would go straight to his house and to bed. He pushed open the door. The organ was still there. They would take it away tomorrow. The stick fell from his hand. The little room was cold. "I ain't telling," Blanche insisted doggedly. It was evening, and she was humped on a high stool beside Marmion in the laboratory, where she had been for the past half-hour, ever since Sister Judy left for her rest period before going on night call. "I ain't telling nobody where I found that paper, whatever it was. I told you, I didn't say nothing to the sheriff. I'm not—" "I know, not getting yourself into trouble," Marmion said with an exasperated sigh. "Look, Blanche, I only asked you once, and you said you wouldn't tell me, so I believe you. Now will you please be quiet so I can get this job of matching done? I don't want to be here all night." "Blood is blood, ain't it?" "Huh," said Marmion. The telephone rang. She went to answer it. "Hi," Sam greeted her, and her heart turned to flip-flop. "How's stuff?" "Not bad. Congratulations on your story, Sam." "Thanks. It kept me away from the hospital today. I dasn't set foot in the sheriff's beat. I wanted to, though." "You did, Sam?" Marmion glowed. "Sure did. I wanted to ask you what you meant by Cassidy choking to death. Why wasn't it more like smothering? Why would he gag? That's worried me." "What a pity," she snapped. So Sam couldn't come to the hospital because he was afraid of the sheriff, and if he had braved the perils, it would have been merely to get another story. "I'm afraid you'll have to get your information from someone else," she added coldly. "Goodbye, Sam." "Oh, now, listen, I didn't mean—" She broke the connection with her finger, leaving the receiver against her ear. After a few seconds, she listened again. Sam was protesting in very satisfactory anguish. And then, in a tiny pause, she heard the unmistakable sound of a receiver going down. Not Sam's. He was still talking. Someone was listening on another extension in the hospital. "Gee, you're mean to him," Blanche remarked. Softly, Marmion dropped the receiver onto the hook. Why should she feel a blast of raw cold in the overheated little room? The dark gray window was tight shut, 2 stories above ground, safe from prying fingers. "Come on and get this stuff done, if you're not going to talk to him," Blanche urged. "I want to get upstairs." "Why don't you go ahead?" "I'm scared. Look, you got 2 Johnsons here. Is that poor guy ever going to have a bill?" "It isn't the same family. I wish you'd go, Blanche, honestly." But Blanche remained. She was not, she insisted, getting herself into trouble. Marmion, concerned with her own frightened thoughts, worked quickly. She had said nothing to Sam that would be of any consequence. How could it matter, then, that someone had overheard the pointless conversation? Even in the security of the crow's nest, Marmion could not relax. Eloise had not come up, although it was nearly 8. Throwing herself on the bed, she tried to face her apprehensions and reason them away. The sheriff had been here today. He had listened to her story, seen the ransacked room, talked with Eloise as he had with everyone else, and apparently seen nothing alarming in the similarity of names. So why be concerned? Think about Sam instead. Perfidious Sam. A little determination had scared him away on that first day, when she had pretended she thought him to be a blood donor. Blood? Marmion closed her eyes tight. She had just set out a bottle before coming upstairs. RH negative for Lynn's Jimmy. But was it negative she had left ready for Lynn? Or, in the confusion of listening to Blanche's chatter, had she inadvertently taken RH positive? For a minute she lay there, thinking. Only one way to be sure. Go down to the lab and look. Wearily, Marmion sat up, swinging her feet around to find her shoes. Lynn might notice the mistake, if there had been one, but she might not. It wasn't good to take a chance, and the trip to the lab would be very quick. She was not even afraid when she started past the rooms. Ellie was up here. She could hear her talking to Philippa. Silly to feel relieved. The laboratory was opposite the stairs to the crow's nest. Marmion switched on the lights in the small passage, hurried through it with only a glance at the dark X-ray lab. Her own workroom looked cozy tonight, the white walls gleaming, Sister Judy's little footstools neatly shoved out of the way. She glanced at the bottle, saw she actually had made a mistake. In a minute she would find the right one. She sat down at the desk and laid her hand on the telephone. Really, it would be only decent to call Sam, let him know she wasn't always a witch with a temper. On the other hand, a short period of squirming never did a young man any harm. Tomorrow she would telephone him. That would be time enough. Marmion didn't realize she had sat thinking of Sam for 10 minutes. She was faintly smiling when she arose, went to the refrigerator, found a bottle with the correct type for Jimmy, and took it out for labeling. And then, backing against the door to close it, she caught a glimpse of the passage. It was dark. She had left the light on when she came in. Had Sister Polycarp flicked off the switch? But Sister would have seen the bright lab, then, and come to investigate. The red flagon was cold in her hand, but Marmion was aware of no sensation but terror. She was not alone. No one was in the room, to be sure, but out in the black little passage there was a gentle unrest of breathing. Sister Polycarp would not stand out there, just beyond the barrier of the wall. Panic beat in Marmion's throat. She would scream. Someone would hear her. But before she could make a sound, the lights went out in the laboratory. Not even a hand had been visible, because the switch was on the wall in the passage, convenient for a person entering at night and lighting the way before him, but not convenient for the one who stood half fainting against the cool door of the refrigerator, remembering how like the lung that smooth enamel felt, and clutching an ice-cold bottle in chilled palms. She could hear someone moving now, around the wall, slowly, breathing softly. The window was gradually becoming a gray rectangle, masked by snow, and against the grayness something moved. Marmion screamed, but even in her own ears the scream amounted to nothing. Miss Bacon, at the chart desk down the hall, did not hear her. The block grew, padding out all but tiny slivers of the window. Then even the slivers were gone, and Marmion felt the warmth of a human body, and heard a long intake of breath, as if the intruder gathered strength for a blow. "No, no!" the girl choked. In panic, to get away from that warm, breathing thing, she plunged aside. She tripped over one of Sister Judy's footstools, and she fell and lay still. The sheriff, heading into Gopher Gulch at a speed that would not have been reckless on a dry road, held his car to the highway with absent-minded skill. Where Pussyfoot's favorite bridge spanned the Black Creek, he turned sharply up toward the ghost town clasped between the hills. He was too preoccupied to see, as Mr. Wilkins had, the clean beauty of wet snow on the false-fronted saloon, kind beauty that made the saloon and the gulch mysterious rather than vacant. The car slewed on the turn, the rear swung across the road like something dangling on a stick, and with a jarring thump came to rest against a snowy hummock in the ditch. "So I'm stuck," the sheriff muttered as he let the clutch out and in, trying to rock her wheel-hold. He gave it up after a minute and climbed out. Not too bad a break that the hummock was there. Without it, he'd have careened clear back to the highway. Flipping on his collar, he started up the road. A few lighted windows glowed orange, but not the right ones. He had expected darkness in Charity Chapel, but Mr. Wilkins's house should be alight. The hour was early, 7:30 or so, yet if it had been midnight, the sheriff would have come straight along and routed the old man out of bed. When you had been smitten by a burst of perception, when all you needed to tie up your case was identification of the suspect, then regardless of the hour, you would seek out the one who could establish the identity. Murderers and their hunters don't wait for morning. He tramped up to the small house and pummeled on the door. "It's the sheriff, sir. I'd like to see you for a minute." There was no reply, no shuffling of an old man arising from bed. The gulch was so still that the large wet flakes could be heard landing. The officer knocked again, then tried the knob. The door swung open and he turned his flash inside. Even before he saw that there was no one at home, he felt the chill as if the fire had gone out long ago. Strange. The preacher was no great hand for being out in the snowfall. Why should he be away tonight, when of all times he must be tired to death? A white dog barked and wagged out from between the houses as the sheriff stood undecided in the road again. No tracks led away. The small dents the dog made, the man's own large plowing, were all that broke the snow. The chapel was dark. Where to turn next? That was the question. What would be the use of storming into St. Denis and declaring his case to be solved when he still could not identify the evildoer? Through the afternoon, the feelers he had sent out for information had been paying off, one by one, building his case to a climax, and now it appeared that the climax had fizzled to a cold ash. All he had accomplished by driving so impetuously to Gopher Gulch was to get his car stuck in the snow and keep company with a roaming dog. The dog had been leaping in circles around his new friend, throwing the snow high as he burrowed through it. His last circuit had taken him close to the chapel. Suddenly he stiffened his legs, sliding deep into a drift. The hair rose down his back, his neck stretched, and slowly, one stalking step after another, he crept to the chapel porch. His low growl was a warning and a summons. The door was open a crack. The dog did not like what was inside. The sheriff caught him in the beam of his flashlight, but the animal was not distracted. One paw raised, his nose only a foot away from the dark crack, he crouched there and growled deep in his throat. The light fell from the man's loosened fingers, and the next thing he knew he was on his knees in the snow, hunting. He had to have the flash. No sense in shaking like this. The old preacher had simply come out of the chapel and neglected to close the door tightly, and the wind had blown it open. He got up, brushed some of the snow off his clothes, turned on the light, and strode to the porch. "All right, Buster," he said. "One side with you." The dog backed a slow step. A wave of snow had curled in through the crack, a small dune out of which an aspen stick protruded. The dune did not reach Mr. Wilkins's feet. The old man sat in his chair with the dingy cushions. He must have sat down in daylight, for he had not turned on the lamp beside him, and he had been looking at something, a picture lying under the hand in his lap. He was wearing his overcoat and overshoes. His head lay against the chair back, and his eyes were closed. He was ready for a journey, but he had already gone. The sheriff touched him only once. At the touch, fury skimmed away the dread that had come with him across the road. How dared she do this thing? His wrath was as cold as Mr. Wilkins's flesh. Harmless, mild old man, but not harmless to the one he could have identified as Cardinal's daughter. And this last act would not protect her. Somewhere in the world there would have to exist someone else who could do what the preacher had been denied. "And I'll find him," the sheriff promised solemnly. "If I have to walk after him barefooted to the ends of the earth, I'll find him." He turned the light away from Mr. Wilkins's peaceful face, and the beam fell upon the picture. Eagerly he bent down to look. The picture was one of the type sometimes taken as a news shot for a feature story. It was a group of people around a gambling table, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman was nearest to the camera, and her charm had not faded with the dulling of the old print. She was beautiful, not young, not smiling. Her eyes narrowed in supercilious amusement. Her red hair had photographed dark. The picture of the mother was more like the daughter than the two could be in real life. The sheriff did not straighten for a long moment. Then he gently disengaged the picture. Mr. Wilkins had framed it. For some reason, he had prized it. "You've done it, Mr. Wilkins. She didn't stop you. Bully for you." A small doubt struck him. The old man's heart might have been unable to stand the strain of the walk through the snow after the cumulative excitement of Cassidy's death. But when there had been 2 murders, and Mr. Wilkins had been about to point the finger at the one who was Cardinal's daughter. He turned away quickly. The dog's eyes shone like iridescent grapes. The man kicked out the snow and closed the door. The dog trotted at his heels as he crossed the road to Mr. Wilkins' forsaken house. Dr. Hamlin, riding up the gulch on horseback, saw the car in the ditch where the sheriff had left it, but he did not stop. Guiding his horse as best he could, he held the blanket-wrapped child with arms that were numb. He would be in no shape to operate tonight, but King would do it if necessary, and they might be safe in waiting until morning. A blood test would tell the tale. He urged his horse onto the long slope where the snow lay unbroken. The child stirred and whimpered. "We're doing fine, Beth. We're almost there," the doctor said. "Sister Magdalene will put you in a soft bed, and you can go right to sleep." "It hurts, doctor." "I know it does, honey. Hang on now." Beth had been a great little soldier. For nearly 2 hours he had ridden with her down from a cabin that was inaccessible by car. Why these fellows with families wanted to live off in the wilds, he'd never know, but there were too many of them to wonder about any more. Even their wives, having babies in the dead of winter, would stay at home until the doctor was frantic about them, and when there was a case of appendicitis, like Beth's. Johnny met him at the hospital door. "All right, you take her," the doctor said. "I'm about whipped. Her father met me at the road with a horse, and when I came back out, the snow was so slippery I figured I'd make better time if I stayed on Dobbin. He's out there on the drive. You take care of him when you get a chance, Johnny?" "Sure thing, doctor," said Johnny. But there was a good deal to do, and Johnny forgot about the horse. So the tired beast, tied Western fashion, with the reins hanging to the ground, stood on 3 legs while the snow melted over his wet sides, and the 4th foot, bent under to rest, was soon lost under a small, driven mound. Marmion came back to consciousness in a dream. Her bed was floating away with her, the pillow moved under her head. And then she realized that someone was carrying her, that the pillow was a shoulder, and finally that the shoulder belonged to Dr. Kingston. But why was he carrying her downstairs instead of up to the crow's nest? She was not alarmed until he reached the main floor, and, instead of turning towards the patients' rooms, where he would be taking her if she were hurt, he continued on down. Fully awake, she began to struggle, but the powerful arms held her easily. Down here were the boiler room, the dark and vacant little room where Big Balsam Cassidy, at the end of his crusade, had lain awaiting Gus Olmley. The undertaker. The deserted kitchen, the other closed door, behind which Jock's packed suitcase still remained. "Please let me go," Marmion begged. The doctor was at the bottom of the stairs, the black open door of the pharmacy immediately beside them. "No!" she cried. "Be quiet." He carried her inside. Holding her with one arm, he threw shut the lower half of the door, found the hook and pushed it into the hasp, swung the top half tight shut and hooked it. Only then did he turn on the light and release the girl. The change in him was shocking. Marmion had seen him contemptuous, defiant, sullen. But now it seemed that the darkness of this weird night had crept into his very soul. He looked at her, but she wondered if he saw her. She would know in a moment. Without taking her eyes off him, she backed a step to the door, let her fingers slip along to the lower hook. She could never open both halves. The lower would be enough, if she could open it quickly and duck out. "Leave it alone." Marmion snatched her hand away from the hook, and then, surprisingly, as though he trusted her to obey him, the doctor turned his back on her and sat down at the work counter under the window. "Come here, Marmion." She moved, felt her clothes sticky against her, and glanced down. The whole front of her uniform was bright red. "I'm hurt." "No, you had a bottle of blood in your hand when you fainted. It broke." King got up, opened a drawer, took out a clean gown and tossed it to her. He perched on the stool again, his back to her. She slipped out of the uniform and into the long gown. "Marmion," the doctor said slowly, "Marmion, do you know what prison is? Walls. Walls of stone. Walls of estrangement from the world. There are no gates in them." Heavily he turned on the stool. She had rolled up the long sleeves, folded her arms over a voluminous pleat in the gown. The neck of it showed one thin young collarbone shadowed by soft hair. She didn't feel like a Madonna. She looked at King with misery in her blue eyes, in fear and bewilderment. "Walls," he repeated. "You get to want them, you know, for their shelter. You're safe in them until you're turned out." In the pause there was no sound whatever of life anywhere in the old walls. "If I had it to do now, I'd kill her." Marmion stared at him. The stickiness was coming through from her other clothes into the clean gown, but that was a strange thing to be thinking while a man was speaking to her regretfully of a murder he had not committed. Her name was Angel. Angel. She had the blackest heart the devil ever contrived. "Come to the beach with me," she said. "On the white sand under the palm trees we'll forget that the blue ocean is the highway of war, forget that you are ashore without leave. Our importance to each other far exceeds any surgeon's duty to his shipmates. The captain had a smaller idea of my importance. He sailed without me. You know what the Navy calls that? Jumping ship. They don't like it." The doctor shook his head slowly. "She wasn't like you. You're sweet. You pity me right now, even though you're afraid of me." "I'm not Angel lived up to her name for 24 hours, but then she had to leave me. I found out afterward that she had a date with someone else on the white sand under the palm trees. When I sobered up, they said it was a week later, she was gone and I was in jail. If I'd killed her, I'd have saved a long parade of other poor devils the same misery. She didn't want us or our money, nothing but our sanity. I should have destroyed her. She's malignant." His lips finished the sentence noisily. He had been speaking almost as a bystander who had seen all this nightmare happen and not been touched by it himself. But he was as grey of face as Lazarus when the winding sheets fell away from him in the tomb. "I didn't see her again until 4 years ago. She came here pretending to be a patient. She had me in a good position for blackmail. But she didn't demand it. She didn't have to. By then she knew that Jock had a gold mine." King laughed without pleasure, shortly. "When she turned up a month ago, I should have killed her." The telephone rang sharply. He looked at it until it rang again with an insistence that warned of emergency. Muttering under his breath, the doctor went to answer. Marmion was benumbed by fear that suspended time. He might have stood a minute or an hour with his back to her, talking. His excitement told her that some new incident must have taken place. If she were to scream now, the person at the other end of the wire would hear. He would come or send someone to her rescue. Her throat was constricted and dry, too parched for even a whisper. And then she heard it again, The soft hissing of the snake in the nightmare when she had stood half fainting in the room where Big Balsam Cassidy was choking to death. She was not dreaming now. She spun around in the direction of the sound, and at the same moment the radiator clanked. Of course, the steam was coming on. The man substituting for Pussyfoot in the boiler room was sending up heat to combat the early chill. So that was what she had heard in Cassidy's room, the memory that had tormented her for the past 4 days. Weak with relief, Marmion leaned against the workbench, watching the radiator as if she expected it to give some indication of agreement. The heat would feel good, but there had been no need for heat on the night Big Balsam died. The day had been warm. It was not the radiator that had given off the hissing sound. The hissing she had not heard until after the door had opened and the unknown person had come into the room. The doctor, she saw, had come back and was standing before her in silence. She didn't realize that it was the silence of shock. She clutched the bench behind her for support. "What was it?" she whispered. "The sheriff. The old preacher is dead. God in heaven, what can I do?" Marmion shook her head dumbly. "The sound, the hissing, I heard it in the dark that night." King was staring at her, and she stumbled on. "After the person came in. I'm sure I didn't hear it before. It started up and I fainted. Doctor, what could it have been?" The doctor's eyes were upon her, hypnotic as the snake's in the dream. For an eternal minute he held her that way, incapable of movement or thought. Then he gave a long sigh. "So you did know." "But I didn't. I don't yet." "The oxygen tank," he said wearily. "It was turned off in order to make Cassidy's death certain when the lung quit, but it had to be on again, everything normal, before help came." His voice fell to a hoarse whisper. Marmion watched him drop to the stool where he had sat before, flip a piece of paper into the typewriter he used for writing prescription labels, and then begin to peck at the keys with 2 fingers. He was not excited. He appeared, rather, to be on the edge of despair. "Doctor." King frowned. "I'm sure, now, I'll have to do this. It's the only way. Don't talk to me, Marmion." The girl remained very still. She could see what he was writing, even read it. "I confess that on the night of October 20th I caused the death of Michael James Cassidy." The type blurred. There was more, but she need not read it. Jock's name would be on the page, later, and then her own. The doctor knew now what she had known from the beginning, and her testimony would be damning. She had never thought of King as the murderer. All her fears had been of Ellie, her best friend, or of an unidentified Eleanor Ann, never King. Barely breathing, she held herself tightly erect. She would have to try, at least try, to get away. When the faint tapping came at the door, the man did not turn. "Oh, don't hear it, King, don't," Marmion pleaded silently. "Let me back away from you, step by step. Don't tap too loudly, whoever you are. Don't draw his attention." Stealthily, her eyes never leaving the hulking white figure, she crossed the room. Now she was in the shadow. She could open the lower door, if only the hook didn't stick. It scraped lightly, coming out of the hasp. The doctor did not hear. He finished the page and ripped the paper out of the typewriter. "That's it. Now she can sign it, Angel or Eleanor or—" Abruptly he turned. He was alone in the pharmacy. The lower half of the door stood open. "Oh, Ellie, I didn't know it was you," Marmion whispered in the hall. "How did you know I was here? Where—" "Marmee, there's no time. I saw King carry you down here, and he looked lethal. And then I saw her upstairs with a splash of blood on her uniform." Eloise made herself pause for a steadying breath. Her red hair was dull in the shadowed passage, her profile cameo white as she lifted her head, listening. There were footsteps above. Swiftly, her strong fingers in a bruising hold, she pushed Marmion around the bend in the old corridor. The kitchen was black dark. She dragged Marmion in, shut the door behind them. It was like being in a vault that smelled of cooked onions and soup. "Ellie, who—" "Don't ask questions. You've got to get upstairs. There's a deputy in the front entrance. Marmee, you'll have to get out of here quick. The door is bolted, but you can open it. Then run around outside to the front." "But you, Ellie—" "I'll stay here and distract her for a minute. I know she's following me. Run! It's your life." Marmion was too panic-stricken to argue. With her hands out before her in the dark, she crossed the kitchen, found the doorknob and the bolt, opened the door, and stumbled up the area steps. The snow was instantly cold on her feet, tiny chills of it dotting her face and arms. But she was out. She was free. And then, down in the darkness of the kitchen, she heard the footsteps. Lacking caution, running, now out on the steps. "Ellie!" she called. Even as she spoke, she knew it was not Eloise. This was the one who had come into Cassidy's room, been able to work so quietly and efficiently in the dark, because the apparatus was familiar. The one who had listened and waited for Marmion to recognize the remembered sound of the oxygen hissing out of the tank. Sam had blundered upon it. "I thought he just didn't get enough oxygen," Sam had said. But still she had not retained the memory. The instant of hesitation had been too long. The steps were muffled now in snow. Marmion caught a glimpse of a white figure. Then she ran on into the storm. She couldn't see where she was going, sliding and slipping, by some miracle keeping her feet. "Run around to the front door," Elliot said. "The sheriff's man is there." But how could she find direction in the blinding, moving night? She veered to the left, felt the ground slanting, and nearly fell. The pursuer was gaining on her. The flight was a nightmare in which Marmion ran in a treadmill, the same snow falling before her, and the same wet, stony hillside under her feet. If only that silent one would cry out, scream or gasp, or make any human sound. But all she heard was her own painful struggle for breath. The wall of the hospital was close beside her now. Turn again to the left. She hesitated for a split second, and fingers curled into claws raked down her back. Marmion gave a terrified scream, and her feet skidded from under her. She fell, a wrist twisting painfully. Pain did not matter. In another moment those raking fingers would be at her throat. She screamed again. And miraculously, there was an answer, a man's shout from out on the drive. She did not recognize the voice. Help called to her somewhere within reach. Frantically, she fought away from her attacker, a fight that was easier because a man had shouted. The white figure was up as soon as Marmion, but not running, simply standing there in indecision. New voices were shouting now. Someone thundered around the building from the direction Marmion had come, and the indecisive figure whirled. That was the first time there was a sound. The girl did not recognize any voice she ever had heard, a hoarse, terrible gasping. The instant was very short. Running desperately fast, the white wrath fled in the only direction, unguarded, around to the front of the hospital. Dr. Hamlin's horse, drooping away from the storm, gave a sudden startled snort. The sheriff was near enough to see something like an enormous white bat spring to the animal's back. Rearing and plunging, he tried to dislodge that clinging thing. When he could not, he started on a dead run in the only direction that did not blind him, heading away from the wind. "Good Lord! The rimrock!" the sheriff shouted. The doctor lumbered out from the protecting wall of the hospital, almost under the striking hoofs. "Don't try to stop him," the sheriff yelled. "He'll kill you." The horse pitched violently, narrowly missing the crouching man, and bolted into the curtain of snow. They knew later that the beast, plunging pell-mell to the edge of the rimrock, set his legs stiffly, for there were long skid marks in the slush. They heard a scream, the terrified scream of a horse stampeding to its death. Then there was the awful, thudding fall down the broad face of the cliff, and nothing more. The flakes were already covering the skid marks when the men ran up. The white rider had gone over the cliff, still clinging to the horse's back. Marmion sat in the snow, crying hysterically, palms flat over her ears. "I can't hear it! I can't!" She kept sobbing long after there was only silence over by the rimrock. It had seemed to her that it was Eloise she had seen in that ghastly glimpse as she fell. Ellie, whose hair would look dark, plastered wet to her head. She didn't question his fortuitous arrival when Sam dropped down beside her, pulled off his coat and wrapped her in it, then picked her up as easily as King when he found her on the lab floor. "There now, baby, you're all right. It's all over." "Oh, Sam," Marmion groaned. "Who was it?" "That doesn't matter, does it?" said Sam. Over on the crown of the rimrock, the sheriff and the doctor stood looking down into moving white. "We can't go this way," the sheriff said. "Doc, you'll have to come with me around the long road. You'd better go in and get a coat." They both knew there was no need to hurry. There was no sound from below. In King's pocket, the confession was a wadded paper. She had not signed it by any of the names she could have used. Angel, or Ellen, or Anne, or Lynn. She had not signed it at all. The doctor, standing close to the wall of old St. Denis, looked out into endless space. With dawn the snow had stopped, and the sun was reflected everywhere in white that appeared to throw off sparks. There was no mark on top of the rimrock where a horse had skidded to his death last night. If the doctor were to tramp through the snow to the rock and look down, he would see no mark either of the place where Angel had lain. A sleeping beauty, her lovely face unmarred. But he was not quite ready to walk out and away from the sheltering wall of the hospital. Angel was dead. It would take a little while for his resentment to die, like the sensation of the patient who had complained to him that she missed the weight of the tumor he had removed, or the old man who still felt the pain of an amputated leg. But the load of his hatred was gone. If ever he had loved Angel, it had been only for those few hours under the palm trees, not as Jock had loved her, protecting her, knowing she was following him to the mine, but willing to trust her even then. Perhaps he had told her of Father Anthony's letter, and, afterward, he had been going to take himself away with this dangerous knowledge of what Lynn had done the night of the storm. I wasn't quite such a fool, the doctor thought. I only let her make me into a psychopath. Marmion had already begun his resurrection. Last night, when she screamed, he had run out into the storm as if it were the natural thing to do. That was the sweetness of Marmion. She was so real and timid and determined. But why think of her when he would so soon be leaving St. Denis? Quietly the door opened behind him, and Sister Magdalene came out. She was in her white habit. The doctor had intended to avoid her this morning. She knew it. "I'm out," he said gruffly. "So I see." "What I mean is not apparent to the naked eye. I'm out of prison, outside the walls, because the jailer is dead, if you can understand that." "Of course I do, King." He glanced down at her with a shamed grin. "Sister, why am I always so damned hateful to you?" "Because you want to get even with me." The sister chuckled. "You do, you know, King. You can't bear to have anyone think well of you. Because I see the good in you, as you reminded me the other day, you're bound to be bad." He smiled unwillingly. "We won't discuss it. Whatever the reason, I've been enough to try the patience of a saint. Not that it matters too much now. I'm leaving." He paused, and because the sister did not appear to be either surprised or impressed, he continued belligerently. "I apologize for what I said to you about Cassidy's money. I've never been as sure of heaven as I was of hell, but I do have the perception to see that there's a difference in the powers of money. Cassidy made it his god. You would make it serve your god." King paused again, ruffling the snow with his white shoe. "I wish, somehow, that you were taking it." "I am, King." After a long interval, during which both she and the doctor looked at the radiant snow without seeing it, she resumed. "I couldn't turn down the money now. Not when there has had to be so much clearing of the way to make it available to us, from Anthony's time down to last night. Only yesterday afternoon Mr. Wilkins spoke of it. He said he couldn't see what his role was to be in the general pattern that had involved himself and Mr. Cassidy and me, but now I know. He was the defining link between the old pattern and the new. There will be the new hospital, you see, built with Cassidy's fortune, and those of us who care will realize that the memorial is not to the great man of the hellbent, but rather to the lonely man Mr. Wilkins saw, the man who fought away from friendship because he did not know how to ask for it. No, the past is all ended, King, even for me." Sister Magdalene smiled. "May I shake hands with my new chief of staff?" The doctor stared at the plump hand. Finally he took it. "I'll repay you with all my working days," he said hoarsely. Melodramatic, the sister thought, as she opened the door to go back into her work. But he would become a fixture in Gopher Gulch, as Mr. Wilkins had been, as Sister Magdalene herself would still be, and he would be surly at times, brilliant, exacting, hard to work with, an outstanding doctor, and, in time, a more or less normal man. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, pulling herself up by the railing, she thought of Hal Wilkins, how many times his hand had slid over the smooth old wood, how faithfully he had helped to wear the hollows in the stair treads. The sheriff had told her what he knew of Lynn's past, that she was Cardinal's daughter and Jock's wife. Jock had made himself vulnerable by loving her. Cassidy had earned the wages of sin. But Hal had done nothing but remember too much. Marmion in the laboratory looked up to see Sister Magdalene standing in the doorway, and she slid hastily to her feet. Sister Judy, on her little footstool at the microscope, turned to nod. The floor was washed clean again, the sun slanted in through the snow-trimmed window. But the girl, turning around the desk chair for Sister Magdalene, reflected that no amount of cleaning and sunshine could span the unnatural gap of the past 5 days. Nothing would ever be quite the same again. "Dixie is on the Anderson case now," the superior said with what might have been irrelevance, but Marmion nodded. Jimmy would be cared for, efficiently, and perhaps more sympathetically, by a pair of hands other than Lynn's. But in the room would be the pillows and tumblers and medicine bottles that she had touched. The patient still would look up and feel a small flare of disappointment when it was not Jock who entered. Mr. Wilkins was not yet missed, but even by noon he would be. Cassidy, the Great, was the only one of the 4 who would leave no regret behind him. Still, Sister Judy bent over her microscope with the utmost concentration, as if she found it difficult to keep her attention on the beautifully colored slides. Marmion could find no reply other than an inane, "Yes, sister." The needlessness of Mr. Wilkins' death, that was what made the sister desolate, the girl thought. For the others there was a reason, however twisted, but not for him, padding up the stairs, sighing when he thought himself unobserved, shabby, wistfully anxious to share with her old friend the fate that had been his wealth. Sister Magdalene picked up the glass paperweight on the desk, turned it upside down, and set it back to watch the snow fall around a tiny pair of children. She was a strange girl, Lynn was, like Big Boss and Cassidy. They both lived to exact satisfaction for a wrong done to themselves. His blame was never specifically against the parents who had left him nameless and homeless. It was always turned upon his immediate world, and he had to become greater and richer and more influential to prove that what other people had, a name, was of no consequence to him. He could rise in game by his own powers. Lynn, of course, had a precise grievance against her mother's murderer, which she extended to many men. I wondered. Suddenly, out in the hall, there was a swift patter of light feet, a child's high, delighted laughter, and Chad came running into the laboratory, his eyes wide with the excitement of the chase. For an instant he hesitated. Then, seeing Sister Magdalene, he shouted and ran to her, burying his face in her lap. His bib was smeared with breakfast cereal, one fat hand sticky with it, but the sister smiled and cuddled his head between her hands. "Now you're safe, Chatty. She can't get you." Blanche, thudding in from the passage, stopped short when she saw Sister Magdalene. "Oh my gosh, Chad, you're a bad, bad boy. But it isn't Phil's fault. Honest, sister, she tries like mad to keep track of him. But just lately, he started running away to get us to chase him." She finally paused for breath. "And the doctor and the sheriff's on their way up here. I passed him on the landing." Sister Magdalene lifted Chad into her lap. "Give me a hand towel, will you, Marmion? And wet one corner of it, please. You can take him in a minute, Blanche." Marmion, wetting the towel at the sink, wondered how much of Blanche's panting was a nervous twitter. They were in the passage now, the doctor and the sheriff, and suddenly Marmion shared Blanche's excitement. She had not seen King since last night, when she had been so desperately afraid of him down in the pharmacy. Would he be different this morning, with the chapter of Angel definitely closed? She gave him only a glance as he loomed in the door with the sheriff, but that was enough. His hair combed, his white linen fresh. The sheriff, unshaven, slouching with fatigue, was an unflattered contrast to King, but he had the composure of one who has triumphed and can go home to relax. "The sheriff has news for you, sister," King said. "I'm sorry it has to be what it is." Apprehension stilled every voice and motion. Sister Judy stepping off her footstool, Blanche with a hand pressed to her lips, Marmion near enough to Sister Magdalene to hear the soft sigh that was almost like life leaving a person. The sheriff regarded the superior with sympathetic understanding. "I wanted to tell you about Mr. Wilkins. It didn't hurt him. I mean, he just dropped off to sleep. You'd know how it would be." Sister Magdalene went on wiping Chad's fingers. The officer glanced uneasily at King. When the doctor nodded, he cleared his throat and continued, groping for the right words. "It was an overdose of sleeping medicine, barbiturate. The coroner found enough in his stomach." "She said it was saturin," Blanche whimpered in the tense silence. "I didn't know. The doctor said to put some more sugar in the coffee, and I started to, but Miss Baird whispered that too much sugar wouldn't be good for him, and she took these little pills out of her pocket and crushed them up real quick and told me to stir." Blanche's voice rose hysterically. "How would I know? I liked Miss Baird. I thought she was beautiful." "Honey, don't." Eloise put her arm around the weeping girl. The sheriff seemed relieved at the distraction. "I can't understand it. A good-looking, intelligent girl like that. Why, my wife says we heard her play in that dance orchestra she traveled with, 4 years ago when they were up at the Silver Flute. I didn't remember, but Lucy says they were great. That must have been when she got mixed up with Jock." Sister Magdalene appeared not to have heard the sheriff. When Chad complained, "Hurt," and pulled his hand away, settling back against her shoulder, she held him tight. "I thought she was beautiful too," Marmion said slowly, "so assured and poised and glamorous. But still, she nearly killed me. When Ellie went down to Mr. Cassidy's room that night to get what I'd forgotten, and she thought it was me." "That was Pussyfoot in the room, not Baird," said the sheriff. "He's come clean. Says he wanted to see the respirator, the thing that had finished off the man he despised." "But in the chapel," Marmion insisted. "She would have killed me then, Sheriff. I told you, but you wouldn't believe me." "Oh, I believed you all right, but I thought then, and I do now, that she was only trying to scare you away. She couldn't have you here. with what you knew about the oxygen tank being turned off. She was about the only one that could have done that, you see. You could practically have identified her any time you recollected that noise. So when you wouldn't scare, she had to try to shut you up. Permanent. I did remember. Last night, when the radiator began to hiss. Marmion hesitated. The doctor was answering the telephone, telling the sheriff there was no urgency about the call to Charity Chapel because it was already too late. Lynn, entangled finally by her own desperation, had performed her last unnecessary misdeed. "I'm sorry," Marmion said. To her surprise, Sister Magdalene stirred and looked up at her with a faint smile. "We're all sorry, dear, but I brought to mind one of Mr. Wilkins' quotations. Look not mournfully into the past, it comes not back again. Wisely improve the present, it is thine. And our present is composed of people who need our attention." She gave the baby a gentle slap on his fat leg. "Hop down, Chatty. Sister has to get back to work." They all moved then, speaking, even smiling, buoyantly, thankful for this common-sense return to normal. Marmion found herself beside King. He was observing her uncritically for the first time. Attracted to her, the sheriff had declared. To keep herself from blushing, she thought quickly of something else. Angel. Judging from the discussions this morning, King had not disclosed the episode of Angel. Why should he? It would serve no useful purpose. Angel was a separate identity. In the course of the sheriff's investigation, the doctor had learned of Lynn's second role as Jock's wife. Of the third, that of Cardinal's daughter, he would have had no knowledge unless she had told him, and it was hardly a subject to be discussed under the palm trees. Jock was the only one who had possessed the dangerous knowledge of Lynn's parentage. Today they were clearing away the snow and digging a grave for him, not far from Cassidy's on the far side of the gulch. Marmion, absently rolling a pipette between her fingers. She might have confessed, King. Or would she? "I was going to try to make her sign the confession I'd written, whether she'd have done it." The doctor shrugged. "You said you were sorry about the old preacher. So am I. But not about Angel. Even I am not vindictive enough to wish that she had been tried and sentenced to death. And she lived as she was meant to live. Who can do more?" "We can accept God's guidance," Sister Judy said unexpectedly, "and we are capable of acting with the right intention. The choice of intention is an almost terrible responsibility. An embryo lives as it must, under the divine law governing its kind. A man, or a woman, doesn't live blindly. Therefore, we must not interpret their actions blindly. It seems to us that they built Mr. Cassidy and Lynn without the Lord because we judge by what we see of the building, but what they intended, what they hoped to come by, how can we know?" The little question fell into a silence, broken only by the sound of Chad sucking his finger. "Yeah," said the sheriff finally. "Yeah. Well, I'm going along home and get some sleep." "Come on, Chad," Blanche urged. "Listen now, no monkey business. Mommy wants us." The little boy went with surprising docility. In a few moments only Sister Judy and Marmion were left in the laboratory, and then only the small sister remained, because Marmion followed the others to the hallway. But she did not go further with them. Leaning against the door, she watched King and Sister Magdalene walking away from her, the light from open rooms falling upon them. They were not talking. Their silence was more companionable than any amount of speech. Marmion smiled. She was not afraid. Not afraid of a dark passage, or of the future, or of anything in the world.